A very good morning to all present here. I am Redika Watts and my co-host Paulina Banerjee are incredibly pleased to welcome you all to the second day of the three-day conference on the pursuit of academic excellence, VIJIGISHU. We will introduce you a variety of topics on day one, from various viewpoints on India's foreign policy to its eventual diplomatic shift. As a result, we have built a good understanding of the ultimate topic of discussion, which is the changing contours of India's foreign policy amid global uncertainties. We will continue to have in-depth conversation about the same today, the second day of the conference. In technical session 3, we will delve into the dynamics and impact of India's strategic leadership. India's strategic leadership plays a pivotal role in foreign policy and geopolitical landscape. India's interactions with its leaders profoundly impact its national security, economic interests, and regional stability. Here we have different presenters who will be discussing the theme. It's our honor to introduce our chair and keynote speaker for this section, Lieutenant General Syed Azhar Hussain. He is a retired general of the Indian Army. We also have on our panel Ms. Ilja Duffin, Mr. Anurag Khan, Ms. Akriti Khajuria, Ms. Arushi Unsal, and finally we have Mr. Lutfullah Maksuri. Now I request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi N. Raman to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Syed Azhar Hussain. Lieutenant General Syed Azhar Hussain, CDSM, ADSM, UYSM, GSM and BAL. He served as the military secretary of the Indian Army during his final position. Prior to that, he held a number of positions, including command of the 15 Corps of the Indian Army in Jammu and Kashmir. Additionally, he has led the 21 Corps. General Hussain was appointed Central University of Kashmir's Chancellor in 2018. He went to Sherwood College, Nainital, and St. Stephen's College, Delhi. He has a BA Honours in History and MSc in Defence Studies and an MPhil in Management Studies. He also has an MA in International Studies from King's College, London. Commissioned in 1974 in the Garhwal Rifles, Lieutenant General Hussain is a second-generation officer. Lieutenant General Hussain commanded the prestigious 21 Strike Corps before being selected to command the most important formation of the Indian Army, the Green Corps. Lieutenant General Hussain participated in Operation Pawan in Sri Lanka during 1988 to 1990 and took part in the counter-insurgency operations in Punjab in 1990 to 1991. He has served 6 frontline tours of duty on the line of control and has participated in counter-terrorist operations in Kashmir. He has also commanded the Dagger Division, one of the oldest and the most recognized finding formations of the Indian Army in Baramulla. He is a graduate of the Defense Services Staff College, Wellington. He has had varied exposure abroad, having served with the United Nations Peacekeeping Forces in Mozambique and Rwanda in 1994 to 96. He has also served as the Chancellor of Central University of Kashmir and currently is a member of National Disaster Management Authority. It's an honor to have you here. Now, I humbly request Lieutenant General Syed Azhar Hussain kindly give his keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. चढ़ा दिए से तो और कम करोगे इसलिए तो हम कॉर्डलेस वाले में तो बहुत साउंड होता है, इतने में बहुत होगा। Not done. In the army, we never believe in that. 10 minutes, we need no compliance form. My apologies. My compliments to Pakistan. You are to organize this great event. For having organized this great event, I was looking at the contents of it. Amazing coverage. Yesterday, we had a long day also. And this morning, again, we got off to a start. And I can see the diversity of subjects on this panel itself. So I'm glad that I see a lot of these things which are not being covered otherwise. For about 15 minutes or so, we have to do this job. Right? I'll just give you a broad oversight or rather an overview of the strategic labels. First of all, what is this strategic label? India's strategic label. The natural response to that always is geographically on the Straits of Malacca, to the Suez Canal, or maybe Persian Gulf. True, no doubt. But that was, I would say, for years ago. Your strategic neighborhood today perhaps extends beyond the Straits of Malacca, so you count that the Indo-Pacific. You count Indo-Pacific as your area of interest. If Indo-Pacific is the area of interest, you can't just stop at the Straits of Malacca. You have to straddle across and go to the South China Sea, and the entire area of the Pacific becomes your area of interest also. The sea lines of communication are very important, stretching from the Suez Canal, stretching out the Red Sea, stretching all the way to the Straits of Malacca. It's through these sea lanes that China achieved its record, a phenomenal record of 14% GDP growth in a particular year, then averaging 9 to 10% over a period of 15 years, which helped China lift 750 million people out of poverty. It's a great thing that one has to actually appreciate. Maybe an adversity or anything, you need to always appreciate even your adversity. But what you should appreciate is the potential that we have as an adversary, without going into the history of it, as an adversary of putting an obstacle to China and its trade. The trade has been essentially energy from the Middle East all the way to the Eastern Seaboard, Shenzhen, and the Hong Kong area. That's where the manufacturing takes place today, and the container traffic goes in the reverse direction to the Straits of Malacca, to India, great markets, Europe, Middle East, Africa. All that China has achieved in achieving $18 trillion worth of economy is through this route, through the Indian Ocean. And we sit right on top. You are the crown, India is the crown of the. So our area does extend, no doubt, in the Indian Ocean, but goes across the. Then, of course, the entire Middle East, you can't stop at the Suez Canal, you can't stop at the Persian Gulf, and it's like a gray zone, this whole area of the Middle East, which is your area of responsibility, or your area of interest. How does one sort of prove that? I think the simplest way of doing it is, if you look at 2018, the month of January, February, March 2018, you cast your mind back, and you see how India's foreign policy actually progressed during those 3 months. First, we had the visit of 10 heads of state, heads of government of ASEAN, 70 or 26 guests as guests of honor. This year, I hope you're aware that it's most likely US President again coming back after 2015, Barack Obama. And when that was over on the 5th of February 2018, you had but the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, came visiting for 3 days. After that was over, Prime Minister Modi flew out from Delhi and went to Jordan, to Amman. And from Amman, he took a helicopter flight to Ramallah on the West Bank, in Palestinian state, Palestinian Authority. Lived with them for a day, day and a half or something. Came back to Jordan. In Jordan, he came to Abu Dhabi. Laid the foundations of the temple, first temple coming up in the Middle East at that time. And from Abu Dhabi, he flew to Makkah, right? An official visit to Umar. And then he came back. 5 days later, or maybe I think it was a week and a half later, the president of Iran came to India on a state visit. I still remember it, well embedded in my mind, because I attended the official dinner at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And 10 days after that, the King of Jordan came calling once again on a state visit. In 2 months' time, Indian foreign policy has never seen such a. It's all centered on the Middle East. From where your energy security, you get most of your oil, etc. today coming across from the Russian route. You're also getting it from the United States, but a very major chunk always comes from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq. 11% of it came from Iran, which is not coming at the moment, but that's a reserve always available. You cannot take your eyes away from the Middle East, where 8 million tariffs for our refineries. You get $40 billion worth of remittances every year coming to you, and you do tremendous business with all these states, the rich, important states. So Middle East will always be a part of the area. The strategic neighborhood also stretches today, after the pandemic and everything, stretches into the area of the Central Asian Republic. Cars. Very, very important area, which used to be the area of what was called the old Great Game. Today, you have the new Great Game. So I hope you have studied the old Great Game, or you have interest in that, because you must know about it as to how the British Empire treated India as the holy, the holy grail virtually, golden peacock. Did not want the Russian Empire to impinge on the boundaries of the British Indian territories of that. So they made sure that this area, the area of the Central Asian Republic, Afghanistan, etc., remained under their influence, the British influence. There was a big cut for this influence from the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire, and also the British Empire. Today's great game, the new great game, is different. It is almost the center of the world. That area, the Pami is not. The area of the Pami is not. It is the area through which some of the major strategic highways of the world travel. The Belt and Road Initiative of China is through this area. The North-South Highway, linking Moscow, doesn't really travel to exactly to Central Asia, but slightly to its land. Turkmenistan, the 6th largest reserve of gas. If just to look at it, just to appreciate how important Turkmenistan is, if the proposed TAPI pipeline, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline, gas pipeline, had been constructed, this is what was proposed at one time, India's 25% of our requirement of gas would have been. That's how important Turkmenistan. So this is an area with 72 million Muslim population. Potentially an area which is most open to exploitation for radicalization. Right? Also, the area in which most terrorist groups of the world love to travel. Yeah, at the moment, the area of the most important terrorist stronghold in the world is northern Afghanistan. Right? That's where the Islamic State, the Al Qaeda, East Turkestan movement, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, all of them have gravitated into this area, pending a break in the global cycle of terror. But if it comes, the next global cycle of terror comes in the next 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years, it's all going to come from this area, probably gravitating into Central Asia. What is so important about Central Asia? As I told you, 72 million Indian population, not very rich, but a tremendous amount of money in states like Turkmenistan, etc., and a huge narcotic trade. Narcotics forms the hub of most issues in the region. And India is one of those unfortunate countries where we are stuck between two huge narcotic areas. The Golden Triangle on our east, which is the Cambodia, Thailand, Myanmar area, and the Golden Crescent on our west, which is the Pakistan North and Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkey, Iran, with those fitting into Central Asia. So, terrorists always gravitate to areas where there's money, the potential for money. If you remember the Islamic State, when it emerged in northern Iraq on the back of stealing $489 million in cash from the Mosul treasury in northern Iraq. That is what sustained them for a fair amount of time. A terrorist movement with money in its hands is one of the most dangerous things we can ever find. And that's why narcotics, arms trafficking, forms such an important part. So, these are some of the issues which no one looks at when you look at a strategic neighborhood. Your eyes tend to, restrict themselves given. That's a tactical way of thinking that the strategic neighborhood is Bangladesh and Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. Of course, you understand. But actually, it extends much. One would love to carry on talking on this, but most of the subjects of the other areas are being covered subsequently. So I'll only touch 2 or 3 minutes on an issue which is not being covered, and that is not. Important today, you are seeing what the state of Pakistan is. $4 billion is their foreign exchange reserves today, as compared to $600 billion coming out to $585 billion. You compare the two, where you are, right? This was your status in India as a country in 1989, 1991. None of you were born at that time. Right? 1989, 1991, we were coming down to $1 billion of foreign exchange. And that's important, that you tell me. In 1989, when Pakistan exploited the situation and initiated, ignited the fire in Jammu and Kashmir, the situation in India was such that it was waiting to happen. Whenever remember students of history, students of political science, students of international relations or war studies, when you look at these situations, always consider them from 4 or 5 angles. You must look at it from a political angle, an economic angle, a social angle, a diplomatic angle, a military angle, and a psychological. 6 things I counted with. Just look at these 6 avenues and you see you will have answers to your problem which you are examining. In 1989, if you look at it, everything was bad for it. In 89, we had $1 billion in our foreign exchange. Politically, we had total instability at the center. Militarily, we had 100,000 troops sitting in Sri Lanka. We had fire burning in Punjab, we had fires burning in Bangladesh. We had the biggest exercise that Pakistan has ever done on our borders, Garba moment. Socially, we had the Mandal agitation going on against India. Diplomatically, the world was in a peace, the Cold War had ended, the Berlin Wall had fallen. Whom would India be talking to? Or complaining? Or saying that things are happening in our country which are being instigated as a proxy war from across the line? This is the weakness which was exploited by Pakistan at this particular time. While it's been for the last 34 years. Today we have brought the situation under control in Jammu and Kashmir, but we have not resolved it. I think the classic way of describing the situation with Pakistan in Jammu and Kashmir is that we have won the proxy war. Mark my word, we have won the proxy war. The Pakistan has not lost it. Right? Pakistan has not lost it. So you may win, but there's someone there waiting to come back to fight you. That is the situation. Pakistan is at rock bottom at the moment, awaiting its next elections. We don't know what is going to happen in the elections or whether elections will take place at all. But remember, Pakistan is such an important strategic territory, which most Indians always think that Pakistan is the most significant state in the world. It's not. Strategically, geostrategically, is one of the most important spaces in the world, which is why the United States, after withdrawing from Afghanistan and treating Pakistan very shabbily at that particular time, came back to once again prop up Pakistan. $450 million spent on the F-16 deal to refurbish the F-16. $900 million worth of Pakistani ammunition sold to Ukraine, given to Ukraine, paid for by America. Only country in the world which has supplied ammunition to Ukraine. Right? And because of all this, the $3 billion IMF bailout. All this happened because of that. Why would the United States do it? Unless Pakistan is not a strategic territory. Remember, it's the only territory in the world which has got 5 civilizations neighboring it. The Indian, the Chinese, the Central Asian, the Persian, and the Arab. 5 civilizations. You want to fight a war in Afghanistan, you can't fight a war in Afghanistan. You want to make an access into Central Asia on a continental route, you can only do it through water or through production. That's how it's done. So I'll stop there because there's a lot more to speak on the strategic neighborhood. Things about Sri Lanka, about Maldives, about Nepal. I hope you're tracking what's happening in Nepal and the visit of the Nepalese Prime Minister to China and what is emerging from it. All this is of great interest. To my mind, the one country maybe you may not be speaking of so much here, but it is emerging to be very, very important for us to start out. Right? Bangladesh is a very, very strategically very important. One flank, the whole northeast, the relations with Myanmar, the Chinese threat from that direction. All this is, dependent on our relationship with Bangladesh. Coming in for elections in the very near future, we hope participation will come in Bangladesh, which is friendly to us. Because we have not invested enough to be able to take that connection from there in any country. We've invested everything in the current government, we hope it comes back. Well, we need peace on our eastern flank. Having said that, thank you very much. I'll stop there. Now we've got one presentation lined up for you. We've got Urja Tapan speaking to you on striking balance and avoiding traps in multipolarity, the role of rising powers like India amidst US China rivalry. That's a very topic. Another Khan on India's Indo-Pacific strategy and Taiwan Green Southbound meeting of China. Akriti Khajuria and Arushi Hamza both locating BIMSTEC in India's Indo-Pacific trade. And Mathura, how strategy in Afghanistan and Afghanistan interest in relation to India. Fascinating topic. Absolutely, we look forward. Over to you, ma'am, Urja Tapan, for your presentation of striking balance. I don't know how much it is. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Urja Tapan. I'm currently a PhD scholar in diplomacy and disarmament at the Center for International Politics, Organization and Government, CPOP, at School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I'm working on the Indo-Pacific domain with my specialization in the Quad, as well as, I'm looking at it from a theoretical perspective of the security dilemma. Here it's just a branching of my specialization. This is my paper today. That is, I seek to look at traps in the present multipolar world that we are part of, and how can powers like India catapult this multipolarity and the rising traps between US-China rivalry to its own benefit as well as for the benefit of the entire world order. So, as we can all see with all the recent events, we can see a very different power structure. That is, when we can see that the global balance of power is in a flux, and you can see that we have two major poles emerging, that is the US and China, competing for influence, for power in the world order. And as Graham Allison had put it, he has called it a future-dive rivalry between the two nations. And we'll discuss this trap in future as well. You can see a belligerent China in the Indo-Pacific, as mentioned by Honorable Chair in the former part of his speech. It is also it is probably the most important challenge for India currently. And you can see a very, very revisionist and a very assertive China under Xi Jinping. We have called for the new era to make China strong again, similar lines of how, Trump used to say to make America great again. So, it's similar on those lines. And thus it displays very strong revisionist characteristics for a packed senator, that is your China-centric world order. And amidst such ambitions, China suffers from its own domestic political and economic challenges, and that is also a potential trap, which you will see in my next slide. And thus, with this great power rivalry surrounding us, we have a very big challenge, not only for the world order, but for India's neighborhood and its strategic position and its rising power status as well. So first, my trap is China and the Pacific trap. My slide is showing China and the Pacific trap. Yeah, this is it. So, capital trap is actually a Roman word. It comes from, the capital is a Roman word. And it basically means that you have lack of trust in a government regardless of its actions. That there is a loss of credibility and legitimacy of a particular government. So Xi Jinping, when he had assumed power in 2012 and had given a public speech in 2013, he had warned China of this, and especially the Chinese Communist Party of this trap, that China should be aware of this trap and should not fall into this trap and should maintain its legitimacy, should maintain the CPP, that's Chinese Communist Party's legitimacy in the entire China, irrespective of what its image is across the world. And you can see that currently, especially since post-COVID, you can see how China is undergoing multiple domestic and political crises. For example, the slowing economy, you must have read about the real estate crisis that was caused by the Evergrande's failure. Then you have the savings crisis. You also had a very harsh policy in China in the form of zero COVID policy, which has led to severe lockdowns, very harsh lockdowns, even till 2022. And there were various grievances against this. And you had a shrinking global image for China due to its policies on Taiwan, its harsh actions on Hong Kong, the Uyghur Muslim issue, and Tibet, and everything else. Yeah, surveillance, censorship, all problems related to Chinese Communist Party, very dictatorial and totalitarian regime that way. And thus, you have a very strong possibility of China falling into the trap of, which is clearly visible today, as you can see, that there are chances of declining legitimacy for Xi Jinping and his presidency. He also assumed presidency for life last year. So you can see that he has been going in that direction. And Chinese Communist Party, that way, has possibly no rival today for him. We can assume that. And China might fall into a trap of legitimacy post-Xi. The next trap that you can see is the Thucydides trap. Eukaryotic trap as a term was given by Graham Allison. Patrick Porter has also written on it. You can read these readings. And this is a rising rivalry between US and China at the moment. So the trap basically means that Thucydides had written, about Athens and Sparta in his Peloponnesian War. And you had Sparta as the dominant power, and Athens was the rising revisionist power. And today, when Graham Allison, Patrick Porter wrote about this, you can see that how US as the current dominant power is being challenged by a more revisionist, rising, assertive, aggressive, belligerent China. So you can see that they have a very, very strong possibility, and possibly they are already in the state of a Thucydides trap. And because of, the Chinese sales, recently on the 26th September, 2 days ago, we had a Chinese white paper discussing their policies for a possible hegemony in the world order. You have Chinese Middle Kingdom complex. Xi Jinping had already talked about New Era, as I had spoken in my introduction. They are aiming for Pax Seneca, that is a Sino-centric world order. And, as Graham Allison quote, you can see in my slide, that unless China is willing to scale back its ambitions, or Washington can accept becoming number 2 in the Pacific, a trade conflict, a cyber attack, or accident at sea can soon escalate into all-out war. So we are, this can potentially happens between the two. I'm not trying to be a part of the warmongering strategies, but you can say that we are in a state of crisis related to the two powers competing for influence at the world stage. And you have China's deep-seated desire to displace US, especially in Asia. And Asia-Pacific is really like we call it, not Indo-Pacific. And you have Chinese rising diplomatic influence. You have famous checkbook diplomacy in Sri Lanka, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in our neighborhood, in Southeast Asia, nations everywhere you've seen this. And the Belt and Road Initiative, everything else. All these things are pretty much known to us. And you can see that China is seeking to move towards the direction of China-centric world model. And finally, the new trap, that is the Kindleberger trap in the context of global governance. It's based on Charles Kindleberger was the first one to give this, so he's named it after himself. Joseph Nye has written on it. And you can see the failure. It basically means that, the failure of the international system to provide public goods. This happened first when during the 1930s, when UK as the dominant power was declining, and USA as the rising power was not able to provide global goods. And what you had as a result, that was a great economic depression in the 1930s. And it almost took around 15, 20 years, around 1945, for the US to gain a strong dominant position. And you had global governance structures in the form of UN and the Bretton Woods institutions, like the IMF and the World Bank. So, this is basically the meaning. And during that time, Charles Kindleberger had written on this, that how a rising power will not be able to, displace the dominant power, and this transition will not be smooth, and the world will suffer as a result of it. So it's more in the context of the international political economy, and we can still see it today, especially post-COVID, when we saw supply chain disruptions, and China was not able to fill in the gap. Despite being such a manufacturing hub, many of the problems of COVID were caused because of China's dominance of network products and supply chain. And China itself has, like I already said, it has several domestic political challenges. It has huge capacity gap in the form of less foreign aid, lack of soft power. US had a very strong influence on soft power in the form of Hollywood, in the form of a very positive image as its democracy, manifest destiny. Everything related to the US was positive, but for China things are negative. And of course, you have various challenges in front of Xi Jinping before his ambitions of becoming a true global leader. India also suffers from its own traps in the form of middle income trap. We both are rising economies, but before our per capita income stagnates at the current level, India needs to rebuild its economy, and the current projections by IMF and all other credit rating agencies show India as a rising and the fastest growing economy for that matter. But we need to do more in terms of how we come out of our own middle income trap for that matter. There is a potential synchronizing rivalry between China and India for that matter. India is the emerging rival for China in South Asia, Southeast Asia, that way. Where's the possible Kenny burger trap? This was written by Dr. Jagannath Panda last year, that COVID-19 supply chain disruptions and China's neo-mercantilism, neo-imperialist policies, authoritarian practices, disregard for international law. As you've seen, it had overruled the Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling on Philippines. You had violations of UN clause, as seen as 9 dash lines, very recent 10 dash lines. So China has been flouting global norms, and its policy to avenge its 100 years of humiliation makes it a very revengeful and vengeful power in that sense. So it all points towards the lack of intent for China towards global governance. China would like a leading role as possibly a dictator in that form, and not exactly care for the provision of public goods from that side. And then folks from middle powers like rising powers like India, Australia, Japan, etc., to fill in this gap during these all gaps. So, as my title of the paper said, that striking balance amidst this gap, that's the main and final goal. So, India being a burgeoning middle power status and, of course, a rising power mindset, being a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region and a responsible global player, can provide for economic security, especially if deal with the Kenny burger trap, by collaborating with like-minded countries of France, Japan, Australia, UK, South Korea, etc., for and present a united plan in dealing with not only economic challenges but also several non-traditional security threats in the form of anti-piracy, counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, climate change, anything else you can think of. And they are supposed to, these middle and rising powers themselves have to reduce their dependence on other great powers to, like US and China, to overcome the limitations of China. And there are several trilateral and unilateral initiatives in this regard, like India, France, Australia trilateral, it's not India, Japan, Australia trilateral, which is now known as the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, that is SCRI. And yes, I'm just on the last slide. I don't know what's it's okay. So, Quad and Quad Plus initiatives are there. You can see Indo-Pacific Economic Framework was introduced last year. You had Quad can also be expanded. We had been having Quad Plus initiatives with countries like South Korea to manage China, if not to contain it per se. And India to also increase its economic diplomacy initiatives in the Amidst, as clearly it has been happening with India's G20 leadership and its India presenting itself as the leader of the global south by bringing in African Union in the G20. So economic security, diplomatic strategy, everything has been going in the right direction, and China's role as a market and as a supply chain hub has shown to be limited due to COVID supply chain disruptions, and thus a coordinated response from countries like India and its like-minded partners can actually help in dealing with these three traps that I've discussed, Kenny burger trap, trafficking trap, and Thucydidean trap. So these three things can actually be managed, and India can benefit out of the current US-China rivalry and emerge as a very strong pole in the complex multipolarity. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me in the back? Thank you. Just that was outstanding. Very much for that. I've got a good report in such a short time on China movements and on the balance. Perhaps the audience would like to question you. I would definitely question you at the end of the session on the decline of retail things or the projected decline of retail things. The downturn in the Chinese economy. I would definitely like to tell you that one of the strategies that the world will probably employ is COVID reminders. They will keep reminding the world that the origins of COVID all happened right from there, with Wuhan. China cannot be allowed to get away. It thinks that it has got away with the Wuhan virus. But this is something which the world needs to take stock of and keep reminding itself and everyone else that it was China which created this levels around the world with less economic downturn for even about those years. So thank you very much for that. Our next speaker, Anurag Khan, from India's Indo-Pacific strategy and Taiwan new southbound from here, east of China. This is wonderful. China, the first on China, we had first stop, and now we have to have it 15 minutes. A warm morning to all present here. So I'm Anurag Khan. I'm going to present on India's Indo-Pacific strategy and Taiwan NSC, means southbound forces, meeting of synergy. So before I begin the presentation, I would like to say that since my childhood, I've been suffering from a speech impediment. So I suffer a bit. So I'll be using a bit of English and Hindi in this presentation. It's fine for all? Yeah. And I'm a bit nervous to please bear with me. So in 2016, the Guy administration of Taipei launched the new southbound policy, NSP, in order to deepen its strategic and sort of economic engagement with the countries of Southeast and South Asia, including India. So given India's position as the fourth largest economy, so India has increasingly attracted Taiwan's attention as an destination for trade investment. This unclaimed was expressed by James C.S.1, which is president of the
आशीष सर की क्लास लाने बोला मैं
we have
आपकी
ignored
क्लास में ले लीजिए
far too long and now it's a pick up.
आप अपनी क्लासरूम में लीजिए बस आशीष सर को बोलिए अपनी क्लास देखिए
Joseph, who is by for 1 minute,
Okay,
that Taipei has enormous appetite to increase
जी सर
private ownership. And given Taiwan's location in the South China Sea and also its role in the global semiconductor supply industry, so India has interest in Taiwan. At the same time, given Chinese action in the Himalayas, so India had to force to rethink its policy towards Taiwan. So in the aftermath of the Dokla standoff back in the 70s, the even Parliamentary Committee on External had said that given China's continued ignorance and disavowal of India's sovereignty concerns in Andhra Pradesh and Kashmir, so India should also not adopt the one China policy word by word, not completely abandon it, but find loopholes and adopt a flexible approach towards Taiwan. So as mentioned by our honest speaker, so the Indo-Pacific, the area which has got some exports come from the shores of Africa and the shores of America, and which has increasingly become the global, the linchpin of the global trade and economic investment, has become an important area in India's own national security sectors. So I propose that there exists shared goals between the MSP and India's Indo-Pacific initiatives like the IPOIs and the IPEXCRI, and this unity can be sort of utilized to form an unofficial tie between like an unofficial between Taipei and Union. So I'll highlight this by giving two examples. The semiconductor industry, I mean the formation of strong semiconductor supply chain, and Taiwan is an official part of India's index of that. The plan. Okay. So the end COVID-19 pandemic showed the world the dangers of its over-reliance on China for its global supply chain. So since then, there has been this trend sort of deals or reglobal, that is shifting the supply chain away from China in initiatives that will be China Plus initiatives. So as mentioned earlier, Taiwan plays a very important and oversight role in the global semiconductor industry, producing around 60% of the world's semiconductors and 90% of these advanced. So given this oversight role of Taiwan, the President Xi has coined the term Taiwan Silicon, implying that given its important role in the global semiconductor industry, China won't dare to attack Taiwan given the risk. Or in the case of a Chinese invasion, the importance of Taiwanese semiconductor industry would draw its allies in the likely US and Japan to completely. However, given the attempt by the Xi administration to form their own indigenous
semiconductor supply chain, which is not dependent on any other outside country under the name Made in China 2023 program. This has raised questions over Taiwan's the idea of free country, which has forced Taipei to look for other partners allies. So it is here where India can step in. So India and Taiwan are potential partners in the global semiconductor industry, and in the recent years, the Indian government has launched the Indian Semiconductor Mission ISN, and the Russian incentive with an incentive of 10 billion USD to attract major players like Micron, Foxconn, and TSMC, Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company, to open their shops or their production unit in India. So India has advantage. So India has advantage. So India has certain advantages, such as its market size, its population, and availability of both high and low value labor, which makes them an attractive partner for Taiwanese companies like Foxconn and TSMC. And also Taiwan can share its technological expertise in design and fabrication, which might help India boost its own interest in the industry. I propose that this sharing of technology and the advantages between India and Taiwan can be properly utilized by exploiting the shared similarities between goals of the industry and the Indo-Pacific plan strategy. For instance, it is so under the NFP pillars of economic and trade collaboration and talent exchange. So Taiwan can share its knowledge of semiconductor industry and its design in India, and help India form its own strong and integrated supply chain. And through India, Taiwan can be an unofficial part of the initiatives such as the FPRI and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework (IPA), whose goals are to create strong and durable supply chains. And I also propose that with the coming together of, with Taiwan being an unofficial part of the FPRI, there could be a supply chain quadrilateral level of talk between India, Japan, Taiwan, and Australia, with each utilizing their strengths. I mean, for instance, Japan and Taiwan can bring their expertise in semiconductor design and fabrication. Australia has its share of RE or rare earth elements and other critical minerals, and India has its advantages of our huge markets and legacy. So Taiwan's location in the FTAs, which like the intersection of the India and Pacific Ocean, makes it very important for India. So, for instance, as mentioned earlier, so Taiwan's location. So it is through this area that around 50% of India's Pacific trade passes to Taiwan, and hence, in terms of both economic security, Taiwan is important for India. And at the same time, some experts have opined that the existence of a strong and independent Taiwan, secure Taiwan, is crucial for India's own national interests. For instance, in a major paper on the value of Taiwan for India, authored by Ambassador Gokhale, he said that in the event that China is able to militarily annex Taiwan, the fall of Taiwan would allow China to expand its power, considered in FTAs and also made it to the Indo-Pacific, while also leaving it free to devote much of its military forces in the Himalayas. For instance, in the fall of Taiwan, so this allowed China to expand the SCS and come all and also and after to total the commission of the SCS come all the way into the Indian Ocean. While the forces will also push will also be able to exert pressure in the Himalayas. So which he calls as the double side squeeze, which will be caused by Taiwan. And also at the same time, so Taiwan has, or Taipei has also expressed its interest in aligning its goals of the NSCC with the other countries, with the goals of the Indo-Pacific region of other countries, especially the goal of a free and open Indo-Pacific, which is based on a rules-based order. So propose that Taiwan can be an unofficial part of India's necklace of diamonds plan. So the first coined by foreign Secretary Lalitha Martin back in 2011 as a counter to China's Singapore plan strategy, which involves infecting India through bases to basically countries like Gwadar, Hambantota, the Babel Manda, and Tiokpu in Myanmar. So India proposed a necklace of diamonds strategy. The next of them entails India entered into partnership agreements with major powers around the Indo-Pacific Ocean, Indo-Pacific such as Australia, Japan, and Oman, to have access to access to these to have access to very limited ports and also and locations such as the Chabahar in the Kunsur in Oman, Sabang in Indonesia, which lies just directly at the state of Malacca, Vietnam, Japan, and also the Assumption Islands in Seychelles and the Coco Islands in Australia. At the same time, the necklace also involves an important role for the Andaman Islands. So, given the overwhelming of the one China policy in Indo-Taipei ties, so India can utilize innovate pathways to foster an unofficial defense cooperation. For instance, in August this month, the attendance of the Catagalan Forum, the Indo-Pacific figure that dialogue by the ex-chief of the Indian Armed Forces had drawn a strong comment from China. So through these, so India can sort of forge an unofficial ties on these. For instance, Indian personnel or ex-personnel and Indian thinkers and sort of committee can go as guest lecturers to Taiwanese national different universities and vice versa under the NSP education exchange program. Similarly, under the Industry Parallel Exchange and the collaboration on science and technology, both Indian institutes like IIT and the Taiwan National Chungshan Institute of Technology, which are involved in different manufacturers and collaborate with each other on these on such projects, such as the development of drones. And also given that semiconductors play an important role in the defense architecture of any country, ranging from satellites to AI to autonomous weapons. So Taiwan's semiconductor expertise, as mentioned earlier, can also be utilized by India in the realm of defense. This unofficial tie between India and Taiwan in the realm of defense can be extended under the shared goals of the Indo-Pacific Ocean initiative to include other countries of the IPO like Japan, Australia, France. So it has been opined by some experts that given India's membership in these Indo-Pacific groups like Quad, India, Japan, Australia, and India, France, Australia, India could use it for position to convince the other members to ensure Taiwan's activity. For instance, so Taiwan can be invited as an observer in the naval exercises such as the Malabar, the Jindai, the things like. Or Taiwan can be a participant in the non-military exercises, such as the so, I mean, in the unofficial, I mean, in the non-military exercises, such as rescue operations. So at the same time, the beginning of Indo-Taiwanese unofficial partnership, defense partnership, would also provide a boost for India to utilize the advantage offered by the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So lying between the 10 degrees channel, 10 degrees, 10 degrees channel and the channel, and also lying close to Strait of Malacca. So the Andaman and Nicobar Island can be used as a launchpad for India to conduct naval operations or of navigation operations in South China. Given this value, so India has started the first Andaman and Nicobar price of service command back in 2001. So, but given issues such as the conflict, I mean the armed forces of one sector has conflict inside them. So, but as for the views of Soviet thinkers like Admiral Prakash and Rear Admiral Menon, so it is time for India to sort of utilize the idea of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. At the same time, the movies of other countries like US and Japan should also be used to allow to access the port there and conduct joint freedom navigation operations. So, given the factors like this, geographic distance and the trade, especially with China and the China policies, so India excels. Thank you.
As a rule, remember, doing presentations around the world, all of you will, I'm sure, to come. Actually, all of you. 15 minutes means 5 slides. 15 minutes means 5 slides with 4 bullets each. We want a map slide with accurate as a support. But time is a very, very important factor. You can't, I attend 3 seminars every day back. You can't have a situation where you are asked to speak for 20 minutes and you come prepared for 90 slides. But you can't do that. That is bullying to tables. I don't accept it ever, and then I have to oppose this restriction. I have no one put. But I make note of the timings of our place. You done a very good presentation. And covered a lot of ground. But it's very, very good. And what great. It's India, Taiwan, economic policy, it's a lot more. So much can happen, especially on rare earth, things like that. And also, you mentioned a very important issue of our defense and the succession of the seminar, the Senegal seminar by the city former chief. So I call it India's gray zone warfare against them. It's very, very good. We needed to do it much earlier. I'm sure a lot of people will be Global Times and National Defense of Canada will be wondering what the hell is the Indians doing here? These former chiefs of what we come. I think you should send these former chiefs to go that also next time. You keep doing these kind of funny awkward things to make them to pay. Psychological warfare is one of the strong points in India. So that's what we are waking up to. What you need to also consider is the United States going to be serious enough to play this to the last fight? Because remember one thing, China's naval power is rising. China is going to be a 700 ship, a 700 platform navy. The Americans have got a huge naval advantage in the war. When there is a asymmetry in overcome in the next couple of years, outside, and the Americans don't play ball the same way or not. Are they willing to help others develop navies the same way or not? That's something we're looking at in a more serious way. I think we leave the question out so many more things. But thank you. That was a very, very good presentation and very, very on third speaker. Something I'm not doesn't hear about Bimstecs. But remember, India is promoting Bimstecs in a very big way. As an alternative to HCA. Because India, the dominance is by China and Russia. I'm not really Russia, I'm not this is the Chinese origin multilateral initiative, where we get very little elbow room to play around. So I think this is a very important subject on which we need to play a lot.
Research paper before this esteemed country.
I'm sorry, I did not introduce you. I only mentioned the joint effort by Amidst.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So this, I'm Shilpa. I'm PhD research scholar from Amidst Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies. And the topic that we will be presenting today is locating Bimstecs in India's Indo-Pacific framework. Thank you for this opportunity to present our research data for this esteemed gathering. The presentation will be by main sections, wherein I will be discussing the needs of this paper, and towards the end, I will be discussing the challenges and opportunities that Bimstecs entails for India, and will be concluding it. Sorry, sir. Thank you so much. Move on. The foreign policy offer, and its alignment with the shared understanding of the international, which are now to understand the strategy well path. Some primary people that are starting here. First, a shift from a bipolar to a uniform, and then innovative multipolar. One of the major shifts in present global affairs has been the shift from a bipolar world to a unipolar after the collapse of the USSR, that means saying Cold War. This research is the foundation of the United States at the end of the 20th century, but this unipolarity of US is short-lived till the turn of the century, as it brought with it a rise of middle class. But China, India, Germany, Australia, most of the world, but it's not in multipolarity. Second, we see a shift from a Europe-centric world order to an Asian-centered world. The world today is substantially different from what it was at the turn of the 21st century. In fact, the economy is Europe century that from the year 1820, the largest economies in the world were Asian. From 1820 and the rise of the West, however, today Asian civilization like China and India were dominated and but the 21st century will see the return of Asia to the center of the world. But this was also resonated with recent opening remarks, activities, ASEAN India Summit in Jakarta, this month itself, when the EAT paper, the Republic of India, stating that the 21st century is in person, it is our place. Furthermore, we also see the rise of Indo-Pacific as a construct and rising geostrategic position. Although it was called Hakaka, who was predicted to come to the stage of the Pacific in 1920, but in more recent times, in Brazil, following the Swedish Empire, then Transnistria of Japan, into others, the Indian colony in 2007, in which he said, we are now at a juncture at which the conflict is starting. The present understanding from Indian standpoint can be comprehended by market. The inflation of the Australia president said in India, where states, independent is both contemporary description of Islamic value, because of the nations that cannot be chosen in the benefit of the states, even if they that the states with the money. Because implication is often not so bad to them. Third, we see the writer of Amidst, agricultural doing things of time. India is emphasizing regional connectivity and into Southeast Asia in a way that has never been done before as a response to advantage. China was made in that region. The small domestic companies, the regional markets of India have a potential check on the rising activity China, India, and other regions serving China. Lastly, let's start with it. The fact has always been we can say non-functional as a result of several obstacles. But one of the biggest problems has always been the tensions and disagreements between India and Pakistan. Consequently, relatively the intra-regional flow of commerce, capital, and employment in South Asia companies it makes it least integrated region team. In fact, restructuring sufficiently is important. Take the submission at the side of flip end, which means when more decided and start, and invited two state leaders to the big state complete summit. While these were some of the principles of given them to the ranking of the paper, the paper aims to analyze the significant contribution as a reason organization in the context of India's interpretation, particularly in light of the country's global foreign policy, the present policy. Next is the evolution of games. Evolution of games. Basic transport development was initiated from multiple things like animal sources, including organizations, comprising 7 member states, 5 in South Asia, the current program is India, Nepal, and Bangladesh, 19 in South Asia. It consists countries around the way of the world, which is an integral part of it. Now, when we can't take the in 1997, EISC, Economic Cooperation with earlier Bangladesh, related to that, but the same year in the also friends, and in 2004, which was the land of Nepal, they also it's regularly questions than Pakistan. Now, Wilson has 14 priority areas, which are 7 major sectors, but the priority areas of cooperation include trade and investment, technology, energy, transportation and education, tourism, fisheries, agriculture, cultural cooperation, humanitarian disaster, conflict, people connect, power collaboration, counter-terrorism, and transnational plans, industry, plans. After these, India is a weak country, but the second security, it includes energy, and disaster management, and counter-terrorism. Moving on to the next piece, strategic importance of themselves as a leader. Clearly, 20% of the business of the and as a combined dollars, US from 6 billions. As we said, the staff members, the sufficient speaking quality for Pakistan. Therefore, Brexit is the preferred national regional cooperation countries. Instead, it is preferred. Now, with the exception of Bhutan and India, China has launched a significant effort funds and grants in South and Southeast Asia in the Belt and Road Initiative, which makes brings in exciting the India-China for government. Increasing influence and presence of China, it is important that India uses SpaceX as a platform to counter Chinese investments in South Asia. And to that, it is extremely important for media organization in South Asia. Mostly, it would prefer to exploration, and that means India can counter the increasing presence of China in South Asia. Next part of the presentation is the potential data of synergy and collaboration to create complex and brainstorm, or in short, we will say, where does it fit? Now, the key significant challenges of India, they are connected by social because Myanmar and Thailand, with economic services, the country environment, the work environment, whereas Bhutan and Nepal, because of funding services. Which makes it the only forum that brings India's specific priorities, North, East, and South under one single organization. Since they connect both South Asia and Southeast Asia, therefore, it acts as a natural platform to prioritize India's foreign policy and neighborhood first, second, the act, and the third, because it's the best. This cultural and China are not the members of the guest, therefore, geopolitical concerns are also evident. For India, this is the center that is free, open, and inclusive meetings. And the Bay of Bengal will serve as an example and as an instance of India's adherence to peaceful resolution rather than disputes. For instance, in a 4-decade-long dispute between India and Bangladesh, it went to 24 December 19,467 square kilometers, that is 4/5 of the total disputed area of 65,602 square kilometers in the Bay of Bengal to Bangladesh. And it was lastly, Wilson could have the economic development of India not recently by meeting with the Southeast Asia, between Myanmar and Bangladesh. In December 2022, Congress much further highlight the as the gateway between the two pillars of the state policy. They don't come and so while Akuti discussed the action, the regional concept should be taken as a regional organization, potential areas of synergy and collaboration. I will be discussing the challenges, opportunities, and I will be helping things thereafter. So some of the challenges, and the very first is China's increasing footprint in the Great World, which is of great concern to us. Region is focusing on China will run from China's Yunnan province to Italy for extraction in the European world. Another example of which is the investments to Myanmar for building an airstrip and an aircraft hangar at Myanmar Airport, and also deep sea port at Nang in Western Turkey, which is planned and under construction. Mumbai Port is another example, which is a maritime island located in Sri Lanka. It is constructed by Sri Lankan authorities, but mostly funded by the Exim Bank of China. Since Sri Lankan authorities were unsecure the ports before, which leads to China. We also have examples such as CICT terminal to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh Mumbai Port, which is again worked up by China. Another challenge is inconsistent meetings with the member states. States trying to hold at least every 2 years, but ministerial meetings every year. But for the past 20 years, Ministry was government because only after PMO by 2016. But again, there were no meetings held during the pandemic period. The summit wasn't held, even if it was virtually done, but it wasn't held. So that is a challenge. Again, another challenge is bilateral issues between member states. For instance, we have refugee crisis, we have land border management issues, we have transnational crimes in Bangladesh, India, Myanmar. In fact, after the military coup in Myanmar in 2021, this is again causing a challenge for our trilateral highway, which is planned between India, Myanmar, and Thailand. Some of the other challenges are comprehensive FTA implementation, which is at its weaker states. There is a poor connectivity in the form of infrastructure, energy, textile economy, A lot of potential is still untapped in terms of business cooperation. There's terrorism, transnational crimes, that's drugs, smuggling, trafficking, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Another problem in the Bay of Bengal region. In fact, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, Bay of Bengal is the normally high fishing spot. And last but not least, the marine regulation. While these are some of the challenges, some of the opportunities include first that BIMSTEC is in alignment with the geo-economic and political aspirations of member nations, and BIMSTEC provides digital incentives for member states. For instance, for India, the objectives of BIMSTEC align with the first policy and the Act's policy. For the landlocked countries of Bhutan and Nepal, there is greater integration with BIMSTEC implies that they will have increased opportunities and access to the Bay of Bengal region and the other countries of Southeast Asia. It also opens the great maritime hub of Sri Lanka, which is already a developed maritime hub in the Indo-Pacific. Another opportunity is for Thailand and Myanmar because it connects these two countries with South Asia and it also helps them to enable the balancing their involvement with region. So another opportunity is that Bengal is a major shipping market. It is a huge market. And we already take it 22% of global population. The site here, and India increasingly against that can actually position India as a viable alternative against China in terms of security provider and driver ability. There are a lot of connectivity projects also. For example, we have Kalagram multimodal project. We have Asian pilots and highway, which links India, Thailand to Myanmar. We have Bangladesh, Bhutan, and then potential systems for single flow, passenger, and cargo traffic. Other than that, recently Thailand took a step from Sri Lanka, and it is designated to be a new leader for connectivity. Thailand initiated a scheme for this. We finally had to connect the connectivities which aims to link Sri Lanka through a network of roads running from Thailand, Bangladesh, India, and Sri Lanka, which again creates a way for exploring energy for the master plan of ASEAN connectivity. This is again for this tenure. This is the mean that they are aiming for. Then moving on, considering that BIMSTEC's vision is important for its diversity, its member countries must capitalize on regional synergies and collaborate to maximize the use of available resources. Now, moving on to the last part of my presentation would be the conclusion and some of the findings of the research. Very first thing that we need to know here that the convergence between objectives of BIMSTEC and the policy between India such as Act's policy, neighborhood first policy. We also need to understand that since all BIMSTEC member states are a part of Indo-Pacific too, so therefore it provides India an opportunity to align its foreign policy priorities and work towards fulfillment of national objectives. We should also go forward with better connectivity as it would mean a lot of things for India. Firstly, linking India with Southeast Asia is extremely important, especially since the rise of China as a major regional player and China's increasing presence in South Asia and Southeast Asia, especially in the Indo-Pacific. BIMSTEC nations, or specifically the Bay of Bengal, can be pushed as an example of free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. More than that, a stronger BIMSTEC would mean India's improved ties to Southeast Asia, which can be used as a counter against rising influence in Thailand region. Another important thing is since BIMSTEC does not have Pakistan as a local country, so therefore smooth functioning BIMSTEC would be stable South Asia and Southeast Asia. Also, without Pakistan, South Asia cannot be stable. So we have to realize it. But if there is an option, we should totally take it. At least we could have a stable Eastern line. Just like Honorable Chair mentioned it, that for Eastern line to work for India, it needs to be stable. A stable Eastern line to meet connection between South and Southeast Asia, which would become trade and cooperation between the regions. Again, other than BIMSTEC prosperity in the Indo-Pacific, it depends largely on stability of the region, as I already mentioned. So we have to put in our neighborhood first policy, Act's policy, Indo-Pacific policy together with BIMSTEC so that we can actually be effective in the long run. Because as a bridge of making the experiment already something that I've already discussed. Then we have taken recently in the Minsk summit in Colombo, FDA was taken into consideration, but FDA needs to be explored and implemented more of regional trade and investment. Again, other than this, institutional recall should be taken into consideration for FinTech, especially pooling resources, working on our operational capacity. We have a lot of projects lined up for FinTech, but some of the projects have passed their estimated time. Some of projects are still in preparation. For example, we have Kaladan multimodal highway, which is almost done. Today is operationalized, but 110 kilometers of it is there. So again, that is one of the issues, and that is something that needs to be interesting. That's all. And there is lack of sustained flexibility. So for everything to work out, there needs to be a sustained flexibility. Instead, needs to work on increasing its dividend in South Asia to come up as an efficient and effective organization. Lastly, a point or two is that regional integration and institutionalization become very important because most of the countries in the region, they are middle class. So institutionalization and integration, as Article already stated, would provide them with a platform to stable and a prosperous South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Indo-Pacific as a whole. So this was it for our presentation. Thank you and have a great day.
On the region, this is not going up about next week. Not total off enough. And I need to with the hard one in India. I think it's low. I don't get rid of also maybe perhaps we come at the end. Share a little about build fleets. What has happened with build fleet? The Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, China, corridor which was at one side is made by China. Is that still alive? Is that a counter to build state? What is the likelihood of that ever emerging in UK? And I can very brief comment. One of the reasons why some institutions such as UNICEF, like multilateral institutions, organizations which are set up, tend to flounder is because there is a limit to human capability to handle. You see, the State Department in the United States is massive. You see, it's Pentagon. You see the size of the Pentagon which looks after the United States Defense Force. The whole Defense Ministry or Defense Department. Here you have a Ministry of External Affairs in India, which is the size of the US Embassy. You need it if you have to have aspiration to be a big power, from a middle power to a big power. You need a massive expansion of human resources who are capable of that. What are you sitting here from international relations, studying war, studying international relations, political science in any way, are all exponents for this kind of a thing. It should not be just left over even a civil service examination to pick up 20 or 25 very often at the foreign service 25 people. That's about all. If you have to handle multiple issues around the world, what to have people? We are careful of people. And then some steps India will have to work upon, but we have worked on so many other things for develop our a little more than what we are doing. And that it's our strategy in Afghanistan and Afghanistan interests are to move on in relation with India. Afghanistan, as you are aware, was known as what? The graveyard of empire. What? The graveyard of empire. Pakistan is realized now. Pakistan is to call Afghanistan strategic depth. Their strategic depth. Today, 1.5 years or 2 years after the American withdrawal on 31st of August 2021 from Afghanistan, it is Afghanistan which is calling Pakistan its strategic. Right? How things have reversed. So for an insight into this whole situation there and the potential for it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. It's a Mexican title of my research that how the strategy, I think, India's strategy in Afghanistan and Afghanistan in fact in having relation with India. What is the strategy of India in Afghanistan? How do they approach and how did India approach its strategy in Afghanistan? And in fact, what is the interest of Afghanistan for having relation with India? I'm talking about both sides, and at the end, I have made an interview with 20 people in Afghanistan, and I asked them about their perspectives regarding India investments in last 2 decades in Afghanistan. So I hope that I could be able to manage the time greatly. Yes. So next slide. Historical background about relation of India with Afghanistan. As you know better because you're all international relation scholars and students of India with Afghanistan have a historical and cultural relation. So, but when India get its independence in 1947, then India signed the friendship treaty with Afghanistan in 1950. It means the official relation between India and Afghanistan started in 1950. And after that, in 1952, there was a agreement between 2 countries regarding air services. That was the second treaty between Afghanistan and India. I don't want to focus too much on historical because if I focus on historical, I will miss some other parts because due to lack of the time. So, slide number 3. India's strategic key factors to approach Afghanistan. Why Afghanistan is important for India? Number 1, rivalry with Pakistan. So there is a popular proverb in political science that enemy of my enemy is my friend. In fact, it marks in both sides, regarding Afghanistan and regarding India also, because the both countries have rivalry with Pakistan. The reason that the Afghanistan and India has close relation with each other, rivalry with Pakistan. The second reason is economic interest. Central Asia for India is the most important, as I mentioned before. So Afghanistan is called Gate of Central Asia for India. This is the reason that India wants to approach Afghanistan and never want to lose it. Number 3, security factor. Security also a factor or a concern that India want to approach Afghanistan, because in 1990s, when Afghanistan was witness of a civil war and also war with Soviet Union, there was some security challenge in Kashmir. So, but after 2001, when United States of America started war against terrorism, the Kashmir situation was a little bit better in compared before. So security factor is one of the biggest factor between Afghanistan and India that India wants to approach in Afghanistan, and in last 2 decades they have very good relation with each other. How did India follow its strategy in Afghanistan? Actually, after 1950 up to 2021, around 70 years, India and Afghanistan have a good relations. The relation had two turning points. One from 1996 up to 2001, that the Taliban were dominant in Afghanistan. The relation between India and Afghanistan was completely in struggle. And that was the darkest days, that was the darkest years of relation between India and Afghanistan. And the best era of India and Afghanistan relations is from 2001 up to 2021, around 2 decades. In around 2 decades, India followed its interest and its strategy in Afghanistan in a very proper way, as I said. Because India worked and India followed the public opinion in Afghanistan, and India was the only honest partner of Afghanistan's government that never wanted to tie relation, never wanted to get relation with the opposite group of Afghanistan government, as other partners of Afghanistan did, like United States, like Iran, like Pakistan, Russia, China. They all got tight and open relation with Taliban that was the opposite of Republic of Afghanistan. But India was the only partner that never tried to get relation with opposite group of Republic of Afghanistan. Because India was the honest partner for Afghanistan, and India tried to target the public opinion of Afghanistan people, as I will review in my interview. So, next slide. Like wonderful. So, Afghanistan interest. What is the interest of Afghanistan for having relation with India? Number one, India is honest partner in state building and nation building process of Afghanistan. Nowadays, you know that Afghanistan is passing its darkest days of history, its darkest years of its history. Afghanistan need a state building process, a nation building process that it should be started as soon as possible. People believe that United States of America came in Afghanistan and wanted to start and wanted to implement state building and nation building in Afghanistan, but at the end we understood that United States was not coming. So Afghanistan needs for such a process to get a good and strong and stable government and state. So for implementing state building and nation building process in Afghanistan, India can be a reliable partner for Afghanistan. Number two, India can help Afghanistan to become self-sufficient. One of the reasons that I wanted to mention why Afghanistan is in a current situation today, but due to lack of the time, I cannot do that. But India is experiencing dark days, and the reason is like very much deep. We should go through history. But I can say one of the reasons that Afghanistan passing its darkest years because Afghanistan is not self-sufficient in economic basis or in economic fields. So India can help Afghanistan to become self-sufficient in economy because in last 20 years, Afghanistan was completely dependent into the Pakistan, and India helped Afghanistan to stand on its own feet. But unfortunately, the efforts did not work. Number three, India can help Afghanistan in ensuring peace and security. As I mentioned before, that peace and security is the concern of both countries, Afghanistan and India. Whenever the situation in Afghanistan is not good regarding security, it affects on Kashmir and Jammu automatically. So India wants that Afghanistan should have peace and security. This is the concern for both countries. And number four, economic interest and capacity building. In last 20 years, India helped Afghanistan too much about economic interest and capacity building. That looks like. How India helped Afghanistan in last 2 decades. India has invested more than $3 billion in last 20 years in Afghanistan, from 2001 up to 2021. India signed 23 agreements with Afghanistan, and most of them were about economic and capacity building. More than 60,000 Afghan students completed their degree and returned back to Afghanistan, and they have good job in Afghanistan. More than 10,000 Afghan students were in India when Taliban seized the power in 2021. And over 10,000 civil training for short courses. I spoke with the third that military Afghan forces came in India, and they had short courses training in Afghanistan as well. So these were the ways that India could target the public opinion in Afghanistan, and right now the public opinion of Afghanistan is completely pricing India. So the next slide. Afghan people perspective regarding India. I made an interview with 20 Afghan people that what do they think about India. But right now they are in Afghanistan. They have never visited India, and they have never have not been involved in any projects that India has implemented in Afghanistan. So I asked 6 questions from them that what do you think about India as a regional partner in Afghanistan? How do you evaluate India investment in last 7 years of republic in Afghanistan? And which Indian project completed or not are you familiar with? And if you are familiar, how do you evaluate it? Fourth question, how do you evaluate India presence in future? And do you agree India and Taliban political interaction or they should get relation? And the sixth question is, as an Afghanistan citizen, which country do you prefer having relation with? I got them 4 options, and next slide. So you will review the Afghan perspective regarding India. So, touring of the countries, I got them 4 choices: that China, Iran, India, and Pakistan. They were too much involved in Afghanistan in last 2 years. Which one do you prefer for having relation with as an Afghanistan citizen? So, tour of China is C, Iran is R, India is I, and is Pakistan. And this is all the projects that India has implemented in Afghanistan in last 2 years. All the projects that people have said without my mentioning. Project Salmadam is, Chabahar Port C, Indira Gandhi Children's Hospitals I, and fire alignment in Afghanistan P, F Afghanistan National Flag, humanitarian aid P, Topi project B, N COVID-19 vaccine, and SC scholarships that India were granting annually. Thousands of scholarship, qualified scholarship for Afghan students. So, last slide. No, I mean, no, I have a short, not last slide. Yeah. So these are the 20 people that they have said their perspective for me about India. Number 1, Mokhtar. Name. Question number 1. Question number 2. Question number 3, 4, 5, 6. So in the first row there are their names. For example, Mokhtar. I have said that how do you see India as a regional country for Afghanistan. He told me lovely and many other things that just I cannot write all of them. So he says that India is the lovely country that came in Afghanistan, and especially he talked about Indian music, but at the end I will say. So, about question number 2, which is India was better in last 12 years in Afghanistan. Yes, yes, sir. So, if I would do this, the time will not much. So, we can go to the next one. Yeah. Yes. So I will see some narrative of when people regarding India, but they have later visited India. For example, one slide after. Yeah. This. A guy from Afghanistan, he was my friend, his name is Rahimullah, who says that Afghan people know about India and Indian culture without any studying or coming to India. It shows how much relation these two nations have. Second person Osmond. This is nation to nation relation, not government. The governments will change, but relation among people will be stable. And the third person, John said, historical, economic, and social relations between two countries. And Nadim has said, Nadim, one of the, I can say Taliban soldier, but right now he is not soldier, he is really working in government. Around that conspiracy in Afghanistan, Pakistan interfered, China is honest, but not 100%. What about India? I really like its honesty about Afghanistan and manhood of its promise. Manhood of its promise, because India has promised this Republic of Afghanistan as a friendship and never try to get relation with opposite groups of Afghanistan. And the last Afghan is she has said that I want one day if I come to India, I want to meet Tulsi. So Tulsi is there was an Indian series in Afghanistan. I don't know about that, but she said one day if I visit India one day, I will visit here. It shows how much she knows about India. So, when I interviewed with Afghan people regarding India relation with Taliban, so I came into 3 conclusions. That's as a suggestion I can say. Number 1, India should wait at least for 1 or 2 years. Still, we don't believe Taliban because they promised too much for Afghan people while intra-Afghan attacks were going on, but they didn't implement it. When I was asking from Afghan that what do you think about relation between India and Taliban? Should India get political faction with Taliban or no? So there 10 people said that India still should wait because during the intra-Afghan attacks, Taliban promised for Afghan people too much about women education, but when they seek the power, they banned women education in Afghanistan. It was their only concern. Number 2, India will never lose its investment and position in Afghanistan. After Taliban came to power, Indian government was concerned about losing its investments and position in Afghanistan. When I asked about this with Afghan, they told me that India will never lose its investment and position in Afghanistan. So, because the relation between Afghanistan and India is not only political, now it's nation-to-nation relation. Usually they were talking, emphasizing on nation-to-nation relation. So, number 3, the best part of us young people perspective about India is that we believe India is never involved in conspiracy meetings against the people and never has interfered in internal affairs of Afghanistan. What Pakistan and Iran did most of the time. So, which were three suggestions that I will interview Afghan people. So, thanks for me.
Thank you, Vijay. That was very nice. Long work done by you. I'm glad you got such a positive impression about India. It would also be very good to outline some of the top projects that India has actually launched in this area. The parliament building, for example, in Kabul, or the very famous highway, couple of highways which the Indian Border Roads Organization has constructed, many of the dams that we have constructed there, at the cost of many casualties that we have suffered at the hands of the Taliban. Of course, we can have carried on discussing this. Today's situation is very different. One thing the audience, the people who are looking at all these areas, need to just remember, the United States or anyone from the West is not going to come back in a hurry to Afghanistan in the next 50 years. This area is on its own at the moment, and it is for us to develop our influence there. The Taliban may just consider cooperation with India in its strategic interest. If that happens, then definitely Pakistan had better start looking in that direction too. It always helps us to make sure that the strategic that Pakistan considers is never provided to it in Afghanistan. We come to the end, because we can have 5 minutes of questions. If there are any questions from anyone, and I just have a very good presentation out here. People have 3 hands here, so I'll take those 3 hands. Starting with Lady over there.
And my question is, how is the Afghanistan only currently planning for 15 we can see Canada is looking more than Afghanistan. 85,000 military. That
Without shaping my perspective also, that India was with pharmaceuticals for Afghan people, for Afghan people, Afghan population overseas. But about China, Pakistan, they try to dislodge the Taliban. At the same time, they have a relation with Taliban and Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. That's why they speak out about that if we have any democratic government in Afghanistan, absolutely, India will have a big position in Afghanistan. But about the Taliban, I think the Taliban will work with China, will with India. Absolutely, they will work with India as well, but they will work with China too. Because China was the first country that had political interaction with Taliban. And nowadays, there are a lot of agreement and treaty between China and Islamic Republic of Afghanistan about mine extracting. So it shows that Taliban has learned to work with Chinese more deeply.
I think that the response has been a good response. But remember the fact, there is a huge problem that exists in Xinjiang. The handling of the 18 million Uyghurs by China is not something that the Islamic world is just turning a blind eye to it. Nothing at the moment. Afghanistan, the Taliban, if it wishes to take on the leadership, it's got aspirations of taking on leadership of the Islamic world. If it is looking at that, it better start spurning what China is offering it at the moment. At the moment, they're only looking for material goods from them. They're looking for contracts for minerals and things like that. But when it comes down to ideology tomorrow, no one is going to be able to justify it. The Saudis have been able to live with it, primarily because of Saudi oil. Nothing else.
नंबर वाला देना ही नहीं चाहता मैं इम्पोर्टेंट में या नंबर वाला क्वेश्चन नंबर वाला तो देना ही नहीं चाहता शुरू बोल रहा हूँ मीटिंग बोल रहा हूँ हम नहीं करा होगा
And sir, in that interview, he said that looking at the current international standing of Pakistan and the figures of CPEC, the newly established special investment facilitation councils by the Pakistani armies, it seems to be a fight wheel. So I wanted to know your perspective on this. Do you think that General Abdul Ghani can satisfactorily Pakistan economy, restructure the economy in a better way?
General Abdul Ghani does not know how to spell economy. I can assure you this. This is not the spelling of economics. So far, you haven't seen the personality of General Abdul Ghani at all. All you've seen so far is under his command, Korma was stolen from the refrigerator of the GOC 44 in Lahore. That is his capability which he has expressed so far. Abdul Ghani will emerge in the future, depending on how the strategic situation, how the political situation in Pakistan emanates. But a nation which can turn and turn down a World Bank economist such as Asif Mia on the basis that he is a Qadiani or an Ahmadiyya and therefore she cannot be entertained in Pakistan, that nation can never have its economy revived. It will take years for Pakistan. They neither have the education, they don't have the will, they don't have the political environment, nothing at all to be able to allow this to happen. I see Pakistan in a major problem in the years to come.
Yes, another question, not related to perspective. So a few years ago, Pentagon actually published a report on how the climate change will actually damage the capabilities of American armed forces and military abilities. And so since you happen to be on the board of the National Disaster Management Authority, how do you think that climate change will impact the capabilities of the environment? What is the government going to tackle the problems that the European Union
That's a subject by itself. I will reserve my comment for a future session sometime. Yesterday only we had the foundation day of the National Disaster Management Authority when I was speaking on this virtual subject itself. But let me tell you, we are far better off today than we were 30 years ago in terms of challenging climate change and challenging disasters. We've got structures in place today. But what you've seen happening in Himachal Pradesh, what you've seen happening in Uttarakhand, of course, dismays everyone. Because whatever the resources the government puts up is too little to meet a challenge which is as monumental as that. But take heart from one simple thing. In the Orissa cyclone of 1999, we had 10,000 plus fatalities. Similar intensity cyclone Biparjoy in the Gujarat coast this year, who had 0 fatalities. Why? We could put out 32 million messages of early warning to the people of that area and deploy the NDRF and all of the paramilitary forces well in time. Because of one of the world's most robust early warning systems, which has been set up by the NDRF. So lots of things like this are happening. And we need to recognize the positivity in the environment too, but at the same time, I'm fully aware of this.
How would you translate?
इस सब कुछ पीछे भाग रहे
Good morning, sir. So my name is Shikti and I have some questions. The first is for you. I think first 40. So today the world is divided into two blocks, the Western bloc and the Russian or Chinese bloc. As you said, strategic neighborhood is more broader concept than we think. My question is that India and the Middle East Europe corridor is called as building steel building corridor as well as economic corridor at the same time. And we have isolated Iran in it. The necklace of diamonds is India response to string of posed by China, and it also includes the Iran Sabah port, which you have missed this point. Anurag, sir, you have missed this point. So, and Sabah port mission has failed, and we don't see any progress in Sabah port, and this is necklace of diamonds to have. So, what are your views in that? Don't you think it will left Iran and it will left Iran as in more isolation and tilting towards Russia and China?
Mr. Anurag Khan has deferred the question to me. Yes, let you answer it. So and then I'll answer it then. It's a good question. The question is very well put together. As far as the India, Middle East, Europe trade corridor is concerned, it's still too premature. It's a thought process that has been put across in the G20. A lot is being written about it at the moment, but I don't think yet we have come to a solidified kind of a structure on which this is going to be based. It's a huge counter to the Belt and Road Initiative. The United States will also be very much a part of it, right? And India's interests in the Middle East will be entirely looked after. Also, the countering of Chinese influence in Saudi Arabia, Iran, particularly after the entry into this Saudi-Iran rift and their ability to get them together, that has somehow created a lot of, positivity for the Chinese. That influence hopefully will be able to counter the Saudi. This we will only see as it evolves more. It's a question on Jawahar. I don't think we've seen the last of Jawahar. Our relationship with Iran remains in a bit of doldrums because the Americans don't see eye to eye. And we have to maintain our strategic autonomy. Our interest is that we maintained our interest in the case of Ukraine, we maintained our interest by being completely neutral in the war. Similarly, we will have to do this with Iran because Chabahar gives us access to Central Asia, it gives us access to the North Corridor, and it gives us access to Iran itself. So it's a very, very important port. I think some developments have taken place. India has put about $80 million, which we are going to invest in Chabahar. The Chinese are equally important there. So it's going to be a very stiff competition. But I hope ultimately we will have some control. The Chinese are investing $400 million worth in energy purchases from Iran for 25 years. So that is going to be a very, very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this enlightening session on the dynamics and impact of India's strategic neighborhood to a close, I want to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers and the Chair, Lieutenant General Hussain, for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise. Your contributions have provided us with a deeper understanding of India's journey on a global scale. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to our engaged audience for your active participation, thoughtful questions, and unwavering curiosity. It is your enthusiasm that makes events like these truly effective. Remember that what we learn here today is not just an academic exercise, it is an essential step towards comprehending the world we live in today. Let us carry with us the knowledge and perspectives we have gained, fostering a deeper appreciation for the complexities of international relations. Thank you for your participation. Now, representatives of state building institutions, students representing the auditing again after the people. Thank you.
Today, we set sail on a journey through India's foreign policy in a multipolar world order, where nations converge, interests intersect, and the future of global geopolitics unfolds. In this intricate diplomatic landscape, India emerges as a major player, shaping the contours of regional stability and its vision for a multipolar world order. Our event will delve into India's role in this dynamic arena, exploring its evolving partnerships, diplomatic strategies, and contributions to a multipolar order. Our distinguished speakers are poised to shed light on India's vital role in shaping the future of our interconnected world in this multipolar era. So, without further ado, let us embark on this enlightening exploration of India's foreign policy in the multipolar world order. I, Anushka Avasthi, is immensely honored to host this technical session alongside Ekashmi Gaur. Our esteemed panelists are ready to share their insights, and I encourage you all to actively engage in this enlightening discussion.
Now, it is our privilege to introduce our keynote speaker and chair for this session, a distinguished individual whose expertise in this field is unparalleled, Mr. Manish Chand. Mr. Manish Chand is the founder CEO of India Rights Network, a well known media publishing organization, and an emerging think tank focused on global affairs. He is also the director of Center for Global India Insights, a think tank and consultancy which focus on India's expanding global engagements. He is also the editor in chief of India and the World, an influential magazine journal focused on international affairs. He has edited several publications and books, including Journeys Across Continents, A New India on the Global Stage, the first of its kind book that maps the first of its kind book that maps the Indian Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's journey to various foreign countries. His articles have been quoted in many scholarly books on foreign policy issues. He has accompanied Indian foreign prime minister on many bilateral and multilateral visits. He has traveled to over 80 countries and has been invited to lead delegations of journalists to different countries. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman to kindly facilitate Mr. Manish Chand.
I would also like to request Dr. Manjari Singh to kindly facilitate Mr. Manish Chand. I would also request Dr. Shreesh Pathak to felicitate Mr. Manish Chand.
Now, I would request our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Manish Chand, to take upon the session.
Good afternoon, friends. First of all, thank you to Amity University for inviting me to this very important conference on foreign affairs and India's place in the world. Vijigshu, I'm told, is a Sanskrit expression that denotes success, achievement, aspiration, and this theme kind of fits in with India's aspiration to play a bigger role on the world stage. So, Dr. Nagalakshmi, Professor Manjri Singh, fellow panelists, friends, let me start my discourse on India's foreign policy in a multipolar world. First of all, you have to understand what we are talking about, which is the meaning of a multipolar world. Since most of you here are students of international affairs, I don't need to amplify this at great length, but essentially what it means is that instead of one pole, which was dominant for many decades after the Cold War, after the end of the World War II, and in the entire Cold War period. So first we had a bipolar world order, which lasted from the end of the World War II to the collapse of the Soviet Union. This was a bipolar world divided, where the sphere of influence was divided between the United States of America and the then USSR. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, we had unipolar moment for more than a decade. At least through the 90s, we can say this was the period of unrestrained ascendance and supremacy of the United States of America. The beginning of the 21st century saw the first stirrings towards multipolarity. One of the defining moments was the holding of the first BRICS summit in Ekaterinburg in 2009. And that formally articulated aspiration for a multipolar world, when the world's 5 major emerging economies got together to form the BRICS. Along with BRICS, you had other groupings like IPSA, for example, around the same time. But let me tell you, make it slightly more interesting, that by questioning this whole idea of a multipolar world, I mean, the topic of the panel discussion is India's foreign policy in a multipolar world. It would seem that it is a given that this is a multipolar world, which it is not. It is actually, one can say it is a process of becoming a multipolar world. It is a world of asymmetric multipolarity, as the term has gained currency. And so it is a process of becoming what we are seeing right now, because the poles are very unequal. When we talk about multiple centers of power, on top of the heap, we have the US, which is a $25 trillion economy and more, and then the United States. So if you look at the distribution of economic power and geopolitical clout, it's very uneven. At the moment, when we look at the world around us, the world order is undergoing rapid metamorphosis and transmutation. The old structures that underpin the world order are increasingly looking archaic, and the new emerging order is yet to acquire concrete shape. In the midst of radical uncertainties, this is a world where, I'm fond of saying, it's so full of uncertainty that the only certainty is uncertainty. That there is really no certainty here. There are no fixities here, that you can take it for granted. It is a world that is changing very rapidly, creating new geopolitical realities and compelling all major power centers to recalibrate their foreign policy posture. But one thing we can say that, safely say, that the post-Cold War's unipolar moment, marked by the supremacy of the US as the sole superpower, has given way to multiple power centers of varying sizes and of varying capabilities. In the third decade of the 21st century, one can identify 5 poles. The US and China, the world's top 2 economies, are undoubtedly the world's wealthiest and most powerful countries. In the second rung, there are middle powers. And among the middle powers, the dominant ones are Russia, India, and the European Union. And more specifically, the G7 countries of the European Union, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy. The second rung of middle pass, in a way, will include all other G20 economies. In a latest report, the United Nations says that India will remain the fastest growing major economy in the world, registering a growth rate of 5.8%, while the world is growing at the rate of 1.9%. Recently, and sometime, India has become the world's fifth largest economy, surpassing the United Kingdom. So now only the United States, China, Japan, and Germany have bigger economies than India. And if we go by latest predictions, India will become the world's third largest economy, latest by 2030. It gives you a sense of transition that is happening. Once we become $5 trillion economy, and that is likely to happen soon, sooner rather than later, a lot of old equations change. So, I mean, looking ahead, when we are talking about the multipolar world, it is not a given to begin with. It is a changing world, and it is shaping up at the moment when we are speaking. So, essentially, let me give you an example, something that happened very recently, which is the G20 summit. Now, the G20 grouping is in a miniature, a sort of multipolar world. You look at G20, comprises the world's top 20 economies, and it includes an emerging equal number of developed and developing countries. So you have major power centers. Between them, they comprise around 60 to 80% of global GDP. So it makes G20 the world's most representative multilateral grouping. And it is also now, how many of you are familiar with the Global South movement that is ongoing? I'm sure most of you must have read about it. And so this is another example that, in India G20 presidency, the Global South has acquired a new salience, a new weight, which is unprecedented. Global South is actually a recreation in some ways, some would say, skeptics would say, of third worldism, of non-alignment period. But it's a different world, and it's a revamped Global South. Global South has more economic weight, more clout, and also an identity of its own. And this is part of G20 summit. In fact, in Delhi, deserves a closer scrutiny, a close examination. But this gives you an idea of various factors at play. So on the one hand, you had, and another important thing, so there is a contest now for the hearts and mind of the Global South. They say that, with India putting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held the Voice of the South Summit early in the G20 presidency in January this year. And since then, it has acquired a critical mass of its own. And this time around in India G20 summit, you have a record number of developing countries being invited, which just shows, underscores the need to expand the canvas and to make the world more multipolar in a sense. What India is doing is India is contesting the current pecking order, which continues to be weighed heavily in favor of the United States and institutions of the West. Now, another important factor that is propelling multipolarity is that although the economic power has been redistributed, you have Asia emerging as a new center of economic gravity, and Indo-Pacific countries are the new locus of global economy and global geopolitics and all that. The global governance architecture, when we are talking about the United Nations Security Council, IMF, the World Bank, all those, the big institutions which make big decisions for the entire world, that remain heavily dominated, that continue to be dominated and bossed around by a handful of countries. And they happen to be Western countries. So again, this makes the world very asymmetric. Whereas India is now a $4 trillion economy. Now you see the inclusion of the African Union in the G20 is a classic example. that after how many years? G20, this was 18th summit. It had taken 18th summit to get African Union inside the G20. Africa, which is home to more than 1 billion people, like India, and with a rising GDP. And this is where some of the world's fastest growing major economies are located. So, this world order, what we are doing, what India's presidency did was to challenge the pecking order. And you see right now, our foreign minister is in New York, where I don't know how many of you are following his speeches and what he's doing, but one of the phrases which is used constantly is a handful of countries are dominating the world system. So, we don't miss an occasion, an opportunity, our prime minister, our foreign minister, to push for reform of the world order, reform of the global governance architecture, and the driving force behind this is multipolarity. Now, one has to understand multipolarity suits India, a rising global power. India is as I said, right now, it's close to $4 trillion economy. And by 2035, $10 trillion economy. There are all kinds of forecasts. But what is important is that apart from economic weight, India has a lot of, soft power, normative weight, What has happened at the G20 summit in Delhi? Again, I'm going back and back because this is a classic. This is in your living memory. Right now, it happened only 2 weeks ago. So, just one thing here. Sorry. So I was talking about that how the G20 is in a miniature, represents the shifting global politics and the shifting centers of power. And another point was that how G20, why multipolarity is important and critical for an aspiring power like India. Because this is the only way, and now what is the real danger for India's strategic interest? Why India is pursuing multipolarity? Because right now, China, the big story is that if China's economy continues to grow, and even at the reduced rate, it will overtake United States very soon, in less than a decade, as the world's largest economy. China's authoritarian system, China also has a neo-imperial aspirations and dreams. What China's President Xi Jinping has called the great Chinese dream, the Belt and Road and all that emanates from the idea of China as a kind of a middle kingdom of the medieval era, going back a few hundred years ago. So China's neo-imperial ambitions are going to come in the way. It is going to sharpen the rivalries across the world, and that poses the biggest threat to India's strategic and diplomatic interest. So India's agenda in multilateral fora and in its international politics is to prevent the domination. Earlier, it used to be to prevent the domination of the US. Now it is to prevent the domination of this, what some would say, a G2 construct, which is often floated, that is US and China. That US and China right now, of course, they are engaged in a fierce rivalry. The tensions between the two superpowers, so to say, are rising, and there is no reconciliation in sight. But suppose these two countries get together, and anything is possible in world politics, then who will be seriously impacted? India. So we have to hedge for all possibilities. Another thing we have to prevent, and that is where our idea of multipolarity will differ from the notion of multipolarity floated by Russia and China. Because Russia and China are ardent proponents of multipolarity, but for their own interest. In BRICS, they use the BRICS platform, and the expansion of BRICS that happened recently was primarily to do that, to take on the West. Their multipolarity is rooted in anti-West posturing. Whereas for India, multipolarity means shaping a more inclusive world order. So we are not promoting these confrontations and antagonisms between rival countries and power blocks. our interest lies in forming an inclusive world order so that one country or a set of countries don't get to call the shots. As simple as that. You know, when Jaishankar is talking about handful of countries, this is what he means. So we have to prevent also the Russia-China axis from becoming dominant. And so what is the way to do it? The topic of today's panel discussion is India's foreign policy in a multipolar world. What are our foreign policy choices in a world which is kind of multipolar right now, but which is going to become more genuinely multipolar in months and years to come? So how India is doing this? India has crafted some mechanisms to navigate this very conflicted world of multipolarity. And one of the ways it has sought to achieve its interest is by strengthening and consolidating plurilateral groupings of emerging powers. Now, which are the plurilateral groupings of emerging powers? Anybody? So that's BRICS. We are talking about groupings. So that's groupings like BRICS, groupings like SCO, groupings like RIC, which is not a grouping really, and SCO IPSA, which is now acquiring, which is set for revival after a long period of dormancy. India, Brazil, South Africa. So when we talk about plurilateral groupings, there are two kinds of plurilateral grouping. One is of emerging powers such as BRICS, IPSA and SCO. And then you have plurilateral groupings of Indo-Pacific, such as Quad and IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. So, you know, in a way, this is a world of, if I may use the word, diplomatic promiscuity. You know, you have, different coalitions, informal and formal, coming together. It's a world where a lot of things are changing, and you align with whoever suits your interest. So somebody may see that, you know, you're ditching that, as we talk in relationships, or you're eyeing that woman or that man, you know. But it is about forging coalitions with like-minded countries to promote your national interest. And so this means that no ideology has become less important. In the Cold War, ideology was the driving force of global geopolitics. Now ideology has become nearly redundant. What is driving is the naked pursuit of national interest, strategic interest. So if at one moment, if it suits India, it will align with the European bloc and not listen to the US. If it suits India, it will allow. Now, this, you see, look at what is this is a very smart juggling act that is going on. Now, you look at, and that is the success of Indian diplomacy, that we have cultivated. India has cultivated robust relations with rival, mutually antagonistic power centers. So, you look at Palestine and Israel, they're like arch rivals. They're sworn enemies. But India is a good friend of both of them. The Arab world, you know, most of it, and Israel, are Iran and Arab world. Iran and the US, rivals again, but we are good friends. India and then US and Russia, they are like at each other's throats most of the time. But in fact, if you go, I remember one week the Prime Minister Modi was in Washington, and very soon he was having an informal summit with President Vladimir Putin, so different power centers. And one of the best example of this is when India's Prime Minister or Foreign Minister goes to the United Nations. And right now, Jaishankar is in New York, Dr. Jaishankar, and you see the kind of number of meetings you have. I don't know how many of you are following. So he is at a meeting of BRICS, he is at a meeting of IPSA, he is a meeting of Quad, he is a meeting of G4, amazing range of across the spectrum engagement. So now the new terminology that is emerging is this, that India as a Vishwa Guru, but more important, India as a Vishwa Mitra. That is a friend of the world. And if it means bringing together, cohabiting with mutually antagonistic countries, so be it. how much time I have? Another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So this is the kind of smart, calibrated diplomacy we are following. And another, apart from plurilateral, we have become very good with trilateral. So there are a number of trilaterals. Can you name some of the trilateral groupings? India, US, Japan, Australia. I mean, think of the number of trilateral. So this is a new way of doing diplomacy, and this is very much a product of multipolar world or multipolarity in international relations. If you go back to the Cold War times, you either aligned with USSR or US. You did not have triangles. You did not have these plurilateral comments. These are all products of the recent churning in global geopolitics. Okay. Now, taking and another way India promotes its a vital strategic and national interest in multipolar world is by forging strategic partnership. Now, strategic partnership, I think, as far as I remember, India has now strategic partnership with at least 15 countries. I mean, some would say that the strategic partnership term itself has been slightly devalued because you seem to be having a strategic partnership with just about every country. At one point, we are only with half a dozen countries, and now we have 15 countries. But that's the call of the time. That Egypt comes to us, Egypt's leader, we want to elevate relations. Now, elevate relations, then you find it elevated to the level of strategic partnership. In Prime Minister Modi went to the United States, it became comprehensive. Something more is there, I'm forgetting, comprehensive strategic partnership. With Russia, it's called privileged and special strategic partnership. So this is a terminology where we use a varying label of emphasis where India feels that its interests are at stake. Now, multipolar world, what is one of the great, not great, but very difficult and challenging foreign policy choice which India made was after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, despite relentless pressure from the United States, Western powers, until this date, India is the only major country that has refused to condemn Russia. Now, the West would obviously target India for having an immoral foreign policy, but the West has been practicing this interest-based foreign policy for so many years. We are waking up to our own national interest, and the countries in the West objected to India buying Russian oil. And you know what Foreign Minister Jaishankar said famously? That the Western countries buy more oil from Russia in one afternoon than India does in an entire month, to expose the hypocrisy of it all. So this is what that we have become more assertive. India has become more upfront about its foreign policy and strategic interest, and has now become more flexible, supple in forging these multiple web of alliances, I would call, a web of relationships. And this is all larger. It is now, what are the driving forces? What is the vision that underpins this India's approach in multipolarity on its foreign policy? I think the overarching objective is to promote India's rise as a major global power. It's based on the simple premise: it's better to have more power than less power. I mean, it's as simple as that. That if you are not powerful, you will get dominated by the more powerful. So why not India as the world's most populous country, India the world's rising economy, India as a country with that matrix of civilizational and cultural values? This is the right moment for India. As this is the time for India, as a famous book title says, and so this is driven by India's ambitions of becoming a global player, and so as to shape a more, what Prime Minister Modi says, a human-centric world, a world which is more focused on development, more focused on achieving better life for its people across the world. And this is another important part, is that this is human-centric when I say we are talking about people-centric foreign policy and this people-centric presidency. Because you see, on one label, and I want to introduce, I don't know how many of you have heard this term, but I think you should take note of it. Because when we talk about geopolitics, we often tend to imagine geopolitics and foreign policy mostly in terms of elite power gains, in terms of strategic choices by the elite, who is dominating who, in terms of the power games. But at the end of the day, if you were to ask me, what is really the importance of foreign policy? Foreign policy is what? Is it something that, like I keep saying, there's nothing foreign about foreign policy. Foreign policy dovetails with the lives of people. It is not, as I said earlier, that as somebody used to say, 90% alcohol and 10% protocol, about Indian diplomacy. It's not just champagne parties, and it's not about elites meeting in world capitals. At the end of the day, it has to make sense to people, right? So this is, and look at India, what a colossal development challenges we still have. For all this talk about becoming a major global player, India is home to what? 400 million poor people. Can you imagine what it means? Please try to imagine. What it means is an entire Europe of poor people, an entire Europe of illiterates. Look at our infrastructure. We are improving, but there is still a long way to go. So, what should our foreign policy be doing? Our foreign policy, India's foreign policy, cannot afford the luxury of geostrategic narrow power games. It has to harness the widest possible partnerships. If somebody is good with technology, Israel is good. US is, of course, the home of the cutting edge innovation. Europeans, we have to align with them. People who have funds, so let's go to Saudi Arabia. Canada, with whom we are having troubled relations now, Canadian pension funds have invested majorly in our infrastructure. Now, at the back of the mind, it is quite clear that these two countries cannot afford to sulk for long. We also get large quantity, million of tons of dal from Canada. So, if this tension does not subside, expect to get dal more expensive. And to your moms to crib about it, dal is becoming more expensive. So the world is getting intertwined, and for countries like India, an emerging power, yes, but with colossal developmental challenges. It has to have a nimble, smart foreign policy of multi-alignment. So now I come back to multipolarity. Our posture is that of multi-alignment, that we don't align with any specific. On some issues, we will confront the United States, which has emerged as India's closest strategic partner. We did not agree with the United States on Russia, for example. We followed our own way. And there are so many examples like that. We did not agree with the United States on Iran. At the height of Western pressure, India refused to downgrade and curtail its ties with Tehran. Curtail, he had no choice, because oil and oil depends on sanctions. But so this strategic autonomy, another fashionable word, is and the dominant vocabulary is India's way. What in that famous book? How many of you read Dr. Jaishankar's book, The India Way? Not many. So I would encourage you to read that. And that gives you really a great insight into because when we are talking about this policy of multi-alignment, actually, of course, these trends were going on for some time, but it became more pronounced in the last 10 years of the Modi government, because the world got changed. Not that I'm holding any advocacy, I'm doing any advocacy for the Modi government, but the world changed, India changed. And yes, a lot of credit goes to the leadership. We are no longer, from being a naysayer, at one point, India had the reputation of being a naysayer. People thought, oh, India, it is very good at argumentative India, but we can't get the business done. You know what I mean? And now India is indispensable. Is India indispensable, what I call it. So, as I said, that India is an aspiring country with colossal development needs, with a huge potential, has to pursue development-focused diplomacy. That is across the spectrum diplomacy. It cannot afford to get drawn into the politics of power block. This will affect development, this thing. India will emerge, and it is already, will focus more and more on consolidating the global south. Because for long, the global south has been on the margins. Those on the margins now must come to the center. The voice of Africa, for example, cannot remain suppressed for long. It has to find. You look at the United Nations Security Council. So, to shape a world order which is more congenial to India and that of developing countries, you need to create a more equitable world. You create a world of more opportunity, and also to identify the forces that are standing in the way and the countries. So you see, which is the one country that is holding up the process of the United Nations Security Council reforms? Anyone? We know it. I mean, it's one of the world's worst kept secrets. But that's what it is. So we have to constantly wage a diplomatic. Our diplomacy has to be relentlessly proactive. Relentlessly, we have to be, because if we slip into complacency, the consequences are serious. So today is a world where diplomacy is actually 24/7. You cannot afford to nap. You cannot afford to take it easy. You need a new generation of nimble diplomats who can think on their feet, who are committed to the rise of India, the leadership, and to create a world that is more conducive. At the end of the day, foreign policy is to some extent nationalistic. Each country, you have to keep the people. I mean, what is India's foreign policy if it does not have the welfare of 1.4 billion Indians at its heart? So that is where it is. And also to create, today India has more respect and admiration across the world. India's stock has gone up. So this is Vishwa Guru, Vishwa Mitra. You see, in pandemic, we distributed medicines to around 150 countries. And the world has not forgotten that. So India's growing capacity is being recognized, and you all are a part of all the students of international relations should focus on some of these topics which I flagged off, which is how to shape a pro-people policy, a pro-India foreign policy, but not just pro-India. As you say, the word that gained currency in India's G20 presidency was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Now it sounds very simple. It's become almost a cliche and a mantra when we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. But what does it mean? The world is one family. And actually, if you think deeply about that, a lot of problems of the world can get solved. Because very often we think in terms of silos. We think in terms of us versus them. If we genuinely regard the whole world as one family, we can solve a lot of problems. And this, in a way, is the way to prosper and thrive in a multipolar world. I can go on and on, but I guess somewhere one must stop. And I hope some of these things may have planted some questions in your mind, some seeds. And I don't know whether it's a question answer session, but if you are, I'll be happy to answer some of them. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your knowledgeable and valuable insights. Now, we also have our presenters over here. It will be my privilege to introduce them. As the first presenter, we have Ms. Pooja from MIT Institute of International Studies, MIT University. She will be presenting on the topic Geostrategic Significance of the Poles, India's three-pronged approach. Next in the row, we have Alethea Paul and Ayushi Atri from MIT Institute of International Studies, MIT University. Their topic is assessing the impact of BRI on India's strategic partnership in Southeast Asia. With this accomplished panel, we are set to delve into this profound discussion. Now, I would kindly request the panelists to present their papers, please. You have one?
Good morning. I'm Pooja from AIIS, and I'll be presenting on the topic geostrategic significance of the poles, India's three-pronged approach. In today's world, nations have left their footprints in almost all the areas known to humans, such as space, atmosphere, oceans, etc. Apart from these, there is another significant domain that we fail to consider most of the time, which is the polar regions. Activities of humans or nations have adverse impacts on these regions and vice versa. In this paper, we will deliberately analyze the initiatives and policies adopted by India in the execution of its polar interests. The polar interests of India can be broadly categorized into scientific, economic, and geopolitical interests. Scientific interests. Globally, India has presented itself as an actor with substantial experience in tackling with the frigid regions, with the help of its scientific establishments. India has established a research station named Himadri in the Arctic and 3 other permanent research stations named Dakshin Gangotri, Maitri, and Bharathi in the Antarctica. India's scientific engagement in the polar regions focuses on 3 main objectives. Firstly, to identify the challenges that arise from the polar regions. From 2030 to 2018, India has invested about $12 million in its Arctic research. Acquiring knowledge about the nature and characteristics of the poles is significant for India to understand the impacts of climate change. Tracking climate change becomes beneficial for India in analyzing its monsoon patterns, determining its sea level, and hence in determining its productivity of the agriculture sector. Scientific research in the poles is also correlated with identifying solutions to the unpredictable challenges of the third pole, or as we call the Himalayas. With the knowledge of experience in the polar regions, India can get a better understanding and become well prepared towards any challenge that arises from the polar region. Secondly, to gain accessibility of resources. The polar regions, as we know, are rich in resources. According to estimates, the Arctic region consists of the largest untapped reserves of hydrocarbons. An estimation of 40% of current global reserves of natural gas, oil, and other major elements like coal, zinc, and silver are present in the Arctic. As one of the fastest growing economies in the world, there has also been a consequential rise in the need of energy resources in India. So therefore, strengthening bilateral and multilateral engagements with the Arctic states can offer India an opportunity to access the Arctic resources. The Arctic also consists of rare earth elements. Rare earth elements are crucial for the development of a wide range of objects, starting from basic electronic devices to high-end military equipments. And thirdly, to use scientific research as a tool of cooperation and collaboration with nations. India's scientific journey over the years has accredited India with the observer status in the Arctic Council. Science and research offer India a platform to unite the nations based on their sole common interest, the environment. Moving on to the economic interest, the economic activities in the Arctic have been accelerated by the growing energy needs of the country. Several private and state-owned enterprises of India have entered into agreements with Russian oil companies like Rosneft, Novatek, and Gazprom. India's economic presence in the Arctic's gas and oil sector is rapidly growing, with the state-run companies investing about $5 billion in various oil projects in the far east of Russia. However, the massive energy potential is not the only economic significance of the Arctic region. The Arctic also encompasses of greater geoeconomic and strategic significance in the current global stage. In 2018, Russia has announced its plan for the development of the Northern Sea Route. The plan focuses on developing an Arctic trade route that takes its course through the Arctic waters and provides connectivity between Europe and Asia. The distance of the Northern Sea Route is just 12,800 kilometers, which is 8,200 kilometers less than the traditional Suez trade route. This implies that the Northern Sea Route can transform into a potential alternative for other maritime trading routes with the development of proper infrastructural facilities. However, the plan has not been completely functional so far due to the major apparent roadblock, the Arctic ice. The polar ice masses and the freezing weather of the Arctic region pose several challenges to the implementation of the Northern Sea Route. According to the study, the rate of global warming has increased 4 times faster than in 2018. With the current trend in climate change, it is expected that Arctic region will become ice-free by 2040. While this is an environmental concern for the rest of the world, for Russia, this is an opportunity to bring its Northern Sea Route into action. Many Asian countries like China and South Korea have already begun to invest in the development of NSR. On the other hand, India had planned to import oil through a new sea route that would connect Vladivostok with Chennai. The newly proposed CVMC, or the Chennai Vladivostok Maritime Corridor, improves the trade connectivity between India and Russia and paves the way for extending India's economic interests in the Arctic. Geopolitical interests. Similar to the geoeconomic interests, countries have also vested geopolitical interests in the Arctic region. Countries have begun to view Arctic as a region of geopolitical strategy more than ever, which has led to the Arctic competition. Over the years, the Arctic has become a platform for great power competition between the major actors, the United States, Russia, and China. Geopolitically, the Arctic can be divided into the Western Arctic, which is near to US and Canada, and the Eastern Arctic, which is near to Europe and Russia. In comparison to both the sides, the Eastern Arctic has been extremely militarized by the Russians. To counter Russia in the region, US reactivated its military fleet in the north. Several military exercises are being conducted by NATO countries. The sudden course of actions of the West to militarize the Western Arctic is being called provocative by the Russians. China is another vital player in the region which cannot be ignored, although it is a non-Arctic state. China's role in the region is relatively premature when compared to the other major powers. Chinese establishments in the Arctic are mostly for dual-use purposes and need not be termed as military establishments necessarily. The Arctic ambitions of China at present are greatly focused on the benefits of the Arctic trade routes. Having discussed the role of major actors, the interest of emerging powers such as India is also relevant in the world context. In a geopolitical sense, we can say that India has been largely involved but does not take an aggressive approach when it comes to the Arctic. In a strategic context, the active participation of India in the polar regions opens the door for many nations of the global south to come forward and display their interest in the Arctic.
2 more minutes.
Okay. In its way forward, it is recommended that India takes a multilateral and multi-stakeholder approach. India should look forward to more energy agreements and diversifying its energy sources instead of being overly reliant on Russia. Particularly, India should also strengthen its strategic interests in the regions. For instance, the Indian Navy, which is ranked the 7th most powerful in the world, can be used as a tool of diplomacy. Moreover, in the near future, India should focus on manufacturing its own polar research vehicles, or the PRVs, with advanced ice breaking capabilities. Coming to the end of the presentation, foreign policy of a nation is not based on what it wants, but what is the need of the heart. Considering this, the change in dimensions of India's interests from being largely scientific to becoming economic and strategic are the need of the heart. The forthcoming journey of India in the polar regions holds immense opportunity for India to display itself as a capable and responsible Vishwamitra. Thank you. Thank you.
All presenters, please note we have exactly 10 minutes. Yeah? Okay. Are you together?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to stand before you all and present our paper titled Assessing the Impact of the BRI on India's Strategic Partnership in Southeast Asia. We agree that there are more actors in the area other than we have covered, but we do not wish to derail from the scope of our paper and the time limit. History has shown that a weak or divided Southeast Asia tends to invite intensive great power competition. Given the strategic uncertainty brought by Chinese rise, Southeast Asia could once again become a theater for a great power politics. Southeast Asia has always been a great dynamic and vital part of India's strategic outlook. Over the years, India has forged meaningful partnership with nations in the region based on shared values, interest, and pursuit of regional stability. However, the emergence of Chinese Belt and Road Initiative or BRI has introduced a new dimension into the geopolitical landscape in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is an important region for India in bringing its vision of Saga, security and growth for all in the region, and also the collective vision of ASEAN countries on the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific. India sees BRI as a way for China to strengthen its control over East Asia, including in the disputed territories of South China Sea and Indo-Pacific. BRI's growing influence in the region has made India's project under Act East policy even more valuable. According to our report, we have categorized these countries based on how they view their relationship with China on the grounds of collaborating with China over the BRI projects. Countries who have strongly benefited from BRI projects are Singapore and Malaysia. Singapore is a global financial center with a robust banking sector. It plays a vital role in funding and supporting projects under BRI. Chinese firms utilize Singapore as a strategic hub for financing and managing investments in BRI ventures across nations. Classified as high-income nation, Singapore does not heavily rely on external financing for its infrastructural development, setting it apart from the other developing Asian nations that benefit from Chinese investments, contributing to the reason why Singapore is not highly dependent on BRI. Other country which is being benefited from this is Malaysia. The two important BRI projects within Malaysia include Malaysia-China Kuantan Industrial Park and the Chinese Railway Rolling Stock Corporation or CRRC. According to a Malaysian official, MCKIP has continued to be a significant economic driver along Malaysia's eastern coastal line, boosting production and generating employment. CRRC has been an overall success as well. These projects play a role in forming the public opinion of Malaysian citizens and add to the popularity of Rising Dragon. Now I'll be continuing with what our paper has covered with the unfavorable outcomes experienced by countries in Southeast Asia. For example, Cambodia. Cambodia is believed to have offshore oil and gas reserves in the Gulf of Thailand. But China's energy security interest has potentially increased the interest there in collaborating with Cambodia on resource exploration and extraction. But the issue here is that the spillover effect is far more concerning. There is growing corruption, there is crime rates, red tapeism, discontentment of the masses, land grabbing, forced evictions, and environmental issues that loom on the Cambodian administration. If we take the case of Indonesia also, Chinese firms, they have invested heavily in Indonesia's resource sector to secure commodities access. But Indonesia, under President Joko Widodo's leadership, there has been a recent influx of the heavy debt that they are facing due to bureaucracy and land clearance issues and environmental regulations. Recently there was a protest in the Rempang eco-city where they were protesting against BRI and the infrastructural companies which were going to relocate them to a different place.
Now, Philippines also, despite the fact that China and Philippines have signed numerous developmental agreements, 15% of the required loans have only been pledged by China. And also, Philippines and China have always been portrayed as hostile due to the South China Sea conflict and perpetual security considerations. But if we look at the example of Vietnam, Vietnam's approach to China's Belt and Road Initiative is characterized by a cautious strategy called as hedging. Now, hedging involves avoiding over reliance on a rising power, balancing cooperation and resistance with that power, and diversifying their relationships with other major global powers. Now, Vietnam is very cautious and is about the dependence on China and the lack of transparency in the BRI projects. And it has been rejecting China's funding for some projects also. And Japan, they're relying more on Japan as a strategic partner, and Japan's infrastructure, they're relying more on Japan's infrastructure investment over BRI. Now I'll be talking about the countries who will soon face the brunt of BRI. For example, Laos. Laos is highly indebted to China as like at $14.5 billion and 89% of the GDP at the end of 2021. And Myanmar's government has also sought to establish relationships with neighboring countries, but because of its political, economical, and social disruption and the issues that the junta and the people are facing there, Myanmar is heavily dependent on China and is burdened with debt. And it may not align with the military's regime in long-term interests. Also, Thailand and China, along with Laos' participation, have implemented projects under BRI, such as China-Thailand Railway Link, CTRL. This project is planned for a trade boost between China and Southeast Asia, but there is still a range of levels of mistrust, whether it is questioning China's intentions or the host nation's domestic policies. And despite substantial prospects provided by China, Thailand continues to diversify its commercial partners in order to lessen its dependence on any one nation. Now she'll be talking about the challenges.
We've also come across certain challenges that India faces in countering BRI in these countries. Firstly, the very apparent economic and infrastructural gaps between India and China. The size of China's GDP as compared to India's is the reason why China is able to invest a large pool of funds in the projects overseas. Secondly, we have cross-border infrastructure plans which have a lot of hindrances. For instance, these projects promote traffic between countries of people, products, and services. All of these need to go through a standard procedure and security check based on rules formulated and agreed upon by the party countries. Simplifying border procedures such as waiving visas could make borders more porous. This will increase smuggling and trafficking. A recent example of rare animals seized by Mizoram police traffic through Myanmar is one of the examples. Third of all, the third challenges we face is asymmetrical benefits of Southeast Asian nations. The high dependency on Southeast Asian countries on China raises a question about the modality of the projects and India's capability in pulling back the countries of this region from facing an enormous debt trap, land acquisition policies, migrant labor influx, and a dwindling economy.
The way forward can be that India should consider solidifying its defense ties because due to sanctions imposed on Russia, that is a primary arms provider for the region, and concerns regarding China's assertiveness, nations along the South China Sea are strengthening their security. India can use this as a tool to increase its influence and cooperation and collaboration in the region. For example, we had supplied a BrahMos missile to Philippines and our INS Kirpan to Vietnam. Also, we can diversify our partners by taking Vietnam as an example and their strategy of hedging. India and Japan can also collaborate in the region because while Prime Minister Kishida, he had conveyed that Japan's intention to enhance security collaboration by facilitating dialogue between Japan Ground Self-Defense Force and Royal Cambodian Army, that India can also do it along with Japan. We can also utilize the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AAGC, which was initiated in 2017. It can be reinvigorated because it emphasizes sustainable development, infrastructure, and connectivity projects in the face of evolving global dynamics and an increasing focus on Indo-Pacific partnerships. In the end, we would like to emphasize on the fact that BRI is a multifaceted phenomenon that is changing Southeast Asia's strategic environment. India must continue to develop its strategic alliances in the Southeast Asian region. It has to promote economic integration and defend the values of transparency and sustainability as a responsible regional participant with shared benefit and inclusivity. Today, India stands at a junction where its assertive leadership comes with responsibility and not with the expectation of reciprocity. Thank you.
Now, we will open the floor for a question and answer session where the audience can engage directly with the experts. If anyone have questions, please raise your hand.
Hello, thank you for the wonderful session. My question is to Mr. Manish Chand. Sir, my question is not exactly related to the topic, but it is extremely relevant given the geopolitical situation. So, sir, yesterday itself we were having a conversation about India's leadership role in the global politics after post G20. But sir, a few days ago, I was reading a book by Mr. Vikram Sood, who happened to be the chief of research and analysis wing. And in that book, he actually talked about narratives and how the West uses its influence, like Hollywood or New York Times or Washington Post, and how they frame narratives to shift global opinion in their perspective, and how that can actually change global outcomes. And he also said that it's time for India to build its own credible and sustainable narrative. And sir, since you happen to be an editor-in-chief of a think tank and you also have a magazine, what do you think India should do to build its own credible and sustainable narrative to become a global leader in the future? Thank you, sir.
So, you this first.
Thanks for your question. I think it's a very perceptive question, the issue of narrative. What we are seeing now in the world today is a form of narrative war. That how different countries and power centers deploy their mass media, think tanks, what I call the intellectual apparatus, to create narratives that suit them. Today we are living in a world where, in the time of Donald Trump used to say that, it's like, what are facts? There are no facts, there are only interpretations. It has become that cynical. That there are no facts, there are only interpretation. Now look at the classical example of this in the ongoing India-Canada spat, India-Canada diplomatic controversy. You have two different narratives. One is saying that, India killed, India was involved in the killing. And then we have a denial. But there is a complete, there is the issue of terrorism has been blanketed out by the Canadian authorities. So by focusing selectively, it's called selective distortion. That is becoming more and more common, and it is deployed all the time. Because in all the wars, if you look at, these are also information wars, they're called. So how does one counter this? I think what we are doing it, and the part, like for example, the magazine which I edit, which we publish, and there are also in India is a democracy, a cacophonous democracy with a very robust, vibrant media landscape, also proliferation of think tank. So countries like China, for example, authoritarian states have greater control over the narrative because they take down orders from the government. In China, for example, you cannot have one word written in their state-sponsored, state-owned media without the concurrence of the government there. So, you will be surprised that when Xi Jinping did not come to India for the G20 summit, the G20 summit, which otherwise is such an important event, it did not find a place on the front page of People's Daily. And instead of that, his visit to some province in China was front page news, So, and often you'll find that Chinese media, for example, would try to run down India. If there's a bridge collapse in India, they would highlight it prominently. So essentially, what it all boils down to, and look at the kind of negative. In fact, it has become an industry. Anti-India commentary and analysis in powerful sections of the Western press. There is New York Times or Washington Post or Foreign Affairs, which is a very influential journal magazine. It has become a habit, to write anti-India articles. A lot of this is also because of their, I don't know, it's like their systematic, irrational prejudice against Prime Minister Modi. A lot of this criticism centers on Hindu nationalism, and these are like formulas, it's like spouted like that. So I think the antidote to that is that our own media landscape. We also need more power. We also need. I think there's for a long time it is felt that we need to have an Indian version of CNN or BBC. We have some of that now, but not on that scale. It is not that powerful. Another important tool is a wire service. You look at Reuters, AP, they have transnational power of the magnitude which we cannot. This thing, what they write circulates, goes to all media outlets, and they are all also partially agenda driven. So agenda driven in the sense that you will find a lot of biased narrative, and then they smuggle in and they sneak in certain expressions with such subtlety that you won't even know that this is an agenda driven narrative they're peddling. So we need to have our own. We have in India, we have the news services, the wire service. We have you know the number of television channels we have, but this is all very vibrantly anarchic. Each one can say whatever they want. So in terms of overall impact, so I think where the solution lies is that, and some of that is already happening, is that a sustained projection of Indian point of view. Because in foreign policy, you don't have a neutral viewpoint. I mean, very often it's a nationalistic narrative that gets played out. And that I gave you the example of India-Canada, a story where facts are no longer sacred, where anything goes kind of commentary is going on, and with dangerous consequences.
One last question. Yes.
So, good afternoon, sir. So, my name is Utkarsh Garg and I am from BA Honors International Relations with Research second year. So, my question to you is that as far as the foreign policy is concerned, we are talking about the global south, the multipolar order. But in recent times, in few days ago, I watched some videos and read something that India is approaching towards its foreign policy just like the way Switzerland approaches. Switzerland also had this similar policies, like when it comes to allies, they come together, but when it comes to national interest, they will not leave any chance to, screw that country to talk about that. Why is this anti-Swiss activities happen? Just like you talked about the Indo-Canadian diplomatic relations getting tense because of this narrative of that Prime Minister Trudeau told about this murder of Khalistani militant called Hardeep Singh Nijjar. So, do you think so? India is pushing towards itself to become the another Switzerland in terms of foreign policy?
Listen, I think this comparison with Switzerland doesn't quite hold. Switzerland is a very different country. It's a small European country which has disproportionate, which gets importance because it is, home to, first of all, it is home to some of the most stunningly beautiful places. The banks, the secret banks, Swiss bank accounts Many of Indians are who hold these secret accounts. It has a reputation for neutrality and all that. So, to compare a country of 1.4 billion people with such a mind-boggling diversity with Switzerland, I don't think it's fair. We have our own foreign policy choices, and essentially all foreign policy is about national interest, really. I mean, you can claim to talk about world peace and you can talk about humanitarian values and all that. That's all very well. But at the end of the day, it is about projecting your national interest and securing your national interest and national interest of the people in democratic regimes or otherwise. All regimes speak in the name of the people. So it is their interest foreign policy seeks to protect. And another thing, very briefly, I want to talk about this, media portrayal and all that. With the earlier question, for example, one has to be very careful with the language. Look at the language being used to describe Hardeep Singh Nijjar, Khalistani. Who's a Khalistani? I mean, you've got to ask that, is there a place to Khalistan? Is something an aspirational thing which some people are by so-called, campaigning for a long time. Who's Hardeep Singh Nijjar? He's a Canadian. He's a Canadian citizen and he's a designated terrorist in our holding. So either he's a Canadian citizen or he's a Canadian terrorist. So to say that he's a Khalistan, it gives him the halo of a martyr. Some sort of, he is fighting for a cause, which in India's eyes is very dubious. And very strangely, Khalistan is found echo outside, not here. So the narratives be watchful. All the students need to very critically examine what you are reading. Take it with a large pinch of salt, to develop your critical thinking. That is important. Yeah. More question? I think it's time for lunch, right?
Yes. We have to start the next session soon, so.
Some other time, we can talk outside.
Any more questions?
As we navigate the complexities of India's foreign policy in the multipolar world order, we arrive at the culmination of this enlightening event. I want to express my sincere appreciation to our esteemed speakers and to the engaging audience. Thank you, everybody, for your thought-provoking questions and active participation. Let us remember that India's foreign policy isn't just about diplomacy, it's about navigating a world where nations collaborate, compete, and cooperate on a global stage. India's contributions to promoting stability, connectivity, and shared values in this complex arena are of great significance.
As we part ways today, let us carry with us the knowledge and inspiration gained here. May we continue to explore and engage with India's foreign policy in the multipolar world order, fostering understanding and collaboration among nations. Thank you for being a part of this event, and as you navigate on your own journeys, may you find smooth seas, cooperative winds, and a shared commitment to a peaceful and prosperous world order. Until we meet again, safe travels and take care. Thank you. The next session will start at 2:15. So please be back before that, and you can proceed for the lunch break now.
We kindly request everybody to take their seats. The session is about to begin.
The only person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change, said Carl Rogers. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Manjot Kaur, and alongside me is Danny Antonio Martin. I heartily welcome you all to this pivotal event where we embark on a deep exploration of India's role in the complex and ever-evolving landscape of global geopolitics. Today, our spotlight shines on a topic of immense significance: India and the Global South. In a world marked by shifting alliances, emerging challenges, and opportunities for cooperation, India stands as a formidable player. Its diplomatic engagements, strategic partnerships, and global influence have the potential to shape the course of international affairs in the 21st century. India has historically played a prominent role in Global South, both as a leader and as a representative of countries in the Southern Hemisphere facing similar challenges and aspirations.
During this event, we will delve into India's significance in the context of Global South. India, as one of the world's most populous and rapidly developing countries, is a key representative of the Global South. India's position in the Global South is characterized by the economic growth, regional influence, and participation in global affairs. Its engagement with the Global South is multifaceted, encompassing economic cooperation, diplomatic efforts, development assistance, and cultural exchange. It reflects India's commitment to solidarity with countries facing similar challenges and its aspiration to be a leader in the Global South's collective development agenda.
Now, it is my privilege to introduce you all to our keynote speaker and chair for the session, a distinguished individual whose expertise in this field is unparalleled. Mr. Atul Aneja is an editor at India Narrative, a news website that impactfully captures a new phase in aspirational India's rise as an influential player on the global stage. He writes on international geopolitical trends, focusing on China, Eurasia, and Indo-Pacific. He has also written business and finance-related articles published on the Hindu Business Line. He has been Associate Editor, China Desk, and West Asia Bureau Chief at the Hindu, where he covered Iraq War from 2003 to 4, Lebanon War 2006, and the Arab uprisings in Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, and Syria. He has also been involved in some challenging assignments in Iran. We are honored to have your presence grace us, sir. I would now request Professor Dr. Naga Lakshmi M. Raman to felicitate our chair, Mr. Atul Aneja. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request our chair, Mr. Atul Aneja, to come and deliver his keynote speech.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here at MIT University. My first visit to the university, quite impressed. Huge campus and vibrant students. The interaction so far has been excellent. Today, I'll be sharing some of my thoughts with you on India and the Global South, a topic which is exceptionally important because of the G20 summit which has just taken place, and where India and the Global South, or just the Global South theme was, I think, the underlying current throughout the G20 summit. I would just give a little bit of a historical background before I come to the main thing, because I think people are more interested in what has happened in the contemporary situation. And if you look at it historically, that is post-independence, it's not that India has not been engaging the Global South, though it is not called the Global South terminologically as it is being done now. But essentially, the developing countries and actually the word third world country was not a pejorative sense. It was used, I think, by Andre Frank, Asian Drama is the name of the book, Andre Gunder Frank, where he mentioned third world as the new world which will come up. But later on, they took out a pejorative kind of a coinage. But essentially, right from the time of India's inception, the concept of non-alignment. Now, that took place in a certain context. That is global South coming in a context of the Cold War, where you had the Soviet Union on one side and the United States on the other, and the camps which were built around them. And India came in as a voice of the poorer countries of the global South, as independent of joining any of the power blocks. So that was the basic, finding a middle ground in between this tight bipolarity. And by doing so, to finding an independent way of looking at things and not through the eyes of either camp. So I think it was a very ambitious sort of a visualization done in the 50s and the 60s. And it also had what we called in India capacity building now. I recall very clearly that my visit to the National Defense Academy, and the first thing that struck me was a Sudan block. I thought this is interesting because this is an academy which came in the late 40s, 47, 40, 48, I think. And you have one block dedicated for Sudan. So which means you're looking beyond yourself at a time when your GDP was not what it is today. You're not the fifth largest economy in the world at that time. And yet you thought of Africa at that time and capacity building in terms of military capacity for Sudanese. And similarly, there were other blocks as it is. So you were looking global at that very time itself, and also inclusive. What we saw in G20 here was bridging the North-South divide, but you were also trying at that time to bridge the divide between the two camps, which was led by the Soviet Union and one by the United States. So this has been it. To cut a long story short, this has something which is not new, which is ingrained to, I would say, Indian psyche, that you don't not only look for your self-interest, you do look for your self-interest. And I agree with the earlier Manish Chand, when you were saying it, but you don't look at only for your self-interest. I mean, you look at your self-interest along with the interests of others. So that makes it a much bigger project, and you stand on a certain moral ground as well, moral high ground as well. But you're more acceptable in promoting your national interest if you don't just look for your interest, but look at collective interests, where you are, of course, as a country, you have to look at your people first. You are at the core. But that was a kind of spirit which was there in the 60s as well. But then I think we moved away from the global South. 56 or 55, 56, Bandung Conference, extremely important, where you have a Afro-Asian conference. You're getting Africa into the fold of the global South in 56 itself, 55 or 56. So, but I think as we grew historically, because of circumstances, the collapse of the Soviet Union was a big blow to that, because we certainly, and frankly, we started drifted away from that kind of neutrality. We were not a Switzerland ever, but you were positively aligned in a way without falling into any particular camp. But that particular kind of a middle ground, I think we lost it because of circumstances, especially because of the war with China we had in 1962, that we had to drift into a particular camp in a way, and not becoming a camp member, but having a greater inclination, because you are building a military capacity after the 62 war, and the Soviet Union came in handy when we needed tanks and we needed heavy weaponry and armor, etc., and ships, building a new navy. And so circumstantially you were driven to a certain thing, but as a result, the global South lost a bit of its relevance, because we were looking, we were in a bad shape at that time, till the time Mrs. Gandhi does this 1974 nuclear test, which takes us to a different level, but yet we do not weaponize. And then we have, frankly, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, is really an inward-looking survivalist kind of a doctrine, where we had to rethink everything what we had done from the 50s and 60s. The 90s was a phase when we were trying to engage into a more market-driven economy. So we had to engage with the West much more than it is. So you have a little bit of swing now coming towards the West post 1990-91. And I think this phase of inward-lookingness stops around 1998 when we have the nuclear tests which took place, which gives you something which we call now strategic autonomy. That you need not be a part, which is quintessentially Indian civilizational idea, that you can't be a part of any particular camp. It comes back to you around 1998, which is a benchmark after the nuclear test, strategic autonomy. And you, again, from that phase of inward lookingness, you're again now getting ready to engage with the rest of the world. It's a different world altogether. It's a time when you call the unipolar era has begun, and the Americans scholar Francis Fukuyama said that collapse of the Soviet Union was really the end of history, and that this is it. This state with US will dominate the entire world will remain a permanent state of affairs. So we were in that kind of a overall overarching kind of a framework we were operating at that time. And we had to ride it, but quintessentially India meant that you can't be just a camp follower of the United States. And this goes to its culmination point, I think 2007, 2008 with the Indo-US nuclear deal, which is signed, which sort of, secures a certain equilibrium with the West. But now, I think after that is another phase which begins. I would jump from 2000 to 2008 to COVID-19. I think that's as big an event in shaping foreign policy as we had earlier, like the collapse of the Soviet Union, because it showed that you are in it together. That if you want to resolve global problems, you can't be following any particular camp, but there is a certain way where the world has to collaborate now, and that is the thinking which comes in. And India 2000, your COVID is the time when you get back to your roots of the spirit of non-alignment, of engaging and looking beyond, especially at the global south. And it begins when India sends its vaccines across the world. I think that is a very important rediscovery of India, I would call it. And then they build upon it. From the vaccine era, vaccine, and then calling India the pharmacy of the world. So you get back into engaging the global south, and really we are into contemporary history making, because January 2023 is another, I would say, a very, very important and a pivotal event when India holds the conference with the global south. So you are formally now, what happened during the COVID phase, you are actually crystallizing it into something which is very, very strongly thematic, which is India and the Global South Summit, which takes place. So now foreign policy is absolutely clear that from 2023 onwards, we are started on the trajectory of Global South. And simultaneously, when in September 2023, when we had not September 2023, sorry, 2022, when we had the Jakarta summit, which is G20 summit, that's a time when India takes over the G20 presidency. And this particular idea, which was born organically through COVID, gets further finer shape. So the 1 year of the presidency was really spent on India and the Global South thematic line, that we would bat for the Global South. And if for that to happen, we needed Africa deeply embedded into the G20 framework, and therefore the fight to get African Union, 55 countries all coming into the G20 fold, 55 Global South countries. So that 1 year of preparation is a very, very interesting and important phase. And apart from getting the Global South, the world is polarized. You have the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which is going on, which threatens to blow up into another Cold War, which it doesn't suit India's interests. So to mitigate that Cold War, India has an engagement with Russia. We are buying oil from them. Yeah, while we're moving closer, the Prime Minister's visit to Washington was a very interesting one, to build the relationship with the United States at a level which is perhaps unprecedented. But we were riding both boats, which is the Russian side. We are going ahead. Energy security was coming from Russia, while tech security would come from the United States. So you're again back to your strategic autonomy defined in 1998 when you did the nuclear test, but now you are confident your GDP will become the fifth largest country economy in the world. So you have the economic heft as well, which you never had during Nehruvian and other times. So this is a new India which is coming up, which is playing the game. Global South comes into it. And we are moving on that trajectory. Now, apart from getting Global South, we are also positioning ourselves as a bridge between the global North and global South. And for that to come through, we had to get this formulation on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which was acceptable to all, which was so difficult when we started the G20 presidency. But finally, we managed to craft a diplomatic language to get everyone on board. So this became actually amplification of the slogan of this G20, which is One Earth, slogan which comes from the COVID-19, that you can't solve problems on your own. So it's one Earth, one family, and so which means give up your living in silos and come together, and one future. So there is no separate future. You can't divide the future now. You have to be collaborative here. So this got amplified at the G20 summit over here. The formulations for the engagement with the global South is done with G20, but now it's like a friend of mine was telling me. It's if you're in a race, for example, a marathon, let's say a 10-kilometer race. And when you are closing into the race, you're coming to the final lane, when you are sprinting and you have 4 or 5 people with you. You've entered that lane before the finish line. But this is the most difficult phase because you're going to have competitors here. The battle for global South, China, you cannot wish it away, will be a player. And all this talk about the possibility of Chinese economic collapse, I don't think that's going to happen. I've lived in China for 6 years. I think they have their own logic and way of doing things. So they will be your competitors. And at some point, I hope collaborators as well. But right now, that's not happening. So it's going to be a tough thing. And if you're going to, let's say now, achieve your ambition for the global South, what does global South want from you? One is capacity building. So you got to give them, your universities have to open, your research organization to open for training some people coming from the global South. Does India have that kind of capacity? It's going to be a challenge. It's going to require money. And for that to happen, you can't just be a $5 trillion economy. I mean, you just have to expand. So the real challenge to walk the talk on global South is also going to be on your economic size, because if you don't have that kind of thing, it is one thing to talk about doing good things, but to actually implement it, you need that financial capacity to do it, and that's the next challenge which is going to come. You're going to have competition coming from the West. I do not think that the West is going to simply allow India to become a little without interventions. And you already see that happening. We were talking this morning about what's happened in Canada, for example. I think it again shows a clear-cut old way of thinking, which is thinking North versus South. Now, you have this group called the Five Eyes, which is the intelligence sharing group of US, Canada, Australia, etc. It's New Zealand. There are 5 countries which share intelligence with each other. Now they think they are all white Anglo-Saxons. And if you see this Niger incident, the Five Eyes have stuck together, irrespective of the arguments which India has given. But interestingly, you see countries which are supporting India, Sri Lanka, faced the LTT problem, and they were being sheltered in Canada. They get to you in your support. You have Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's killers roaming free in Canada. So Bangladesh comes with you. I think Mr. Trudeau's goose is really cooked because he took on this huge Jewish lobby all across the world when he got a Nazi insider into the parliament. And it's a bad image of Zelensky, himself a Jew, clapping a Nazi collaborator. And I think that image, with Justin Trudeau providing the platform for now, I think this is going really bad. So it's interesting that you have the North-South being exposed on the Khalistani track, but there is another track which has joined this flow, which is the Jewish versus rest, and it feeds into memories of the Holocaust and what happened in World War II, etc. So Europe gets impacted big time into it. I think Jaishankar nailed it when he said in the UN General Assembly that the West will not set all the rules anymore. And he was talking in the context of what was happening in Canada, that the global South has come into the party and it has to be accommodated. But the frictions soon after the G20 summit, you can see it very clearly. Jaishankar also makes another point. He says the rest of the world has to accept different cultures, the respect for cultural identity. So if you are a civilization from India, you will eat different, dress differently, think differently. The Chinese will think similarly, a civilizational state will think differently. It is not just multipolar. I think that's the theme of last session was very important. We are in a multipolar era now, and which is in transition. But the poles have come. Now, if you are multipolar, you have to accommodate multipolarity. And if you want to accommodate, then you can't just be, that is, the West can't be defining all the rules of the game. So these are the tensions and ruptures which are going to come. Global India, global South is going to be a part of it. And it's not going to be a smooth sailing. But I think there is a massive opportunity for the rise of India. What happened, our moon mission, etc., has created a certain buzz all across the world that you have sort of arrived. So your image of India has changed. But to put that sentiment into concrete policy and influence is going to take a lot of creativity, ideation, thinking out of the box. And I was talking to ma'am just before this that this is the time for ideation, and that's where I think universities will come into big time. This is a world which is not defined. It's the matrix is not clear. You got to navigate your way. There are opportunities and there are going to be big difficulties. Now, how do you do it in a manner which is acceptable, where your leadership is going to be accepted? You are also having challenges coming at you, and how creative you can be. And the ideas would be foreign policy, it would be education, it would be your military strategy, human HADR, what you call humanitarian resistance, assistance and disaster relief. India reaching out to Turkey, for example. Are we having that capacity? That'll require a lot of ideation and thinking and fresh thinking. And I think it's a fantastic opportunity that we are living at a moment which is a historic turning point. Uncharted territory. It's like unscripted drama. If you watch a cricket match, a 50-over match, you're into 30 overs. You don't know what the next 20 overs is going to be. That's the stage we are in. We don't know how it is, but we can shape it. I'd leave it at that. And thank you so much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, on to our presenters. Our first presenter will be joining us online, Ms. Asta Agarwal from the West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences. She will be presenting on the topic Multilateralism in the 20th Century, recapitulating India's role in the United Nations reforms. Our second presenters, Ms. Vishnu Gayatri and Dr. Muhammad Nuruddin, who both of them will be joining us online. From the Kumaraguru College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Their presentation will be on the topic delineating India's defense aspirations in the global south by contrasting the defense manufacturing and export. Presenter 3, Mr. Bhanu Viswas from our own Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. He will be enlightening us on the topic Bharat's bilateral tensions with China and his approach in the multipolar world. Our final presenter, Ms. Shubhdayani R. Jandev from Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. Her topic of presentation is on India's foreign policy, balancing change and continuity in pursuit of peace. Now, I hand over this session to you, Mr. Ajul sir. The stage is yours.
So we have the So we have the first presenter. So we have the first presenter online, Ms. Astha Agarwal, and she is going to speak on multilateralism in the 20th century, recapitulating India's role in the United Nations. So, interesting topic. So, Ms. Astha Agarwal, I invite you to start your presentation and hope it's going to be a lively one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Right. A very good afternoon to everybody. As sir mentioned, my presentation is titled Multilateralism in the 20th Century, Recapitulating India's Role in United Nations Reforms. So, one fundamental question that has constantly confronted scholars and practitioners of India's foreign policy is, whose side is India on? This is because it is commonly assumed that there are only a few geopolitical groupings that dominate the international system, and that India is only a swing state, that can be persuaded to ally with a major power to alter the strategic balance in a geopolitical region. Even the British had long contended that India's pre-colonial history lacked unity or particular meaning, and that without the British rule to enhance cohesion, there would have been no India to speak of. This also reminds me of one of the very famous slides of Churchill, who stated that India is merely a geographical expression. It is no more a single country than the equator. History, however, demonstrates that India's foreign policy has always been guided by a sense of self, which views itself as a distinctive power on the world stage rather than as a cheerleader or a camp follower. Against this background, my paper attempts to explain India's role in transforming the United Nations from a security organization to a developmental and a promotional body. In doing so, it highlights the significance of moral and political selfhood in global politics, using the Indian experience as an example in an attempt to expand the academic purview of international relations, which, as we all know, has been obsessed with the ideas and achievements of the Western world. The underlying objective of my paper is to draw attention to India's unwavering commitment to multilateralism, even as the United Nations permanent 5 members continue to impede one another's initiatives at the expense of international peace and security. Next slide. Before we attempt to understand India's contributions to reforming multilateralism, it is only desirable to first understand the meaning of the very term multilateralism. Well, quantitatively speaking, it is an agreement or an alliance among 3 or more members. However, it would be a grave mistake to look at it simply from the point of view of numbers, because multilateralism also has a qualitative dimension. It is a process of organizing relations between 3 or more states in such a manner that they restrain their pursuit of immediate goals in order to achieve or in order to try to achieve long-term goals. In other words, it is a variety of rule-governed behavior which is based on the foundation of certain normative principles. First of these is called indivisibility of interest, which basically means that all actors are equal participants in cooperative endeavor. To give you an example, we may recall the concept of collective security, where an attack on any one of the state is seen as an attack on everybody else. The second principle is called non-discrimination, which, as the name suggests, implies that a benefit received by one state would be available to one and everyone. This is also very well exemplified in the most favored nation principle of the World Trade Organization. And the third principle is called diffuse reciprocity, which basically refers to the willingness to give without demanding a precise accounting of equivalent benefits for each action. For example, human rights agreements, which require a very wide institutionalization of simply trust. Next slide. India's understanding of multilateralism is borrowed from its ancient traditional wisdom. the high philosophy of Vedanta or universal oneness or non-discrimination, in which the other is not seen as a hostile alien but rather as a component of an undivided cosmic whole. Derived from the Sanskrit word Advait, meaning not two, India's ancient wisdom recognizes an inherent oneness underneath what appears to be separate. As a result, it regards the phenomenal and constantly changing external world, as false and illusory or Maya, and believes that true enlightenment is found within its divine essence, the idea of Aham Brahmasmi or I am Brahman. This is the reason why the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or the world is one big family, as we have heard on and on in G20 summit, has been the cornerstone of India's political and cultural diplomacy on several occasions. Next slide. This belief in universalism is the reason why only Indians among all cultures in the world have the capacity to recognize the sacred in everything, be it politics, economy, literature, poetry, dance, etc. In fact, over many centuries, this sense of unity helped India reconcile with racial and ethnic diversity, ideological pluralism, and cultural differences. To give you an example, the Advait philosophy acquired a semi-formal expression in Akbar's political ideology of Sulhi-Kul, universal peace, which drew on the non-dualist theological currents of Vedantism and Sufi Islam. In fact, it led the foundation of a syncretic culture in the Indian subcontinent, with its foundations in the works of Bhakti and Sufi saints and poets such as Kabir Das and Amir Khusrau. It not only made the people more hospitable in their outlook towards everyone, but it also enabled the country in becoming more tolerant and democratic at home. With the help of this universalist concept, India was also able to free itself from the shackles of colonialism. Even after independence, India continues to adopt a global perspective in its foreign policy, as evident from the Panchsheel principles of non-interference, a nuclear program with no first-use policy, the propagation of the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in global summits, etc. Next slide. India had been doubly wounded by the British. The British had colonized not just India's physical self, but also its historical imagination, and therefore its ability to conceive future possibilities. However, our founding fathers were confident that India was still best suited to promote adherence to international law and treaty obligations due to her ancient cultural and spiritual history and centuries-old tradition of ahimsa or non-violence. As a result, the Constituent Assembly adopted Article 51, which directed the state to adopt certain principles in its dealings with the world at large, namely peace, security, and respect for international law. In keeping with these objectives, India also became one of the founding members of the United Nations in October 1945, which is 2 years before gaining independence from the British Raj. To put it simply, India has been able to pursue a unique blend of universal cordiality and strategic autonomy in framing its foreign policy positions. Next slide. These are some of the most significant areas of contributions made by India. We will take up each of them in greater details in the upcoming slides. Next slide. Decolonization was India's most important accomplishment. Having endured centuries of global oppression, India adopted a very strong stance in favor of decolonization and the creation of a free world in which each nation was free to preserve its independence and sovereignty. And therefore, India made repeated efforts for a prospective pan-Asian cooperation, which found its genesis in the Asian Relations Conference of 1947. This conference was also a prelude to the Afro-Asian Conference or Bandung Conference of 1955, which united the people of Asia and Africa for the first time on a common platform and eventually laid the foundation for the non-aligned movement during Cold War. Here I must mention that the concept of non-alignment was first propounded by Prime Minister Nehru in 1946 as a national strategy designed to save India's national interests and security, while the term itself was coined by V.K. Menon, India's representative to the United Nations in 1953. Next slide. India's another big campaign in the United Nations was against apartheid. During the early years of the United Nations, India brought up the issue of racial practices against the Indian minority in South Africa. Despite strong opposition from the allied countries, India successfully challenged the domestic jurisdiction and sovereignty clause, that is Article 2, Clause 7 of the UN Charter, as a result of which governments could no longer hide behind their national borders and continue to abuse human rights without facing a global challenge at the United Nations. Next slide. India actively contributed to the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is referred to as one of the world's greatest living documents, as the common language of humanity and the conscience of the world. At different stages of the UDHR's drafting, India was represented by an all-women workforce comprising of Hansa Mehta, M.R. Masani, and Lakshmi Menon, all of whom made significant written and oral contributions to the document's numerous articles concerning women's rights, non-discrimination, freedom of movement, right to work, right to health, secularism, rights and duties, etc. Next slide. India played a seminal role in reorienting the United Nations from a security organization into a developmental and promotional body in order to create a more just international order and a financial climate that supports the rapid economic growth and development of developing countries. In this regard, some of the most important demands placed by India before the world stage include increased official development assistance, technology transfer, more equitable terms of trade, accelerating industrialization, agricultural development, food security, and others. Next slide. The largest United Nations endeavor at this moment is peacekeeping, and India has played a key role in its evolution. From being the largest cumulative contributor of troops to actively participating in both peace building and peacekeeping activities, India's contribution to United Nations peacekeeping efforts have been remarkable. Next slide. One of the objectives outlined in the United Nations Charter is disarmament. India is of the opinion that issues pertaining to global peace and security can be resolved through the use of effective and transformed multilateralism with a strong and dependable United Nations at its center. As a result, India has consistently remained dedicated to the objective of general and complete disarmament based on the principles of universality, non-discrimination, and verification, and has actively participated in the efforts of international community to achieve nuclear disarmament. In this regard, I take immense pride to tell you that from being the first country to call for a ban on nuclear testing in 1954 to being the only nuclear state to unambiguously call for a nuclear weapons convention to ban and eliminate nuclear weapons, India has presented a unique example that even the P5 have failed to achieve. Next slide. India is an ardent advocate of the United Nations reform, particularly of the reorganization and enlargement of the United Nations Security Council, because the UNSC still reflects the geopolitical structure of the Second World War. Despite an increase in the overall United Nations membership, the UNSC has once been extended, and that was in 1963, to include nearly 4 non-permanent members. Nations from Africa find no place in permanent membership, despite 75% of the UNSC's activity being focused there. As a result, India eventually joined hands with Germany, Japan, and Brazil to form the G4, which seeks expansion in both permanent and non-permanent categories. According to India, the goal of reform should be to improve the United Nations' ability to combat terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, nuclear disarmament, and others. Next slide. India has always viewed itself as a protector, a moralistic force of the so-called third world, the developing states. According to the former Secretary General Kofi Annan, India has been one of the most significant votaries in shaping the UN agenda on behalf of the developing world. At his speech in New Delhi, Anand had stated, and I quote, Indians have better understood than many other people that the goals of the larger freedom, that which include development, security, and human rights, are not alternatives. They have been single mindedly pursuing larger freedom through pluralist democracy. In this regard, one may recall the words of the great mystic and seer Swami Vivekananda, who once remarked, all differences in this world are of degree and not of kind, because oneness is the secret of everything. And clearly, this idea finds reflection in the way India engages with the world via its foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agarwal. It was a very, very nice presentation because you were trying to suggest that a civilizational India needs foreign policy doctrines of its own, which are deeply rooted in our civilization. So the reference to your reference to Advaita and how that particular thought gets translated in medieval times with Akbar coming in, this the syncretic nature, Sufism, and along with that, the traditional Advaitic thought, that kind of a fusion, I think laying the template for an inclusive India was excellent points, but that these are the issues which needs to be further developed. In fact, I've had running battles with people. I said, okay, these are the templates of which were relevant in the 1500s or so, but in the digital age, how are you going to translate them into tangible policy or tangible doctrines is the challenge, which are acceptable by all. I think the reference to inclusivity is extremely important given India's diversity which we have. We have been carrying everybody along a common thematic line, which is deeply Indian in its paradigm, is a challenge as we enter this post G20 era. So I think overall, the spirit of your presentation, I thought, was absolutely outstanding. A couple of thoughts. One is we need new rules. For example, you mentioned India's philosophy shaping global disarmament. You know, we had this Rajiv Gandhi plan at one time to have global disarmament, etc. But now new challenges have come. New rules for, let's say, artificial intelligence. How do you manage AI and not allow it to go to an extent that it starts ruling us and we become slaves to AI? So there are new rules and ideation is required. How do we regulate it in the digital medium? I think that's something which we need to think of. Privacy. I mean, we are sending with each Facebook post, you are sending your data to servers which can be used at any time against you. How do you regulate that? I think new India's challenges are these, riding on the tradition which you have mentioned, but I think taking it forward to a very, very tangible and current challenges which we face. And that's the excitement, that's the challenge and the fun of it, frankly. And the idea is not to reflect on what has happened in the past. Past is for your inspiration, but then cross the frontiers and use that a sense of that knowledge to address contemporary problems within the Indian paradigm and then make a contribution to the world. I think these are massive challenges, but I think the framework which you have set was very nice, and congratulations for that. Thank you. The next speaker is Vishnu Gayatri, again online, and the topic is delineating India's defense aspirations in the global south by contrasting the defense manufacturing and export. I'm sorry, your full topic probably has not come in here, but essentially it's on India's defense aspirations in the global south. Sorry? It's a joint presentation. This is going to be, I haven't got the name here. And this is going to be with Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammad Nuruddin. So look forward to that. We shift gears now and come straight into India's defense aspirations. 20 minutes, and I would request you to stick to the timelines so that we have everyone gets a fair share of their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, sir. I think I'm audible and my screen is visible. I hope my...
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. My screen is visible, I think.
Yes, it is.
Fine. So thank you, organizers, for making an arrangement to present our ideas related to the defense manufacturing and export of India and how it is influencing the global south, and also trying to bring the aspiration of India to be a power in international system. So this is presenting by myself and also Vishnu Gayatri. She will be joining in another few minutes as she is attending another important event which is happening in our college. So, India, while we're looking to the historical evolution of indigenization of defense equipments and its export, we all know that India is a country where we consider everyone as a single family on the principle of Vasudhaiva Kudumpakam, and also we also find India as a country which is well known for its hosting rather than hostile to anyone. That is very unique for a country as India existing in international system for long. So India has a reputation for its exceptional weaponry crafting and also the arms and ammunitions which we were using, and that what is very important in the archives of our country. So that was a system which was prevailing for long in India, and today how a country which was predominantly we were said to be called as uncivilized, or we were said to be the people who are marginalized with many things to the Western designed academia and Western designed political aspirations. And so how a country, India, is becoming self-reliant or self-sufficient entity in the world. You know, during the time of Indian independence, when we were ruled by colonial British, the weapons used by the British were not were unavailable or were unknown to the Indians. So the need of this particular weaponry enhancement or self-reliance in the sector starts during the time when we were demanded to have a war with China in 1962, and also we had a war with Pakistan in 1971. During the time where in 1958, you know that DRDO has started, and the defense related research or also sidelines happening on the sideline. So during the time of Indian independence, we were having a path different that we haven't sidelined with any of the power, where we have taken all the good from the two blocks, where it ultimately significant in developing a new country which was born out from colonial masters. So that made the agreements such as technology transfer agreements or capacity building or manufacturing capabilities, which India equipped during the time of Cold War, and also the time when India was born as a new country, was extraordinarily relevant in shaping up the modern India to its self-sufficiency. So by looking to once we were a importing country, or you see there was 11% decline in arms imports from 2013-17 to 2018-22. This is a report from Stockholm International Peace Research. We used to export to the major part of the world. We are a contributor for Southeast Asia. We are a contributor for the Middle Eastern countries and African countries. In the last 2022, we have an export of almost 13,000 crores of export value to the country of US. We also export to Russia, France, and Germany. And with the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat by the new government, we got new startups are coming in the manufacturing of defense equipment. Personally, what we do export majorly, you know that the defense sector is almost 80% is controlled by the public sector, and almost 70% of the export comes from the private sector and 30% from the public sector. And approximately 15 Indian companies are exporting defense related equipments, especially we have a high demand for personal protective equipments, offshore patrol vessels, and we have also demand for the Bharat radios, coastal surveillance systems, and others. This is largely met by the private sector companies in India. So India's strategic focus on bolstering its defense capabilities, substantial defense budget allocation, international arms deal with major powers, and policy measures promoting self-reliance have catapulted the nation onto the global stage. So from 1521 crore in the financial year 2016 to 17 to an impressive 15,920 crores in the financial year 2022-23. And also we are setting a target of 35,000 crore in the export of manufacturing and export of defense equipment is a massive thing which we are understanding. This is what the current status of export of defense equipment. That's what I'm trying to chart here. So India is currently standing as the world's fourth largest military spender. And also you can see that in the recent budget, the Ministry of Defense has been allotted with a huge value constituting almost 13.18% of the total budget. Coming to the geopolitical implications of defense export, you know, the country, all the states in international system was revolved under a single power, or there was a hegemonic stability theory by neorealism. It states when a single state has got a supremacy where US used to employ it, and how the multipolar engagements, how the other powers or other states or subaltern states came to the forefront, which is an astonishing for a student in international relations or political science. So there were other countries also emerging, like India, Brazil, South Korea, Turkey, UAE, etc., which started with their own self-sufficient system to meet the global demands. So India holds why India is said to be a responsible power in international system. For the India as a system is there for last more than 75 years because of an active political system. We are and also with bright policies of the country, we are as a system, we are existing. So the diversification in the defense industry, the diversification in the field of defense manufacturing, etc., boosted up to elevate our export to an exponential rate. That is what is amazing to the international system. And this is in a way was counterbalancing the power which was existed previously. Once the US and Russia used to dominate the world, and also during the late 1980s when China started to posit themselves as a superpower or a unilateral power in international system, India comes to be a more aspirant of, or India comes as a evolving partner where everybody finds something unique which we can partner with India, so that a multi-alliance or an alliance where everybody can accompany with India or everybody can shoulder with India, which was another international phenomenon which helped India to have its own larger export. So coming to the defense export defense export while concentrating the global south, you can see the map where the India is exporting, the red dots in the map, where India is exporting to the almost all countries, major countries in the world. And you can see the unique thing where so India's strategy is not to counterbalance the challenge which was posted by the Western power, whereas India tried to rejuvenate its engagement with the developing nations, which complements its expanding strategic partnership with major powers, including US and other Western nations. India's exports are spanning across the states such as United States, France, Russia, Germany, and other markets, especially in South Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East, and African states. So, with the shortage of time, I'm quickly going to the next slide to look into how the India's defense export in the neighborhood. So, India is playing a major role in the global south because the problems and aspirations of global south is entirely different from how the world has been constructed as of now. So what the problem India was facing for long was the absence of Indian defense diplomacy, whereas we are well known with the diplomacy, but we had the absence of defense diplomacy. Why the absence of Indian diplomacy at the very early stage wouldn't work well because of the countervailing force of China, where China was actively engaging in almost all countries in the south, especially the neighborhood of India, looking to China, looking to Pakistan or to the Sri Lanka or Nepal or any other countries. There was always a posing threat from the part of China, and also we got a major defeat from the part of China in 1962. But we are asserted much when we understood that China started to emerge in more numerative numbers. There was a shift in China's strategy from hide your capabilities, bide your time. And now China started to become more proactive, which made India to be again proactive and to understand the need to have a more engagement with the people. And another one important feature which makes China aside with India is majorly due to the policy of India, where India is contributing for the democracy and other humanitarian aid in the south and also with the neighbors. So where it makes more a reliable partner, more a responsible partner, where we also find market in the areas. So another important thing is about the quality of products which the neighbors used to prefer with India. And also it finds an alternative for the security cooperation and also to reduce the uncertainties, making economic prosperity in the country and to become more powerful. Coming to the Southeast Asian countries, we have prioritized from the look east to the act east, where the total expenditure in the export of defense, you can see there was 36% increase in the whole Asian countries, ASEAN countries. China, due to the South China Sea issue, there are major imperatives with the neighboring state which is affected by the South China Sea. Previously, Russia was the chief supplier of arms and other weapons to the Southeast Asian nations. But due to the sanction imposed by the West during the Ukraine crisis, Ukraine conflict made Russia to sideline, where this comes India as a potential partner to cooperate. So India is a newcomer in the region, and it also see again as a partner where culturally we have linked with the Southeast Asian countries in the with the spiritual lanes or trade routes and other things, which makes India as a again or a more reputed partner to cooperate and to trade with the nations. So Indo-Pacific has emerged as a Cold War-like phenomenon for US and China, where US and China used to have a balancing relationship with the countries in the Southeast Asia. But India has got a valuable opportunity where India trying to exhibit large number of its capabilities with the opportunities which was there. Some of them we can say that there was a demonstration at Langsky Air Show in Malaysia, and also other things which are happened sideline. Looking to the India's defense export to the African and Gulf countries, in the Asian countries, after India, Saudi Arabia and Qatar is the major country which is the large importer of weapons and other military aids. For the long, this region was being hijacked by US and Russia. Slowly, the Chinese entry starts during the time of 1980s. And this has been, China has a major objective, or it has got a greater objective with the One Belt Road Initiative. And China is trying to trade in the same route. The insurgencies which took place in the many part of the Middle East made US to step back from the area of the Middle East and to concentrate on the Northern Africa. And you can see again, China has got a more trade of the whole African region. So there is again a vacuum which can always find because of the diverging interest of the states in the region, which makes India as a committed partner to have a great trade with them. So by looking how,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you just quickly wind up and come to the main conclusion? We have another speaker from your panel, and then we have two others here. If you don't mind, if you can wrap up your.
Okay, I'm conclude.
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. So how India has a responsible power elevates into an international space vacuum where power-centric see today we cannot say that we are living in a situation, or we are in a grouping where we cannot say that we are no longer a unipolar or a bipolar, but we are in a multipolar. That's a reality where many powers used to assert their interest, and the emergence of new powers has undeniably triggered a paradigm shift in the global balance of power. The concept of self-diplomacy is relatively new in India's foreign policy, given historic commitment to non-violence, because we were following the non-violence as long. The definition and the scope of defense diplomacy has also evolved during the time. So it now encompasses more than simply supplying arms to allies during conflict, but involves military-to-military interactions that safeguard national sovereignty and security, particularly in an era which is marked by global uncertainties. So India's approach to defense diplomacy is predominantly driven by its strategic interests with focus on regional stability and the principle of together we grow. So I'm concluding by this, and I'll be waiting for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohammad Nuruddin. Interesting points you have made. Multipolar world, need possible China being a major player in military exports in the developing countries, but India has its own niche. But I thought if you can later, as you develop your paper, how do we turn India into a genuine military-industrial complex? How do we weave in the startup culture into actual manufacturing, scaling up of that, and then channeling that into the global south potential markets? Your Tejas program, for example, you have Egypt and Argentina as potential markets straight away. We haven't reached there where the Chinese have made tremendous progress. So we're behind the curve in a way, great potential, but I think we need to just string it all together into a supply chain and markets to get a scaled up Indian military industrial complex to be a major power of export as well as for domestic producer. Thank you very much in any case. Do we have his colleague, what's her name, Vishnu Gayatri as well? Ms. Vishnu Gayatri, if you are there.
No, sir, she's not present.
Okay, no problem. We go to the.
She is there, sir. Sorry, Vishnu Gayatri is there.
But I think it will require a very brief presentation because we have actually overstepped our time limits. Yeah, maybe we could do that in the Q&A. She could come in and contribute something, or if I could, it's unfair that she doesn't get any time at all. So, but very quickly, Ms. Vishnu Gayatri, if you could come to the core points of your argument, that would be very helpful. And rest of that you can answer during question answer time. Thank you. I think we will continue now because we don't seem to have Ms. Vishnu Gayatri online. Can I request Mr. Bhanu Vishwas to make a presentation, Bharat's bilateral tensions with China and its approach in the multipolar world? Over to you, Bhanu. You got 20 minutes, but I request if you can wind up at 15, then we'll have more time for Q&A.
I'll try to wind up as early as possible.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. I have started to articulate my hypothesis on the research question. How does India's engagement with the multilateral institutions and regional organizations continue to Bharat's strategy for navigating multipolarity? So, come to the post-pandemic era where we have unfolded the new era of multilateralism. From that of the transition from bipolar world order dominated by the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War to a multipolar world order, it represents a profound shift in the global geopolitics through a series of political, economic, technological developments over several decades. The period immediately following the World War II was marked by the ideological rivalry and military competition between the United States and the Soviet Union, followed by the liberalization of economies. Next slide. Okay. Frank, switch to back slide. Yeah. The liberalization of economies around the world in the name of globalization allowed emerging markets, particularly in Asia, to experience rapid economic growth and influential players in the international arena. China's economic reform and opening up of policies played a vital role in this shift. As the 21st century approached, regional powers such as Brazil, India, South Africa, forming BRICS, began to assert themselves on the global stage. As of today, these countries sought to exert greater influence along with China in the international organizations and place key roles in the global economy. The resurgence of great power competition, notably between the United States and the China, marked the rivalry in various domains such as trade, technology, military capabilities, leading to more and more complex multipolar world order. The period after the pandemic marked this transition much more vividly. The United States, the China, the EU, European Union, Russia, and the regional powers like Bharat and Brazil they wielded significantly in the influence in the international affairs. The multipolarity was characterized by shifting alliances, complex diplomatic relations, and a balance of powers among the various actors, such as various actors of the 21st century. Certain course of events which marked the trajectory for multipolarity are The global financial crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the conflict in Ukraine have acted as catalysts for changes that have been unfolding, which highlighted the growing differences between the North and the South. Surprisingly, those who have held a sway over the world over the Second World War II seem unable to adapt pragmatically to the new global order. It appears that many still view international relations as a zero-sum game, hindering progress in the right direction. The emergence of multipolarity is unveiling new power dynamics in various regions, particularly in economic and geopolitical realms. Notably, we are witnessing significant shifts and realignments driven by rising powers such as China and Bharat. The name of all these power dynamics, the sum of all these power dynamics and geopolitical realities, the multipolar world order requires a modern approach towards global institutions to open up channels of communication to pursue their interest. What we are now looking is the inefficacy of multipolar institutions, which have been wedded to the era of 1945. So that's the whole reason we are witnessing minilaterals and plurilaterals that are based on shared values and shared interests, which are durable. Bharat has moved rapidly towards the reform of institutions, and there is also room for what kind of reform should Bharat come up with in order to resist the Chinese hegemony, which is largely due to the birth of Indo-Pacific. The journey from the global financial crisis to the emergence of COVID-19 has brought about transformation in the new world order. This era is characterized by uncertainty, which always tells a unique story about the heightened expectations and India's trajectory towards becoming a leading global power. Consequently, Bharat finds itself needing to redefine its relationships with various nations, adapting to its evolving interests and demands. A fresh approach to navigate the shifting dynamics needs to be studied and implemented. While the world was largely bipolar following the collapse of the Soviet Union, since it is now multipolar, as the world's largest democracy, India as a nation positions itself to play more significant role in the United Nations Security Council. According to an International Monetary Fund report, India is projected to be the world's fastest growing economy in 2023, with an expected GDP expansion around 6.1%. This year, India also holds the presidency of G20, a symbolic acknowledgement of its efforts to assert itself as a leading rather than merely balancing power in the region. If we are trying to accept multipolarity, we also need to accept the trends and alignments in the global geopolitical system. Bilateral, plurilateral, and multilateral are converging in terms of expanding global initiatives. Multipolarity has been on the rise with several consequential powers, of which India and Japan are clear examples, claiming a stake on how the international order is managed. However, multilateralism is effective only when the great powers of the times are able to regulate their competition and prevent any sort of escalation. For Bharat, multilateralism is the way forward, as it needs to make a choice regarding the strategic partners, keeping in mind the geopolitical volatility that exists in this terrain. Bharat does that by maintaining an equilibrium in the foreign policy nature, keeping Indo-Pacific at the center of the table. Bharat is working towards a multipolar world that revolves around multipolar Asia. In this paper, I tried to navigate the foreign policy objectives in a multipolar world order, which also represents the intricate framework for this dynamic in this global landscape. So, and we also study about how India negotiates the framework of this dynamic and understand how New Delhi navigates multipolarity and strategize their policy. Next slide, please. To the back. You came way long. Yeah. So, in order to understand the historical vendetta between both Bharat and China, let's go down the timeline from the border war of 62. The relationship between Bharat and China is one that spans centuries, marked by periods of cooperation, cultural exchange, and unfortunately historical vendettas. These two Asian giants with history and diverse civilization. Buddhism, in particular, played a significant role in bridging their cultures as monks traveling from Bharat to China and vice versa. China and Bharat had pre-existing interactions even before the spread of Buddhism. These interactions are mentioned in the literature such as Mahabharata as well. References to China talking about the Qin dynasty. The earliest documented contacts between Bharat and China date back to the 2nd century through the Silk Road, fostering economic ties. However, it's worth noticing that there was some skepticism on Bharat's side from the very beginning of Chinese intentions. Followed by the independence of Bharat, Nehru was personally disappointed when it became evident that Bharat and China had conflicting interests in the Tibet, which had historically acted as a buffer zone. China asserted that Tibet was an integral part of its territory, a view also held by the preceding government of ROC under Chiang Kai-shek. Bharat's concerns about the Tibet were on interference with international affairs of the People's Republic of China, especially as the PRC sought to reassert control over Tibet and Tibetan Buddhism and feudalism. To address these concerns, to maintain a peaceful relationship, Nehru reassured Chinese leaders that Bharat had no political or territorial ambitions in the Tibet and did not seek any sort of special privileges over there. However, Bharat has emphasized the importance of preserving traditional trading rights in the region. Following the signing of 1954 agreement, India began to publish new maps with clearly defined borders. This was this might assert China. Two significant territorial disputes between China and Bharat had existed, which are relevant till date. In the northeastern sector, the Indian territory extended to Assam Himalayan region up to the McMahon line, a boundary that China did not officially recognize. And in the western sector, the territory inherited by Bharat from the British Raj included Aksai Chin Plateau. Border disputes led to a brief border war between People's Republic of China and Bharat on 62. The conflict ended with overall defeat for Bharat as the PRC advanced the forces to within 48 kilometers of the Assam plains in the northeast. Additionally, China occupied certain strategic positions in the Aksai Chin Plateau and regions of Ladakh. The conflict concluded by unilateral ceasefire declared by China on 21st November. China asserted that it had withdrawn its position to a 20-kilometer behind its disputed line of control, a claim that Bharat has disagreed with. This episode marked a significant point in the Bharat-China relations and the ongoing border dispute between the two nations. In 1971, Bharat entered into a treaty of peace, friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union. During the December 1971 war between India and Pakistan, People's Republic of China sided with Pakistan. While China strongly condemned Bharat's action, it did not follow through on its will treat to intervene in Pakistan's behalf. Parallel to that, it is also the same year when China stepped into the UN and its representatives accused Bharat of being a tool of Soviet expansionism. However, in 1978, there was significant development when Indian Ministry of External Affairs, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, made a historic visit to Beijing. This visit served as an impetus for both the countries to formally re-establish diplomatic relations in 1979. I'll jump to the part where Rajiv Gandhi has made a quick visit to the Beijing, and a joint communique was issued on behalf of that. It also addressed China's concern about Tibetan separate activities in the India and reaffirmed that anti-China political activities by any Tibetan expatriates would not be tolerated. As a part of the visit, Rajiv Gandhi and Chinese leaders signed a bilateral agreements related to science, technology, cooperation, established direct air links and promoted cultural exchanges. In 2004, China and India jointly proposed the opening of the Natula and Jelepla passes in Sikkim, marking a significant step in their relations. This year also marked milestone in their bilateral trade, surpassing $10 billion mark for the first time. In 2005 April, Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao visited Bangalore to promote increased cooperation between China and India in high-tech industries. He emphasized that the potential for the 21st century to be the Asian century of the IT industry. which was totally said in order to have a false presumption, in order to generate a false presumption for India to believe that China would truly support India entering the UNSC, but it eventually went down. In the same year, China also signed a strategic and cooperative partnership with Peace and Property. However, it's not worth noting that it has been always limited, and any significant strategic alignment between both the countries, despite this partnership agreement. During the 2011 BRICS summit, China, where India and China agreed to restore defense cooperation. China also indicated that it might change its policy of issuing staple visas to residents of Jammu and Kashmir, a practice that was later stopped. In March 2012, BRICS summit in New Delhi, Chinese President Hu Jintao expressed commitment to developing a strong friendship with India, deepening strategic cooperation, and pursuing common development. The leaders discussed various topics, including the borders dispute and collaborative efforts within the BRICS group. Coming to the recent Galwan Valley clash, where there were calls in India to boycott all the Chinese goods, but some Indian government officials they downplayed the impact of border tensions on trade between the two countries. These events had a significant effect on the relationship between India and China, and it also heightened the tensions between both of them, which has become a prime concern for Bharat, as the sustainability of international organizations that are on par with multipolar world, as Bharat is still trying to reform those multilateral institutions. Bharat realizes that it is a gradual process and it can't be done in an overnight. So while they patiently wait for this process, they started to make strategic alliances, so that shaping India's strategy and policy measure in the managing era of multipolarity, especially with China involved platforms like SCO, BRICS, and G20. Coming to the case where we navigating multipolarity through SCO. The twin presidencies were at juxtaposition for Bharat. The question is, how did they help to bring the stakeholders to one table? It's a paradoxical outfit for the whole of the world, bringing alive the West-led G20 and East-led SCO, brings alive the very much balancing nature of Bharat's foreign policy in multipolar world. The Asian region is also known for asymmetry. The borders are porous and volatile, which needs strict vigilance. When a country enters a geopolitical club, sovereignty and agencies of the state are the first victims. There is high probability that they might get violated at any point down the line. The ongoing rivalry between Bharat and China has expanded beyond their borders, presenting new challenges to their bilateral relationship. India has expressed dissatisfaction, while China emphasizes that specific issues shouldn't define the overall relationship. These tensions, it is important for both the countries to collaborate on global and bilateral economic matters, while addressing border issues through diplomatic channels, where finding common ground is essential for the region. The US-China strategic competition and the Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the age of post-pandemic has marked the quest for balance of power in the Asian region. The next Asian giant, Bharat has many opportunities in this uncertainty, as global markets are still open, investment is there to be won, and the rest of Asia without China is ready to join. The origin of SCO was on the mode of balance of American unipolarity to the situation where it could have pushed Moscow to become Beijing's satellite state. Both Russia and China have found common goals packaged under the building a stronger anti-West ecosystem, as alliances such as Quad take shape. SCO was called a strange beast by a renowned scholar. If we dig deep into the internal dynamics of SCO, probably we'll understand Bharat's role in shaping the security alliance by engaging actively with the member states. The SCO, typically dominated by the authoritarian leaders and autocratic countries, saw a democratic influence during Bharat's presidency. Bharat adds validity to this organization by being the largest democracy, and the presence of China in such organization in public space is often related to bilateral relationships. However, a preoccupied Russia, China's relentless pursuit of hegemonic ambitions, Pakistan's stubborn rejection of not allowing connectivity through its territory, and the CPEC will continue to resist SCO's global impact. Amid all of this, let's try to understand how India negotiate their terms. On the constructive idea of Bharat, hosted Varanasi as the tourism capital of SCO to enrich the shared Buddhist knowledge and traditional medicine. This adds credibility and promotes interculturality and emphasized the interpersonal connections and reaffirmed Bharat's commitment to revive and deepen its centuries-old civilization. The SCO presidency, which was taken care of by Bharat this year, has come up with possible results through a review of 132 SCO meetings, and which are at 14 meetings are held at ministerial level. Signed off on 15 decision points, which are the agreements during the summit. The growing influence of SCO in the Eastern Hemisphere aligns strategically with the national interest of Bharat, and while SCO is the only platform where Bharat can diplomatically engage herself with the Central Asian countries, Bharat partially benefited from the SCO membership and presidency by not agreeing with the BRI and promoting its interests with the member countries. It is observed that the SCO presidency got diluted under the larger multilateral G20, as the nation has been promoting. And we also need to notice that there are certain tangible benefits of the SCO, which are still worthy for Bharat, as it provides pro-engagement with China. Previously, Bharat hoped that it could leverage this between Russia and to counterbalance China, but the unfolding of Ukraine crisis has changed everything for India. India's heightened global economic and political influence played a pivotal role in solidifying its status as a significant participant in reshaping the SCO into a Eurasian organization. Instead of serving as an anti-Western alliance, India stressed the importance of upholding peace and security in the line with the principles of UN Charter to foster the shared prosperity of the region. Bharat's presidency of SCO assisted it in gaining recognition as a crucial regional power and establishing itself as a regional partner for all the SCO member states, although there are bilateral stains and certain diplomatic tightrope which exist between Bharat and China.
Mr. Bhanu Vishwas, if you could wind up now.
Sure, sir.
Come to the conclusion. You made your arguments, I can understand, but just wrap it up.
Sure.
That'd be great.
So, how these bilateral tensions actually shape the multilateral ambitions of Bharat. So, the rise of new powers and the shift in balance of powers, as I said, it calls for reformed multilateralism. And India's aspirations for a permanent seat at the United Nations or multilateral institutions like BRICS, calling for reforms in the World Bank and the IMF. The evolution of India's approach to multilateralism over the recent decades constitutes a silent but incomplete revolution. From ideal moralizer to the often pragmatic deal maker, India's transition mirrors itself only second to China. From the confines of severe poverty and underdevelopment, Bharat's voice carries more weight today in multinational forums, like largely due to its enhanced economic power, stability, and capability. BRICS is being called a catalyst for anti-imperialist resistance. Not an anti-imperialist move, but the addition of Iran in the new bloc makes the point fair enough, as it is a challenge to the Western hegemony. But at the same time, there are some problems remaining, as Bharat will have to persistently concentrate upon the surplus which gets exchanged at each transaction happening between both the countries. Watching this closely, this is going to be relatable in a sense where Pakistan has been blocking Bharat's access to Central Asia, and the North-South corridor between Iran and Russia is locked in conflicts, and parallel to which the BRI project rests. From a geo-economic perspective, this plus block has definitely increased the potential after expansion, for which it has never been matched by reality. The line of argument is the quick point that our BRICS countries could have surpassed the group of seven in the terms of gross domestic product, in terms of GDP when calculated with the purchasing power parity. Just like Philippines, Bharat joined BRICS to hedge against the American unipolarity, as it was worried about USA's policy in Kashmir and the rolling back to the India's nuclear program. For Bharat, the principal security challenges come from China, as it supports Pakistan and blocks India from UNSC. The essence of BRICS was to promote multipolarity. For Bharat, it is to promote multipolar Asia from unipolar China. Equality between member states has been fundamental characteristics of the bloc, and an expansion could threaten to disrupt this balance by putting New Delhi against Beijing. Bharat has no unanimity in making such an anti-West but termed it as pro-East. BRICS is a total asset to represent the voice of the global South. The success of BRICS depends upon the bilateral ties between India and China. If the bilateral relationship between India and China is not at its lowest point in decades, then the inclusive financial institutions within the global South, it would be a welcoming prospect for slowing the global economy. However, the element of trust defined by military standoff on unresolved boundary ensures that they'll continue this competition in the vision for BRICS. Bharat, which is slowly but surely pivoting to the West, has no real desire to get caught in the geopolitical crossfire between China and United States. So it'll work to ensure that China's vision for BRICS does not succeed. The SCO organization is awkward enough for Delhi already. However, some argue that interesting things could have occurred in the diplomatic front during the backdrop of summit in South Africa, as we could see certain ideas that Bharat has come up with regarding the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Issues such as climate change also were discussed. Coming to the India's G20 presidency and displaying of its soft power influence at a time, it almost calls for the real geopolitics in foreign policy, and national security has become more pronounced. As India points itself as a bridge between the developed and the developing world, as a leading voice of the global South, India's route to Atmanirbhar on defense preparedness and military modernization also calls for a juggling of old and new patterns. This dynamic is no more obvious than that New Delhi has to navigate between Russia and US at a time when the strategic alliance between China and Russia takes sharper anti-Western curve and challenges brew in multilateral platforms, where New Delhi has to deal with Beijing and Moscow. Today, in almost every international forum, India has explicitly engaged with smaller groups of powerful nations to affect the outcomes at the expense of more broad-based universalist approach that it traditionally acclaimed. The central theme of Bharat's presidency of G20 is the principle of inclusivity, as there is a despairing situation between the global North and the global South. One of the conferences I have attended where Harshavardhan Shringla, he has mentioned that Bharat's economy would rise up to 30 trillion by 2047 on par with the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to understand that globalization has worked out for Europe and United States, and now it is our turn to exercise the full potential of this new wave of globalization. G20 presidency, from its tagline to its agenda, is actually Bharat's determination and making the world global South sound bright. The nature of Bharat's presidency has made it look as public as possible. Bharat has let loose the framework of G20, choosing the mode of evolution rather than the revolution. So this openness of Bharat's G20 ideology is something which we need to consider about. The final summit, which happened on 9th and 10th, paved way for international cooperation, and Bharat really stood up for a voice as an African Union. Bharat has gained. This marks the future of Bharat in expansion of its big ambitions. Bharat's emergence as a world economy, not just as a trade union. Delhi's approach to world affairs is premised as a bridge between the developed and the developing countries and a medium of communication between differing political values. I could articulate more well when we really talk about is there a future for multilateralism or is multilateralism in crisis? Did multilateralism enter into clublateralism? We know that Western institutions are Western bound and reforms are required. Bharat is being constantly vetoed by China, but we also need to understand that they have brought peace through trade, collective interest to provide solution, but there are also some drawbacks and limited gains for a democratic foreign policy. Coming to the end of my
yeah, please wind up now because we will have more time for Q&A this way.
Getting to the civilization part, where how the India and China have shared history of civilizational values, and how on a broader geopolitical context, how the transition is happening into the era of culture. So I would say India and China, Bharat and China, they both need to revisit their past and dissect what's important for them in order to easen up their existing tensions. And the emerging world order is almost likely to go on the path of balancing power as its operating principle rather than collective security. China has never missed the role of great disruptor, unlike Japan or South Korea. The ability of Bharat and China to work together could determine a balance between many of the fronts. The West and the US should accept that India's growth is strategic development for its larger interests of liberal world order. When it comes to China, the strategic maturity is at work between the two countries. India refers to this strategy as multi-aligned, but its systematic interactions stand in stark contrast to its scant involvement in the regional level. A strong multilateral framework has not been developed in Asia as well as the global level. India has to adopt multipolarity in place of neutrality with the changing world without compromising on its strategic autonomy. As we all know that a friend to all is a friend to none. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhanu Vishwas. Not an easy topic at all. You know, when you're dealing with China in a world of such intense competing interests and with complete chaos in the global order. But I would just make a brief point there, and before we hand over the podium to our next speaker. But you see, India has two flanks to it, the Asian Indo-Pacific one, right? Strait of Malacca, the trade routes trade is with ASEAN, etc. Then the Pacific territory. So we have diaspora population. We have interests over there. But equally, we have an interest in Eurasia. And Eurasia, you have these two massive pillars, which is China and Russia. And you got to find a way to collaborate with them. So this pivoting towards either of them is going to be problematic. And as you have mentioned, BRICS can't fly without India and China really working together. So this is critical. SCO will stall without India and China. And if these two stall, we don't get access into Eurasia, we don't get probably access into Latin America with Brazil and others coming into it. So this is very, very important that the India-China equation is sorted out. Of course, the border issue is one, but you got to ideate beyond the border. Once this is done, what are the areas of collaboration with China? You'll have to probably have your nuclear submarine on one end and dialogue on the other. It has to be, you can't be naive like Nehru in the beginning. But you got to get that right, your equation with China as at least not hostile to you. You can't, in this day and age, expect a friend, but at least neutralize that hostility so that there is some areas of collaboration with China. It will be very important because otherwise we lose Eurasia. Eurasia has all the resources you can think of on the Mendeleev's periodic table, so you need Eurasia. Second point, Russia, China, I disagree with you that they are like blood brothers. There's a very deep fissures between Russia and China. Historically, they fought a war in 1969 And even now, Russia is trying to balance China with India. So, and Russians, and this is a private conversation, the Russians want us in Central Asia. Otherwise, the Chinese are going to take over that. So, don't assume that particular point of Russia and China just being, completely as alliance partners. It is circumstantial more than anything else. I'll stop there, otherwise the audience is going to sleep. And can I request Shubdani to continue? I'm sorry, you'll have less time now, but please give some room for Q&A. Please, thank you.
Greetings to Chair, my dear faculty, and fellow IR enthusiasts. My paper is a working paper titled Indian Foreign Policy, Balancing Change and Continuity in Pursuit of Peace, under the overarching theme of this VIJIGISHU-2023, which is Emerging Contours of India's Foreign Policy Amidst Global Uncertainties. What bigger uncertainty than war and conflict, and what other solution than peace? So I would like to start by saying that a lot of the base for my paper, which will travel through the evolution of Indian foreign policy along with peace building, has been covered by Sir and my fellow speakers, along with Sir Dipanjan Roy Chaudhary yesterday. So that makes it easier for me to make my points crisp and move ahead in this discourse. My papers will touch down on basically mapping of IFP, that I will shorten Indian foreign policy down for you, in 6 phases, which was given to me, us as a gathering at the India's Global Leadership and G20 Summit at Jamia Hamdard this month in New Delhi. So Ambassador Sanjay Verma says that there are 6 major phases of Indian foreign policy, and I will build my discourse on it. I will start with mapping these efforts which have been in place even before peace buildings as a concept was defined. Then I will speak about Indian way of peace building amid other alternatives, with a special focus on developmental assistance and adaptive peace building. Following this, I shall explain the linkage between change and continuity with static and dynamic elements in the Indian foreign policy. After that, I will move on to peace building as a stepping stone to gain moral power, reliability, trust, and confidence of the global south, bridging gaps between West and the East and North and the South. Before making my final remarks, I will be culling the entire PPT to showcase India as a leader, friend, voice of the developing world. So let's jump right into it. In and around the first phase, which Ambassador Verma calls the optimistic non-alignment, which was 1947 to 62, the major peace-building efforts that occurred were that India was involved already in voluntary contributions of the army to the First and the Second World War. The League of Nations and the United Nations had India as founding signatory. India's commitment to internationalism and development partnership emerged in response to post-colonialism and the aftermath of World War II. Upon gaining independence in 1947, India faced challenges of establishing its path in international aid and partnership. Despite limited prior experience and the absence of suitable frameworks, India's development partnership program commenced in 1949. This program, which predated the modern concept of peace building. Milestones of India's development partnership program began with the establishment of the Cultural Fellowship in 1949. 1950, we saw Colombo Plan for Cooperative Economic and Social Development in Asia and the Pacific, demonstrating its willingness to engage in multilateral organizations as early as that. In 1954, Overseas Indian Aid Mission was launched in Kathmandu, Nepal. India's involvement extended to various international efforts. It participated in International Control Commission in Vietnam and cooperated in the Neutral Nations Repatriation Commission in Korea by making significant contributions to the United Nations peacekeeping forces. I would also like to make a note here that my presentation will mostly focus on the development partnership aspect,
more than the United Nations peacekeeping forces missions because that is very well available online and I'm sure you all know of it. India also advocated for a global ban on nuclear tests and actively participated in United Nations operations. These peaceful resolutions of regional conflicts. However, regional issues like Kashmir dispute with Pakistan became entangled in the Cold War politics. India played a pivotal role in establishing the NAM, that is the Non-Alignment Movement, in 1961, which was marking the peak of the Third World solidarity at that point of time. Despite challenges and shifts in the Indian foreign policy landscape, India's commitment to development partnership and international cooperation remains steadfast. India's participation in organizations like Afro-Asian Rural Development Organization, that is ARDO, it was founded in 1962. Moving on to the second phase of the Indian foreign policy, which Ambassador Verma called the decade of realism and recovery. In 1962, that is from 1962 to 71. So in 1962, we saw how India went through the Sino-Indian War and how it was underprepared militarily. And thus comes the term, I think, recovery within this phase. Post 1962, India's foreign policy exhibited three key features. The first being India played a prominent role in multilateral institutions like the UN and its peacekeeping operations. The second, that it emerged as a crucial proponent of the non-alignment movement. And the third, that as the leader of NAM, India contributed significantly to the process of decolonization elsewhere, including Africa. I skipped the Bandung conference earlier in the phase one because it has already been mentioned. That was the first incidence where Africa came into the picture with us. In 1964, after the passing of PM Nehru, India's foreign policy gradually assumed a more realist orientation than idealistic. India's foreign policy gradually realized that there is a requirement for security and that it must move ahead towards gathering the military help and assistance by other leading nations in the field. In 1964, also, India launched the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, which is ITEC for short, which aimed to share knowledge and skills with fellow developing countries, emphasizing capacity building and skill development. I would like to point out that it is 1964 that India started talking about capacity building and skill development. In the third phase, that is from 1971 to 91, regionally, India's security concerns heightened after the China's nuclear test in 64, and PM Indira Gandhi introduced us to subterranean nuclear exploration project, that is the SNEP, which culminated India's first nuclear test later in 1974. On the one hand, India supported decolonization and championed the weaker states in the international system. On the other, it recognized the importance of defense preparedness and increasingly overcame reservations about the use of force in international politics. In 1971, we saw the liberation of Bangladesh, and we saw how Soviet Union, how we entered with Soviet Union into a 20-year peace, friendship, and cooperation pact. At the global level, following the 1973 oil crisis, India led the Group of 77, a coalition of developing nations seeking to reshape the global economic order. In 79, India became a member of the Center for Integrated Rural Development of Asia Pacific, that is CIRDAP, in an intergovernmental organization established to meet the needs of the Asia Pacific region. Of course, during this time, the US-China-Pakistan alliance posed a significant threat to India's regional power status and security. A combination of these diverse events, including the Gulf War in 91-92, the dissolution of the USSR in 91, long-standing economic stagnation, and domestic unrest, converged in 1991, leading to a balance of payment crisis in India. So that, along with dealing with that, we still did not take a step back in moving forward towards the direction of peace building and peacekeeping. In the fourth phase, we talk about safeguarding strategic autonomy.
This is from 1991 to 1998. During this phase, India placed a renewed emphasis on strategic autonomy. As USSR collapsed, first, India's long-standing commitment to non-alignment lost its grand strategic vision. Second, India had to repatriate over 100,000 workers from the Persian Gulf during the First Gulf War, resulting in the loss of substantial remittances to the Indian exchequer. Simultaneously, India directed its focus towards Southeast Asia, implementing a Look East policy to open its markets to foreign investment and development and to develop an export sector. In the fifth phase, India, a balancing power, that is 1998 to 2013. In the 1990s and early 2000s, India faced several regional challenges, which would include the Kargil conflict and the aftermath of the terrorist attack in the Indian Parliament, that is in December 2001. India pursued a strategy of coercive diplomacy. The Bush administration's decision to exempt India from the expectations of nuclear non-proliferation treaty and pursue a civilian nuclear agreement marked a significant shift in India's foreign policy and symbolized closer ties with the United States for the first time after the Cold War era. Simultaneously, India sought to strengthen its relations with other major powers. It found common ground with China on issues like climate change and trade. India also deepened its ties with Russia while playing a role in shaping BRICS into a major global forum. Regarding international development cooperation, India became an important player and its foreign policy evolved accordingly. The sixth and the final phase of Indian foreign policy, along with the peace building prospect, is covered in the period 2013 to until now. I will try to shorten this up a little bit because there is too much going on and a lot of it has been covered. India's foreign policy has undergone a significant transformation in recent years, becoming more active and engaged. This is due to a number of factors, including India's growing economic and military power, its desire to play a greater role in global affairs, and the changing geopolitical landscape in the Indo-Pacific region. In 2014, we started to evolve from the Look East policy and towards the Act East policy. India aimed to deepen its partnership with countries like Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the ASEAN nations. By actively engaging in regional forums and fostering defense and security ties, India positioned itself as a key player in shaping the dynamics of the Indo-Pacific region. Now, as most of these events are part of our living memory, I'll just take a moment to mention them. The Doklam standoff, Rohingya refugee issue, Balakot strikes, active and the Indo-Pacific security dilemma have been shaping our foreign policy and are active challenges to maintaining peace. In 2021, in the pandemic era, we saw how vaccine diplomacy, as rightly mentioned by Sir, proved to be the biggest example of peacekeeping effort. Engagement with neighbors. India's foreign policy underscores an importance of engaging with its neighbors. Notable agreements with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal were geared towards enhancing regional trade, energy cooperation, and connectivity. As the G20 summit successfully concluded in New Delhi last week, it managed to generate some positive headlines for India globally. Even India's staunchest critics had to concede that, contrary to their expectations, New Delhi had managed to pull off a successful summit at a time when geopolitical and developmental fault lines have been sharpening by the day. It was the epitome of peaceful South-South cooperation, bridging the North and South gap and the East and West gap. India, as a middle power, has chosen to use its stature to the advantage of the developing world. The next theme of my paper studies the change and continuity discourse as enmeshed in static and dynamic aspects of the Indian foreign policy, eventually leading to how the maintenance of this balance is significant in preserving peace. But before that, I would also like to inform the audience of the ongoing and previous discourses within the peace building framework. So, modern ideas around peace in juxtaposition of war and conflict can be traced back to the Enlightenment period. However, Johann Galtung is credited with first introducing the concept of peace building in 1975. Keep in mind that it is 1949 that we started our efforts. The publication of the United Nations 1992 Agenda for Peace report catalyzed peace building into mainstream discourse in both theory and practice. Gautam's attention to the underlying structure and root of conflict for it defines peace building as the ability to identify and support structures which will tend to strengthen and solidify peace in order to avoid relapse into conflict. The document claims the socio-economic and political context of conflict can only be transformed from one of insecurity to one of stability by democratizing and developing states in the aftermath of the conflict. This also led to the emergence of the liberal peace building and peacekeeping norms, which India has now come to challenge through its new models of peace building, that is through development partnership. So, in subsequent reports, UN became more specific on the measures it felt essential for democratizing post-conflict affected countries as diverse as Cambodia, Bosnia, El Salvador. Simultaneously, a vast amount of academic research was dedicated to theorizing and understanding how international organizations and Western states were trying to establish democratic elections, marketization programs, and constitutional reforms codifying civil and individual rights in areas of conflict. These international peace-building practices became defined as the liberal internationalism paradigm. Critique of this came when many other scholars saw that after the disintegration of Soviet Union in 1991, these areas which were ridden by conflict failed to build through this democratic peace building model. So, however, liberal internationalism subsequently faced a barrage of criticism from different directions, particularly when scholars began to perceive this paradigm as being unsuccessful and ineffective in establishing peace. Most war-torn societies simply do not possess the required infrastructure, socio-economic stability, or political will to embark on elections. Furthermore, holding premature elections can stifle rather than facilitate democracy. One of the main reasons for this is that democracy naturally engages conflict and competition. Marketization and or capitalism similarly invites conflict as it engages greater competition for the national wealth, besides creating economic inequalities that deepen societal divides and fuel resentment. One such there is besides creating economic inequalities that deepen social divides and fuel resentment this is under quotes, and it was mentioned by Doyle and Sambanis in 2000. Ultimately, after many failed cases of liberal internationalism, it led scholars to conclude that one size fits all approach to peace building is not going in the right direction. So, an alternative approach which rests on social constructivist interpretation of peace developed and emerged. This ideology asserts that peace cannot simply be imposed into a particular setting, given that it does not have a universally accepted definition. In other words, peace means different things to actors in different contexts. Consequently, advocates of this approach believe peace building can only ever be operationalized if practitioners dismantle this knowledge hierarchy. This more contextual approach towards peace building is reflected in a body of literature termed the local turn, which emphasize the addressing underlying structures of conflict which requires local ownership and local agency. This is what India is focusing on. Coming back to conflict and continuity in the Indian foreign policy's context, as power shifts in a realigning international system, India competes with others for the status that it seeks. India has launched a charm offensive in recent years. Its diplomatic arsenal gets more diverse by the day. I would argue that there are both change and continuity in IFP, and at some places, elements of both also appear simultaneously. Continuity and statism, I say, go hand in hand, and change and change and continuity go hand in hand. And continuity here states that in the last few years there have been a high degree of continuity where objectives such as ensuring a peaceful, secure, stable neighborhood, securing inward foreign policy, and increasing India's influence has been brought into light. The overarching goals have continuously evolved along these same lines.
So then we have completely run out of time. So if you can just wind up now.
I will just, I think if you just
1 minute.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, right.
If you can just come back to the side, the one before this, and the one before this. Yeah, this one. So, I would like to, in a very brief manner, elicit the modalities of um, Indian foreign policy in terms of peace building and its assistance. The first modality that it uses is capacity building and training, that is ITEC. It focuses majorly on. It was launched in '64, and it has invested approximately US $3 billion in the program since its inception. It focuses on technical cooperation and acts as a pivotal policy aspect of India's development peace building assistance. I will not bore you with examples. I will come to the next part, that is grants and loans. I would like the audience to keep in mind that grants and loans do not come under assistance. It comes under developmental partnership, which is the term that the MEA prefers. India provides grants and loans to partner countries, including post-conflict states, for development of critical infrastructure. This comes with a tied credit kind of a condition, which is a little bit further away from when India says that conditionality is not something that Indian peace building promotes, in sorts. Then line of credit again comes with some kind of tied aid kind of a label, which line of credit is, as the name suggests, it is introduced for a long-term concessional loan to partner countries with the disbursements and repayments structured over time through Export-Import Bank. The next is bilateral trade and investment, that is also coordinated through the Developmental Partnership Administration and through the Exim Bank. Peace building constructive role in raising India's global stature is something that I would just like to very briefly mention. There are a couple of approaches and aspects which have unique characteristics to why India resonates so much with the global south. The first is a principle of non-interference, the second of non-conditionality, the third developmental partnership, fourth is solidarity and south-to-south cooperation, the fifth is the historical experience, coming down to diversity and respect for differences, where India actually states that celebrating harmonious diversity instead of striving for uniformity is the basic underlying idea here. Then I will just go to the conclusion and wrap up. I will skip the criticism. Although India has contributed largely in peace building efforts, these issues and criticisms raised require contemporary solutions. India's commitment to principles of non-interference, sovereignty, and developmental assistance foster regional stability and trust among its neighbors. This continuity in approach enhances its leadership role in South Asia and the broader Indian Ocean region. India's foreign policy approach effectively navigates the complex geopolitics of the modern world. It positions India as a responsible global actor and dedicated to regional stability, economic growth, and global peace. The ability to balance continuity with change has continued to play a crucial role in India's journey towards greater peace and ascendancy in its global power status since time immemorial by effectively creating a robust ground for the maintenance of an excellent and robust foreign policy. Thank you.
We've really run out of time. Is there scope for Q&A?
Yes, sir.
5 minutes for Q&A. Yeah. So I think eating into the coffee time.
We have 5 minutes for the Q&A session. So all of you who are interested, please raise your hands.
Thank you for the wonderful session. My question is to Mr. Bhanu Vishwas. So you talked about, basically your presentation was about India-China relations in the multilateral world order. But let's go back to last year. Last year, China had a Congress party meeting in which all the party delegates met. And one interesting thing was that even the Galwan Valley commander was there. So that's quite interesting because he wasn't really at that high position to be invited to that meeting. And then China also had a video where they showed the Galwan Valley clashes. And so far, we have seen that Xi Jinping has framed the entire border dispute with China as a dispute with sovereignty. And when that happens, room for negotiation is quite less. And there is a pattern which is being observed that China is trying to frame this entire crisis so that it favors themselves, right? So, how should India actually proceed? How should India tackle this problem when your enemy is not really ready to negotiate? What should India do in this situation?
Okay. Okay, we take one more question. Okay. Yeah, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. So, in your view, sir, how is India to handle the rise of other claimants to the title of the Global South?
Wait, can you be a little more specific?
Yes, sir. How, in your view, sir, is India to handle the rise of other claimants to the Global South? Other claimants, Turkey, Indonesia, Brazil.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so we'll start with the first question, answer to that. I think it will address to you.
Yeah. So you were concerned about the Galwan Valley incident which has happened, and you are asking about how do we identify leverage in terms of discussions when there is a negotiation going on with China, right? Yeah. So if you could just revisit the around 4 months back, there was a meeting, a G20 meeting, which should be happening in the southern Tibet, like the Arunachal Pradesh region. So the delegates of the Chinese delegation, they didn't show up. Instead, they claimed that Arunachal Pradesh is going to be the southern part of Tibet, and we are not going to attend that meeting. And since they are in such firm belief of not attending, they gave a message to the world and India that they accepted the fact that it is a part of southern Tibet, and the more efforts we put into and try to negotiate this, it just prolongs. So instead, we take what's right in front of us, like we try to balance what's there in front of us. So basically, you're saying so there is no chance of communication. So there is no channel of communication between on platforms like SCO and BRICS regarding this. So you're finally asking me to dump SCO and BRICS and embrace I2, U2 and Quad because it has US in it? No, that actually contradicts with the Indian foreign policy nature. Thank you.
I didn't say that.
A quick response to this question. You see, we have to look at the underlying problem between India and China on the border. Now, what is really that? You have this road linking Tibet and Xinjiang, right? This is critical to China. So if our side, we position, let's say, an artillery weapon of 40-kilometer range, which can hit this road, that is going to impede China's core interest because entire belt and road flows through this connection. From Xinjiang, then it goes. So it's of critical importance. This is what we need. So the underlying problem is not Galwan. It is not soldiers killing. It's not South Tibet. The underlying problem is strategic, which needs to be addressed. Our problem, we don't want them to, their troops to be moving beyond a point and respect the 1993, 1995 agreements on peace and tranquility and go to the border. Essentially, this is the equation. Now, it's taking a long time for it to come, but eventually that will be the formulation. How do you safeguard their interests and how do we do it? Finally, our strategic interests. Frankly, you can turn this road, DSDBO road to Daulat Beg Oldi, to Karakoram Pass, into an economic corridor in future to Kashgar. It's possible. The caravan routes used to take place, we can do that. That's in the future. But essentially, you have to come to the essentials of it and not go by the symptoms. Rest is posturing which goes on. To the other question on Turkey and other claimants, well, it's going to be quasi-competition and quasi-collaboration. You're not going to have straightforward allies, but there will be areas of commonality. With Turkey, it could be, let's say, Armenia and Azerbaijan conflict. India doing supplying arms to Armenia hits Turkey's interests. Okay, if we don't, then what are you going to give us in return? So you got to bargain areas of collaboration. So that's how you're going to manage with other claimants as well, including China. It is not zero-sum game that you are with Quad, you are with Eurasia. There are areas of collaboration. This is a complex world. So this is a multi-vector diplomacy. No friends, no actually strategic friends or enemies. Areas of interest, collaboration, identify that, work on that. This is how it's going to be in this day and age. Thank you.
Sir, my question to you is regarding China. Sir, it is a state which is authoritarian in nature, expansionist, ideologically communist, but still a very capitalist economy. And sir, it has a very strong propaganda cell to support its narrative in the global south. So, sir, how do you think that we can counter such coercive measures while we can't use the same because we are democratic in nature and our media is completely neutral? How do we promote our narrative in the global south and the international world?
Well, it's not just propaganda. First of all, this assumption that democratic countries don't have good propaganda arms. The Nazi Germany was democratically elected, and Goebbels was the best propagandist you can ever think. So, just assumption that you are a democracy and you are good and you are bad, I think you have to get out of that. All countries have capacity and to promote their narratives. In China's case specifically, you got to counter them on two tracks. One, capacity building, which would be having a strong nuclear deterrent, which means your missiles which can hit Beijing, which can hit Shanghai, nuclear submarine fleet. That's one track. But you don't want to hit them. This is to deter them from attacking you. And a track of engagement, climate change, areas, new world order, a lot of things you can do together with China. So you got to protect your core interests and then engage. This is how you're going to engage countries. You can't have good guys and bad guys. It's not a simple world. The Americans are as bad as the Chinese. Look at this Sullivan fellow, the guy, the NSA leaker who's now in Russia. Edward Snowden. The whole Snowden affair is how NSA was spying even on Angela Merkel. You call them good guys, as bad as the Chinese. The Americans do their spying, the Chinese do their spying. We got to protect our interests. So don't get into moralizing a particular nation. Each country is going after its interests. You got to be smart enough to safeguard your interests. And in the process, you can do some good, better. But first, protect your interests. So don't get into the binaries of democracy versus authoritarian. It doesn't work to promote your interests. And that's my view. You're perfectly entitled to disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm assuming everybody is done with their questions. Now we are going to conclude this session. As we conclude this session on India and the Global South, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the esteemed speakers for sharing their profound insights. And expertise on the complex and vital subjects. Your contributions have illuminated the intricacies of India's role in the ever-evolving landscape of geopolitics. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the engaged audience for your active participation, thoughtful questions, and unwavering interest. Your presence has made this discussion not only informative, but truly enriching.
India's relationship with the global south is not just a matter of geography. It is a reflection of shared aspirations, challenges, and a commitment to a more equitable world. As a beacon of economic growth, a champion of diplomacy, and a provider of critical assistance, India stands shoulder to shoulder with its fellow nations in the global south. Together, we strive for an economic development that leaves no one behind, sustainable practices that protect our planet, and a fair global order that respects the rights and dignity of all nations, regardless large or small. India's story is intertwined with the story of the global south, and together we author a narrative of hope, progress, and solidarity. In the grand tapestry of international relations, India's vibrant colors represent the diversity, resilience, and potential of the global south. Let us continue to collaborate, advocate, and uplift one another, forging a brighter future for all. Until we meet again, safe travels and take care. Yeah. We won't be having a tea break right now, and we'll straight away start with the workshop.
Everybody is requested to stay in the auditorium. We will be starting with the workshop session right away. Thank you.
Springer Nature is the world leading research, educational, and professional publisher. It advances discovery by publishing robust and insightful research, supporting the development of new areas of knowledge, making ideas and information accessible around the world, and leading the way on open access. With us, we have today Ms. Aparijita Singh, Associate Editor at Springer Nature, based in New Delhi. She manages the Palgrave Macmillan imprint in business, economics, political science, and international relations, and she is responsible for the acquisition and publication of content from South Asia and MENA region. With an executive MBA from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, XIMB, and a political science degree from Delhi University, she has 11 years of experience in the higher education publishing and industry. She started her career as a news reporter after completing her journalism diploma from the YMCA. Soon her love for books led her to the publishing industry, and she began working in the marketing division of Cengage Learning. She joined Springer Nature in 2014 as editorial assistant and devoted dedicated years assisting the South Asia team. An avid reader and yoga practitioner, Aparajita Ma'am loves to trek, to be close to nature, and indulge in a good political discussion. May I now request Professor Nagalakshmi Ma'am to kindly felicitate Ms. Singh.
In the meantime, can I call all the students to the front seats? All backbenchers, please come to the front seats. All of you. Quick, quick, quick. All volunteers, please call the other students standing outside. I want all the students inside the auditorium.
Ms.
Little more,
Aparajita
friend.
Singh.
Little more, please. Come to the front.
and PhD scholars and
Please, you have to start. जितना delay करोगे उतना फिर मैं delay कराऊंगी. जल्दी करो भाई, जल्दी जल्दी. Settle down. All volunteers can also be seated here. All of you. जल्दी कराना, जल्दी करो. Now थोड़ा सा अच्छा लग रहा है. Everybody, please sit down, sit down. सब बॉडी किसी को उठने नहीं दूंगी. बैठ जाओ. मैं ऊपर हूँ. Everybody, sit down, please.
With this, Ms. Aparajita Singh, I hand over the floor to you. Oh, you remember my name?
दया, इसके बाहर स्टूडेंट के सब अंदर लेंगे.
Good point.
Good evening, guys, and thank you. I know आप लोग बहुत थक गए हैं और टी ब्रेक भी नहीं मिला, मुझे भी नहीं मिला. So इसलिए जल्दी से शुरू करते हैं, बातें करते हैं और जल्दी से वाइंड अप कर लेते हैं. ठीक है? So thank you for this wonderful introduction. I'm Aparajita and I have been with publishing industry for almost 20 years now. I work for a company called Springer Nature. It's the umbrella company under which we have different imprints, and I personally work for Paul Griff Macmillan. I acquire, and actually I'm an author hunter kind of person. So maybe next 5 years I will be asking you कि sir मेरा ये मेरा card है, or if you are working on some manuscript I will be really interested in to have you as an author. So that's why I'm here today, ताकि जब मैं 5 years 6 years down the line आपको as an author approach करूं कि भाई अब आप manuscript लिखिए, so you are well prepared, you know what to write, how to write and how to present it. So the target for the workshop here is to create a better communicator out of the next generation. Why publishing? Because you either publish or perish. जब तक आप publish नहीं करोगे, the world will not know what exactly you are doing. They will not share your views. They will not read about you. So publishing becomes very important. And that's why academia and publishing work hand in hand. Though it has started with a very noble idea saying that we have to publish so that the other people, our peers, can read it, work upon it, develop it, or even contradict it. But it turns out with the rat race of our life that these days the pressure on publishing has increased a lot in academia. And we all are suffering because of that, especially the beginners who have just started writing, just searching for the right journals and, just learning how to deal with the rejections. And my target to make these things break down to you and help you to give you some tips so that your journey becomes a little easier. So for this journey, what do you need? You need a logical manuscript structure. What exactly to be written, how to be written, and how to present your whatever the research that you are working on. Your second strategy is where to publish, how to find the right journal for yourself, how to find the right publishing house, how to approach them, and how to get things done. The third thing is like when you are done, like where you want to publish, how to present your work to them. So following slides, we will talking about one point at a time. Okay. Logical manuscript structure, how to build your research, how to present what you have been studying. There are 4 questions that your readers will read. What did you study? Second, how did you study? What were your methods? What exactly did you do? And how it impacts the field, the existing literature, whatever there. Are you duplicating thing? Or are you challenging something? Are you contradicting it? Or you are trying to find out the gap holes? What exactly you are doing? So if your paper can answer all these 4 questions, you can understand that your paper has the right structure that is needed. Why becomes the introduction part of your paper. What exactly you are doing. What did you do? That is the what section of your life. That is the methods. You did a survey. You analyzed some results. You conducted some experiments. What exactly did you find out of the results? What is your result? What is your data? What is the summary that you have come up after your studies? And lastly, what do you present at the discussion point? Like, what are your conclusion after the research that you did? So these 4 parts become the base structure, the base bullet points of your paper. First, why, introduction. Methods, what did you do? Results, what did you get finally, the answer? And what is your analysis of that result? In the introduction chapter, part of the book, it has to be, an inverted funnel kind of structure. You start with what exactly it is there. You introduce the subject. You talk about what all is there. Then you come down, what is the latest studies that is going on worldwide. And then what is the aim of what exactly you are trying to find out, what exactly this paper is going to talk about. So you see, you started broad, then you come to a specific point. You state your objective, like through this study, what exactly you are trying to point out. Then comes the method area. What are all the researches that is there? You introduce your subject. Peer reviewers, you talk about what are the other people who are working on the same field, what they are saying, and what you think are like lacking behind, and why you are doing this study. What are you, using these studies? What exactly, what are the fields, what are the industries, what are the companies, or what are the people, or sections, or the society members, who needs these studies to be done? How you conducted the study, how you presented the data, if you're like, for example, if you're doing a survey, who all are participating in that survey? If you are doing a literature review, what kind of literature review you are doing, what all subjects or what all papers you are considering in that, and how you are analyzing your data. Like, are you excluding some people? Why? For example, if you're excluding some people with a certain age group, why you are doing so, and what kind of impact it will have on the data that or the results that you come to. So there are certain points that you have to keep up, which I, even during the presentations that I saw of students, that the problem is not the lack of data. The problem is that there's too much of data. It's too much of information and you want to put everything on the paper, but it doesn't work like that. In an article publication, the normal size is 5,000 is an average 5,000 words that they ask for. And you cannot put everything out there. If you do put, then you exceed the limit and you lose the attention power of the readers. So when crafting the paper, make sure when you are talking or putting graphs or putting pictures, you are dealing with one at a time. This table 2 talks about this, then you give explanation. Do not start talking about several figures or several tables or several graphs at one area. It distracts, it confuses the readers. Now, when you come to the discussion part, it's a pyramid, exactly opposite how we started the introduction chapter. You start with the results that you received. You talk to about what goes in there. You interpret your findings, what exactly you want to find out, and then you come back what exactly going on in this field and how your study helps the society or other people. Remember, we started this entire system of education research. It has one single motive: to help others, to help, to contribute in the society. So you have to make sure that at the end of your paper, you need to mention that how your findings, how your research helps the other people, your peers, readers, think tank people, or practitioners, or the policymakers. So if I just for one quick look, if you see this, how it starts an inverted pyramid, you talk about you talk about the field that is there, what exactly going on, and then you come down to your objective. Then your methodologies, your objectives, your results, what exactly did you find? Then again, it goes broads down. At the end, you leave a question like what next for your readers so that they can build upon on your findings. Same you can do for, like you will be doing in your next paper as well, that how we develop our writing portfolios and how we do the research. To take, to have attention of readers, you very specifically mark what is being important. I know when we start writing the paper or even, working on the presentation, we find lots many things that is being important. But just for the example, like I have so many words written on this PPT, and there are like more than 50 slides in this PPT. But if I start talking about everything, I'm very sure that, somebody will start banging on the door that please let me out. I cannot tolerate it anymore. So it does happen to your readers also. So please be concise and choose 1 or 2 points to talk about, not a 10 or 15 points to talk about. You do not have that kind of attention span anymore. Remember 3 things: aims, what is the aim of your paper; results, what exactly significant data that you find, or what was the findings of your paper; then how you are concluding. So these are the most important 3 points you have to build on when you are writing a paper. So clearly mark what are the key results you have found and how this will help in the advancement of the field. I will talk quickly about some of the publishing ethics here, because lots of things we see that the problems happen because we do not know. It's mostly because of the ignorance that we fall out on some publishing ethics, which we shouldn't be doing. And most of the times we don't know about it. The major portion is plagiarism. Plagiarism means that even if you're quoting a person or you are giving references, you are not supposed to use the word by word things and put it on the. It's like you guys are majoring in IR, and I have just done my graduation in pol science. So if in today's world, if I want to come up with a paper on Indian political diaspora, I can come up with this because there are lots and lots of material available online. But do I have the expertise to present that content or that research in my own words? I do not have that because I'm not the content expert. So try to understand when you are verbatimly using somebody else's words, you are failing, you are missing a chance to present the ideas in your own word. It is tough because till 12th we all learn to cram. हम बस रट्टा मारते हैं और एग्जाम में पास करते हैं, और वैसे ही हमें सिखाया जाता है जैसे एनसीईआरटी कर रहा है उसको फॉलो करो. वो ग्रेजुएशन में आते आते देन दे स्टार्ट सेइंग कि राइट इन वर्ड्स, आप अपना एक्सप्लेनेशन दो, अपने आइडियाज दो. और फिर एकाएक जब हम पीएचडी करने आते हैं दे से कि आप राइट योर ओन थीसिस. जो बचपन से नहीं किया, it becomes very difficult. It's not about writing 1 page or 2 pages, it's writing about a thesis. How? And especially when we are reading so many things and everything is on our fingertips. हम नहीं भी चाहे, हमें लगेगा भी कई बार कि ये हमारा अपना वर्ड है, but we must have read it somewhere, we must have seen it somewhere. So yes, of course you will be quoting people, of course you will be giving references, citations, but when you have after giving the citation and referencing, please try to explain things in their own word. And before submitting your paper to anywhere, please check it for plagiarism. Now most of the institutes have this resource, and they do also have Amity has it. So yeah, Turnitin is there. Please check it, because at publications house we always check it, no matter what you say and who is the author. Even if for very renowned author, everything goes through a plagiarism check. And on the very first impression, if we see that the similarity index is going like 70%, so it doesn't matter who the author is anymore, we reject the paper. So before submitting, please make it a habit of checking. That's why that way you will also know that where am I going wrong, why the similarity index is very high. And I have seen similarities come not only from the papers of people, I've seen similarities coming off websites. And we also understand that some definitions will not be changed, and some if you're giving and quoting some laws, that will not be changed. However, a verbatim match of the entire paragraph or entire pages are not acceptable. So please make it a habit of checking plagiarism of your own content. Second thing, data manipulation. Though I do not think that in your subject area we will be using it a lot, but this is one thing that as a publisher we flag, it's a red flag for us. So I just want to highlight that even if you conducted a research and you didn't get the result as your objective, you're the set objective of the paper, at least you got a result, and that is a research in itself. Because later on, even scientists like Newton, his theories and his research were proved wrong, because that is how we evolved. You can go to a website called COPE, that is Committee for Publication Ethics. It's not like a police, for publication police, but it has guidelines what to do and what not to do. And all the publishing houses, they follow the guidelines set by COPE. And these are the major problems that we face. And these are the major things that you have to take care of. I already talked about data fabrication. I talked about plagiarism issue. Second, most important thing is the authorship. People should be named as an author as per the contribution they have made in the paper. It should not be depending on, he's a popular name, put him on the, as an author, and your paper get published, even if that person hasn't done anything. In our culture, sometimes we do it out of respect. We make our supervisor or teacher as an author of a paper. If that person has contributed, of course, more than welcome to have them as a teacher, but do not do it out of just respect or a courtesy. And if that person asks you, you can write anonymous letters to publishers. We take that seriously. And having ghost authors, like somebody else did the job and you're putting somebody else's name, or having authors who didn't do anything but their name going as the first author. So make it very clear, because these things can come back to you in a very bad way. We have some cases where there was a serious offender who used to use all the papers, and put his name and then publish it, because he was an authority and figure in a university, and it ended very bad for him. So when you are starting the career, do not do any kind of things, or ever in a career. It's a real no from Pope. Conflict of interest. If you're working on a paper like how India-China diplomacy and going on, and your research is funded by maybe called a Chinese industry, you have to mention that in your paper, because there comes a conflict of interest. So when you are working on the paper, when you are working on the cover letter, I will come to on that, please mention that if there is any conflict of interest, especially if your research is being funded by some agency. Consent and privacy. If you're interviewing people using their pictures and data, please take consent, and if possible in written, that you will be using their names. If not, even if you are not using names, if you are using pseudonyms and you are publishing the interview they have sent, the people who know them may be able to guess their identity based on the interview stories. So make sure that you take their consent, and try to make it that, the person you are interviewing there, if they have a problem with that their identity should not be revealed by reading that interview. Pictures. If you are using pictures, please take written consent. And it also applies for the pictures which somebody else took and you found it on social media or Google, and you thought that it is okay to use it because just it is there on the internet. It's not. So you need permission, you need and you have to give due credits. Self-plagiarism. You will not be facing this issue when you start your career, but 3 or 4 papers published, you will start facing this issue, because you are working on a subject and you are building on, after one and, after each publication. It is okay to, of course, you will be using the same field and maybe same data. However, when you are publishing a new paper out of your strategy, so try to keep it minimum of 70% of the article to be the new content. Why am I saying things? Because the person who has paid the money to read your paper once will be paying again to read your another paper, and if it turns out to be like 90% of the same old paper where you have just changed marginal things and again published it saying that it is your second paper or fourth paper, that's cheating. So even if you retain the copyright, it is your content, but republishing same thing again and again is ethically wrong. How you can check it? Again, use the plagiarism check software before you submit, so that you can see what is the source there, the similarity is coming, and what exactly the extent that similarity in the paper. As I said, just because a picture, a content, or is anything on the available on the internet, you can free to read it, but you are not exactly free to use it. So you can check what exactly the rights given to that picture. You can read it, whether you can put it on your things, that you put it on your paper that is you are going to publish or getting monetary benefit, where you have right to adapt it or not. So everything is mentioned. If you need more information, you can just go to Creative Commons, and there are like several kind of pictures, several kind of different kind of rights granted. So you can really, yeah, I see you. Don't sleep. Okay. So yeah, I understand. Okay, where was I? Yeah. Creative Commons. So everything that's there on the internet, you are free to read, but when you are using it in your paper, you are not exactly free to do so. Every picture, every content, every data, every graph, it has their own set of rights. When you do your research, you have to get into that. You have to understand what exactly and what all extent you can use. You can ask for permissions, and then only you can use it. Efficient publishing strategy. How to get your paper published quickly. So I work with a lot of EICs, and I've asked them like what would you say the main reason for rejection. So they have unanimously told us that the main reason for a paper being rejected is because the paper's aims doesn't match with the aims and scope of that journal. Sometimes it's very broad, sometimes it's very niche, or and it happens because we all aspire to get our paper published in a journal which has good which is like indexed or higher index, because that's how we get the ranking. However, it doesn't work like that, because that EIC will be selecting your paper to be published not only basis, because it has to match the aims and scope. So how do you choose your journal plays a major role on whether your paper will be get accepted or not. And what exactly your target you want, because the currency for any author is the citation. Who all are reading your paper, who all are citing you, and exactly is this the community you want your paper to be read or not. Because if the people who are working on the same field are not reading your paper, then how are you going to get the citation? Even if the journal has a high H index, will you get read by the right people? Will your paper will get cited? You will not. So end of the day, when you go and make your own Google Scholar file, and you see that, you will be able to see that even if your paper is getting published in some, if it gets selected and gets published in a high H index journal, your paper is not getting the right citations number. So the most important part is to find out what journal that your peers are reading, what kind of journals you are reading, and the paper that you are working on, you want it to be read by whom, and select your journal accordingly. How to trust? There are lots of problems with a predatory journal. So I want you to go to this site, and this is Think, Check, Submit. So before you submit a journal, please go to the site and check about whether it's the right journal or not. Because if you end up getting your article accepted in a predatory journal or journal of effacements, it will be a waste of your time, energy, and all your hard work. So before making a selection, please go to this site and make sure you check the journal that you are going to submit your paper. if you're not sure like what kind of journal, what all are the good journals that you are, so every publishing in this publishing company, they have this kind of journal suggester. So you can check there, like you have to type some keywords that's your journal paper has, and they will be able to they will match it with their journal's aims and scope, and they will provide you with the list, so you can make your selection accordingly. So you have your appropriate journal, and your logically organized manuscript now ready to submit. I want your attention to this one point, that the EICs, they are full professors. They have their handful. They might be teaching till 8 o'clock. And then after, being human, there are some needs that we have to: food, hunger, sleep. And after doing everything, now they are going to sit for maybe half an hour or 1 hour, because they are very dedicated people, and look through all the papers that you have submitted. Good journals, the traffic is really high. They get maybe 100 papers every day. So within that 1 hour, they will be looking at your paper and making their decision whether they want to go ahead with this or not. So it becomes very important to make a good first impression. You all have heard about the elevator speech, right? So your 10 seconds, how you summarize and present yourself. So so there are two things that comes here. First, the cover letter. And second, writing a very good abstract, because that's all they are going to read for the very first time. There, they make their decision whether to go ahead with your paper or not, depends on how captivated they are by your abstract. So even if your paper is really good, but if you cannot get their attention by the abstract, you miss your chance. So here comes the 2 points. Please make sure that you write a wonderful abstract. Second, if you are getting rejected, please give yourself this benefit of doubt. Don't think that, my paper was not worthy. Think that might be, that day, this abstract were not among the best that he has received or that EIC has received. Right? So there are two things. First, try to make a very good impression with your abstract. And second thing is, if it doesn't get rejected, do not take it very personally. And give yourself the benefit of doubt that it's not that my paper was bad, because he hasn't even read that. He just read the abstract and he didn't find the most important reason is what? The scope of the paper doesn't match with the scope of the journal. How do we sort these things out? Please start reading. There's no other way out. Read the journals you want your papers to be published in. Then you will realize what kind of papers they are publishing. What is the current trend? Is the journals coming up with special edition? Is there a very particular topic they are covering? What kind of abstract the papers which get selected they are reading? And it's not only for the journal publication. It's totally depends. It's also valid for the conference proceedings or books that we publish, because everywhere the option is to read abstract. Even if when you search, you are not going to decide. You make a decision whether you want to read something or not, depending on whatever comes in this area. There, just the eye level, the 100 words, it decides whether you are going to click on it or read it or not. Same goes with the selection of your paper. The EIC's, the first decision comes if the EIC likes your abstract or not. And he has not more than 5 minutes to do it. Respect their time, respect your time. Make sure you write a very crisp, concise, yet captivating abstract. How do you do that? There are few pointers. Introduce your manuscript, not more than one or two lines. Why this study is important? What have you found? Why suitable for the journal? Please include this line when you're writing your cover letter and pointing it out. And end line may be one that that you have maintained everything for the COPE and you have taken the ethics part into consideration. There is no dispute in the authorship, or if there is any this what I was talking about, where you are being funded by some research institute, please mention that there, so that the EIC knows that there is a case, and then they can take a very well informed decision. Please do not miss this. It's not mandatory to provide cover letter with your submission. It's an option, but it is a second chance. It's like giving, being able to give another elevator speech. So it is your second chance. Please do not miss it. Then comes the peer review. It's very hard, and but it's a constructive process. It doesn't look like one, it doesn't feel like one, but it is. And it is the only way we can guarantee good quality research in the academia. But as a publishing house, this is how we make publishing decision. We depend on your peers, and they decide. It's a voluntary job, so they are doing for the development of the field. This picture shows the life cycle, how your papers goes, and there are 2 points that I want to mention here. Peer review takes time because, again, as I said, that it is a voluntary process. So in the publishing industry, no news is actually a good news. So if you haven't heard back from the journal, like, I have submitted 3 months ago, and where is it? So you haven't received rejection letter? That means it's still going on. You still have a chance. I know I'm sounding very damp, but that is the truth. And the sooner you learn you learn how to navigate through this, the better it is for you. You will see that, whenever reviewers gives you some points, you revise the manuscript and again submit. It's a tedious task, but how we can excel through it? First, please understand for one thing very clearly. If a person has invested his time, looked through what all you have written, and then provided you some feedbacks, first, he or she sees potential in your content. Positive. Second thing, whatever the suggestions is given, part A, you are not obligated to tend to everything. You can have a rebuttal point. It is okay to say that I do not agree with reviewer's point. And you assertively yet politely, you put your point forward. You, as an author and content owner, you do have that right. Second things, when you are, this is a chance to improve your content quality. The reviewers are mostly the people who has expertise in this field. They have been in this field, so give them this respect that they have been in this field for such a long time, so they know the subject in and out, and what they are saying is for the betterment of your paper. When you are resubmitting your paper, there are 2 things that you need to mention. First thing, what all the suggestions were given, whether you agree to it or not. If not, please provide your rebuttal points, that what on the basis of what you do not agree with the reviewer. The EICs reads through that. Second things, whatever revision you make, please make a list like this was suggested, there I made the revision, and it is in this paragraph, this line. Like if the reviewer suggests that include some recent references, Your latest references is of 2009 and we are in 2023. So where are the literature that has been published in, recently? Why you haven't given proper references to it? So please provide the references and say that here I have included this reference. Say para 3, line 4, 5, like that. So clearly mention, because EICs don't have time to see and find out, okay, he did the revision, where did he did the revision? So make things easier for them. It is your respect to their time, and make, the easier you make it for them, the better it is. And there goes the chances of, the higher the chances of your acceptance. In a nutshell, do you agree, disagree? What revisions and where the revisions can be found? As soon as you're, you have already started giving presentations. When you see that, okay, your paper has been accepted, do not wait it to be published. Start promoting. Now, all the publishers, they give you a link of, the pre-typed, and which you can clearly say it has a DOI, and you can say that, my paper has been accepted and published, and wait for the, and start promoting it, because the idea is being read by your peers, read by the people who are working in this field. Okay, see, I was within my time limit as promised. So relieved. I can see the light up their face. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. First of all, when it comes to making decision on the content, it's done by the editorial board of the journal. As a publisher, we do not make a decision on what kind of content. We might set a preferences, but we never take decision on a paper. So publishers are out of the question here. When it comes to books, like myself, like I'm a ardent fan of IR and political science, and though my profile has business, economics, and political science and IR, I intend, it's my personal preference that to publish more books from this continental area on IR. Otherwise, when it comes to papers and journals, as a publisher, we do not have a say. It totally depends on the editorial board members. Yes, please. Actually, look at it. No research is entirely new. Every research has a building block. There is always a building block on which the new research that you're talking about stands on, right? So you will not be able, nobody is able to write entirely new article or entirely new book, right? It is all, that is why it is research, you are searching and searching and searching and coming up with a new analysis. That is what it is all about. Your analysis, how do you read the data? How do you interpret the data? That matters, right? Any more questions?
Namaskar, ma'am. This is Utkarsh Garg from second year BA Honors International Relations. My question to you is, I'm also interested in writing some content or writing articles based on the current affairs or the current issues in the geopolitics and the global politics, as it is going a lot these days. There is a common thing that we check about, that it should not be like just you copy paste and you also try to write on your own words, because if you want to write something on the topic, uh, these days there are a lot of online materials available. So how we can say that we can make it in our own words and just write so that there is no plagiarism problem?
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So, see, when I talk about no plagiarism, here I'm talking about the papers that you want to publish. As you said that you are in BA second year, and it's wonderful that you want to start writing. I really, appreciate it. So start writing in the all the social media forums that you have. Okay, start building on that. And of course, if I'm talking about, and the plagiarism is just not about, you heard so many people and they quoted like what Jaishankar is saying, what presidency, G20 presidency is saying, and what all. So when you are giving quotes, it's absolutely fine, right? And of course, in political science, we will be talking about the latest trends. We will be talking about G20. Right now, there is no much point talking about Cold War that happened so long back, or USSR disintegration. Of course, you will not be talking about it. So, when we talk about plagiarism, like, coming up, as that girl said, that it's not possible to coming up with new thing, entirely new thing all the time. It's not. Similarly, having in a particular subject like pol science, we are not medicine, or we are not talking about engineering things here. Science is little different, but when it comes to social sciences, we have lots of opinions, and so it's like saying that you write a political piece but don't being opinionated. How's that possible? It's not possible. You will be, but when you are publishing a content where people will buy, you read, whatever you have written, there you have to be very careful about what kind of content you are submitting, because there people are buying that content to read it. It's not a Facebook post, it is not your blog, it is not your LinkedIn profile. You are so there's a different types of writing that goes there. I'm just going to add on to what Rajita ma'am had said. For new thing, you have to be on the field. Anything that you want to publish new, be on the field, take your own service, make the reports, do the analysis, authenticate it. Then it is possible. Otherwise, it is always, even that is also research. That's not, it is research, as Manjari also said. So the rest is yours, right? For anything, if you are giving a proper reference to whatever quote you are taking, whatever it is, then it's fine. As long as you are trying to hide the reference and make it your own, then you are caught in the plagiarism, right? Just that.
Let's hypothetically assume that my research paper has been rejected by a journal, and now I'm giving the benefit of doubt to myself of my abstract not being so good, as good as others. So after the next time that I publish my research paper, should I only be concentrating on my abstract, or should I look into what I've done? Because if I assume the fact that yes, it may be the abstract that's creating a problem, what should I do in that case? Should I also look into my research paper?
In my experience, and during my conversation with different EICs, they say that it's very easy to judge two kinds of papers. Either it's very good, so we accept it. Either it's really bad, so we reject it. And the third category where the majority falls is the paper where we see the potential, but however, it doesn't match our requirements. So when you get rejected, first of all, please give yourself the benefit of doubt. Do not lose heart. There are many other journals. Sometimes you will be so happy to see that you will be happier that your paper got rejected first, so that you could end up finding a better journal. Yeah. So work on your abstract, work on your paper. It's a continuous process. There is no end to it. There will never be. I think the ma'am and Manjari, they still face this issue. Yeah. So it's just continuous process. Give yourself that benefit of doubt and forget about it. Find another journal. You might end up getting a better one. Take it like this: rejection is a first step of a success. Take it like that. You will never feel bad. It's been rejected means you need to work a little more. That's it. So, and if you work little more, you'll find better things, right? That's it.
What's your take on using artificial intelligence to writing a paper?
If you're using it for your research purposes, it's a well-intended use, and I applaud. However, if you're using it just because you're not able to write it yourself, then you will get caught. So, artificial intelligence, chat GPT, and said everything, and we are being one of the biggest company in STM. We publish a lot of machine generated books. However, every Top Gun needs a maverick. Be the maverick. Use every possible means to make your content better, but own your content.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Dr. Manjari Singh for the word of thanks.
बस बस हो गया जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा Courtesy Miss Aparajita Singh at Amity Institute of International Relations on 9th May 2023. These are her opening lines when last time she had visited Amity Institute of International Studies, and she gave a lecture, she gave a workshop on the same topic. It was very different, entirely different. But again, जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा, right? तो अगर आप जानते हो, अगर आपको आता है, if you know your subject well, still if you don't speak, if you don't write, nobody will know you. यहाँ पे जितने बच्चों ने सवाल पूछा है, उनको सब जानते हैं, वो हिस्ट्री में रिकॉर्डेड हैं, बिकॉज यूट्यूब लिंक्स भी हैं हमारे पास, तो राइट तो वो सारे बच्चे रिकॉर्डेड हैं, और वो भी रिकॉर्डेड हैं जिन्होंने कोई सवाल नहीं पूछा, बैठ के सो रहे थे, राइट तो ये जो चीजें हैं, ये आपका कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन, ये आपका लाइफ में आप क्या करोगे वो डिफाइन करता है, राइट सो इट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट टू write, it is important to publish, and that is why we thought that this session should be the most important session of this entire conference. We got to know that most of the research scholars are participating in this conference, and that is why we felt that curating a workshop on article writing and publication, because that is something that we, at every step of the way, we ask you all to write your term papers. We ask you all to write your assignments. We also check your papers. Unfortunately, fortunately, right? So we know what you write. We see what you write, right? And it is very difficult to explain it to you all
at individual level every single time, right? So it is better. And इसके बाद अगर आप आंसर अच्छा नहीं लिखते हो तो आपके नंबर अब कटेंगे. अब आपको आता है, आपको सिखाया गया है एक वर्कशॉप में, right? And again, once again, it is recorded, right? So we can take actions against you. Now, my first ever book was published by Palgrave Macmillan. So Palgrave Macmillan is very close to my heart in that aspect, right? And of course, when I was, when we were curating this entire international conference, we thought कि एक session workshop पे भी रखते हैं. And the first person that came in my mind was Aprajita. And I contacted her and I told her, Aprajita, would you like to, do a workshop with us? You know what I got? I got a platinum package from her. This is the word that we have been using for a very long time in this conference, right? इन्होंने भी हमें एक platinum package दिया. Platinum package क्या था? Platinum package was a workshop plus best paper award by Springer Nature in this conference. And the third one was that selected papers will be published in the book format after this conference ends, right? So ye platinum package, and I was like, wow, this is something really great. This is something that we were looking forward to. So, that is why we kept saying, we always wanted you all to attend this session. We always wanted you all to participate in this conference so that you can get access. It is a very, extremely rare opportunity for you all, right? आप ये सोचो कि यहाँ से जो विजेता निकलेगा उसको स्प्रिंगर नेचर अवार्ड करेगा. इससे बड़ी चीज क्या हो सकती है? इंटरनेशनल पब्लिशर, world number 1 publisher is going to reward you, right? Aprajita, it is always a delight to listen to you. And I think जो सो रहे थे वो भी जग चुके हैं अभी, क्योंकि सवाल तो पूछे हैं आपने, right? So I think this session is going to help you all to understand. And some of the students, you all had come to me कि abstract कैसे लिखते हैं. And I wanted to pinpoint at you all and say कि note करो, उसमें भी steps हैं. Abstract भी एक कहानी बोलता है. ऐसे ही नहीं आप बस लिख देते एक paragraph. It always has a sense. It may not have a structure, but उसका structure नहीं है, वही उसका structure है. Right? It is open-ended. It is meant for the author to understand what they are trying to say in that abstract. So with this, once again, I would like to thank Aprajita for a wonderful, wonderful session. I'm really grateful to you for this session, for partnering with us, and also for conducting this workshop for us. Thank you so much. Oye. I think, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this enlightening session to a close, our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Aparajita Singh for her remarkable contributions of academic publishing for AIIS. I also extend my thanks to Professor Nagalakshmi Ma'am for her gracious felicitation and Dr. Manjri Ma'am for delivering a vote of thanks. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to our engaged audience for your active participation, thoughtful questions, and unwavering curiosity. It is your enthusiasm that makes events like these truly exceptional. As we leave here today, let us carry with us the knowledge and perspectives we have gained, fostering a deeper appreciation for the complexities of international relations. Let us together celebrate the pursuit of knowledge and innovation. Thank you all for being a part of this memorable occasion.